And good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. I am Sarah, the Raging Tomato, here bringing to you live another Moderator Monday. Joining with me this evening is Tally Bots, Team Fatty, The Powder Dusty, and Ghosty. They are all, I believe, live streaming on their own channels, and feel free to hit the video description to go check out their tags. Send them lots of shares, likes, and subscribes. The question of the evening is casual sex ruining society? Tally, if you'd like to begin with your opening statement, please.
All right. Thank you so much, Sarah, for having me. I look forward to this conversation. Okay, so I am not a prude. I'm not particularly traditional. My position in this debate does not come from religious prescription or conservative political orientation. In many ways, I'm concerned about the lack of sex and intimate human connection among the younger generations. However, it's undeniable that increasing rates of casual sex is a net negative for our society. While the specific individual act may not always be harmful in nature, in fact, it might be really fun, it brings several significant negative consequences along with it. We can start with the most obvious one. Millions of Americans are infected with sexually transmitted infections every year, and young adults engaged in casual sex are the primary carriers. Research suggests that sex with inconsistent partners correlates with inconsistent condom use, resulting in the spread of diseases and unplanned pregnancies. Untreated STIs can have lifelong implications like sterility, not to mention the host of risk factors associated with children raised by single mothers. But even if you're not necessarily focused on the harm towards others, like the fertility of your sexual partners or the social stability of your future children, the negative implications on the individual engaging in casual sex are vast as well, especially for women. Evolutionary biology highlights the different mating strategies of males and females. This is true across mammals. We're not talking about a social construct here. And we see, even in chimps, a male preference for sexual variety due to significantly higher levels of testosterone. In our modern sex positive culture, many women also engage in these similar behaviors. But studies show that they are 3 to 4 times more likely to experience regret and anxiety after casual sex encounters. It shows that actually men and women are experiencing elevated levels of depression, social anxiety, and feelings of using or being used being used by their sexual partners. Not to mention, almost 80% of unwanted and coercive sex happens in the context of a casual hookup, where there's more likely to be alcohol involved. People with a high body count also tend to experience less marital satisfaction later in life. I'm not saying that you need to save your virginity for marriage, but women who do have the lowest divorce rates, only 5%, in a country where the divorce rate hovers around 50%. With all of this said, everyone is different. Not everyone's going to be impacted emotionally in the same way, but it's one hell of a bargain to make. I want people having good sex. I want people having meaningful sex. I want people making babies and raising them together. In all of these cases, casual sex makes this much harder. Choose good sex, vote yes.
Thank you, Tally. And Fatty, to you, please.
Hi, friends. Everything she said. I am against casual sex. My opening statement is very quick. I think Flo State has STDs and he wants us to get the same way as he has. That's his reason why he's defending this position. So I will say no, Flo State. You are going to be by yourself on that island. Thank you very much to my team captain for the opening statement. I'll pass it to the losing team. Go ahead. You guys got it.
Thank you, Fatty. Dusty, to you, please.
And Fatty's acting like I haven't already given him the STD. You have it. Just go get tested. Let's see. Today, birth rates are plummeting. We're well below replacement rate in the West, and the younger generations are more isolated. They're interacting and getting their sexual satisfaction through technology and not other people. And the lack of intimacy is a much bigger problem for society than casual sex. I think that casual sex is an easy thing to point at. It's lazy thinking. It's easier to look at a symptom and go, this needs to stop, than it is to ask yourself what the underlying sociological, psychological, technological, and economic causes are. So no, I don't think casual sex is ruining society. In fact, I think we could probably use a little bit more sex across the board.
Thank you, Dusty, and Ghosty to you.
All right, I kind of threw this together like 5 minutes before this debate, so we'll see how this goes. But I think the whole society is ruined trope in general is kind of overblown. But if people want to really say society is ruined, there are plenty of other things to blame than casual sex. To say society is not ruined by casual sex is not to say that casual sex cannot be harmful. First, casual sex has always existed. It just, we have more people openly talking about it now. My stance is that casual sex is not inherently harmful, and for some people can be beneficial. The more harmful idea, in my opinion, is that we are supposed to find the perfect person to be with basically on our first try. I think it's harmful to demonize and shame dating and sex before marriage. This puts an unrealistic expectation and pressure on people to make unhealthy or dysfunctional relationships work rather than simply moving on. On top of that, casual sex can lead to a healthier future sex life. It can build up confidence and allow one to feel secure with themselves sexually, whereas shaming people for having sex does the exact opposite and leads to sexual repression as well as having an unenjoyable sex life because you are basically taught to be ashamed of your sexuality rather than embrace and enjoy it. And this does not mean that nothing harmful can come from casual sex. Just like anything else in life, it can be abused and overdone. But as responsible adults, I don't think there's any real reason to blame casual sex on the detriment to society. Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you so much. And as a kind reminder to the audience, we are going to get through our debate. Then we will move into closing statements, read and respond to your kind super chats. And then, of course, we will get to your favorite part, the open panel dumpster fire. Ladies and gentlemen, I leave the floor open to you.
Okay, so I feel like you made a few claims in there that I'm not sure about the veracity of those claims, Ghosty. So you said that engaging in more casual sex could lead people to being more self-confident, feeling better about themselves and feeling more assured. That's just not what the data suggests. The data suggests, especially for women, but for men too, having like lack of self-confidence with an increase in sexual partners. And I think there's this like idea that people are having all this amazing casual sex, but a lot of people are reporting that they're not having their expectations met at all. It's very disappointing. So it's like, it's kind of, it's boosted up in people's imaginations that you're going to have all of these like wonderful, mysterious, amazing sexual encounters, but the majority of them are unflattering and awkward, and not everyone's getting off, and not everyone's leaving on good terms, and not everyone wanted the same thing from it. So I don't know that we actually have evidence to suggest, with very few exceptions, that casual sex is leading to higher self-confidence.
Well, I understand that, but I think it's because of how right now the whole dating and casual sex world is framed. So it is like people do see it as shameful. People feel less than themselves for having casual sex. They feel ashamed of themselves if it goes wrong, blah, blah, blah. And I do think there is an unhealthy hookup culture, but you can't blame that on casual sex. You blame that on how people are handling their sex lives. Does that make sense? Like there are responsible
The relationship.
Yeah, like you want to go ahead?
I mean, sorry, I wasn't trying to jump in. I was just trying to help what I thought you
Did she just concede the debate that says there's an unhealthy hookup culture right now? Isn't that what casual sex literally is, and what society
Not
is
always.
experiencing right now?
No, it doesn't
It doesn't have to
necessarily
be
have to be that way.
Nothing is always, but it's a numbers game. So you are going to have sex 40 times, and you're going to have a lot of confidence, and then you are going to have sex with me, and I will. Am I out? Am I
Yeah,
here?
you're
good.
good.
It was just
Okay.
a hot second. You froze.
So-
You're good.
So you are going to. Okay. So you are going to have sex 40 times, and you are going to be very confident, and then you're going to have sex with me, and I'm going to say that your coochie is loose or smells something, and you are going to be thinking about that for the rest of your life. That's how actually I can destroy your self-esteem by actually mentioning something that is very wrong with you that you never heard of. And even if I'm lying, and now you are always going to remember that every time you are going to be with the next person. Casual
But that's
sex is
because
casual. It will be abused. It will always be abused because it's called casual. That's what people do when they over indulge into something and they repeat things that they shouldn't be repeating because this should be something intimate. So, I
You're
don't know
kind
where
of
you
like
but
want to
cherry
go
the
from
picking.
there.
You're cherry picking like
the
specific.
harm is caused by you being a douche who's trying to get attack somebody. Not there's a lot of different ways. You don't have to have sex with somebody to make yourself vulnerable to their attacks. Also, um, to the point that that Tally said about the set one night stands not being that good and stuff. True, they're not as good as once you get to know each other more. But even the worst blowjob is better than the best sunrise, for instance, or the best pizza. So
Are you sure?
I
A blowjob with teeth is worse than pizza? Is better
that's
than pizza?
that's not a blowjob. That's a bite.
So, but this is what we're talking about. You are going to get with people that are less experienced, they have doo-doo stains in their pants, that you are might try to go by the back door and something is either smelling or leaking from it. You are going to
That's
deal with a lot of people. Now, this is what called, for
it's
example,
hardly
spread of
ruining
STDs.
society.
You are going to get
Yeah.
in the bed with people that you shouldn't, and
Mhm.
respectfully, once again, you can tell me that gonorrhea coochie or the worst blowjob is better than pizza, even if it has pineapple. That makes no
The
sense at all.
majority of people who have casual sex don't end up with STDs, and I'm not saying that STDs aren't a problem. But this is
And
the
the
minority of people who end up with them. Like, the majority of people are not going out and sleeping with people
But
on
the
a weekly
majority
basis.
the majority of people who contract STDs are engaging in casual sex.
Well,
Uh-oh.
sure. If
But-
you don't have sex, you're not going to get an STD.
Yeah, obviously.
No, wait, wait.
Casual sex. Engaging in casual sex with multiple partners, right?
Yeah.
It's not just
Right.
people who are having more sex. There are plenty of people who are having lots of sex and not contracting STDs. But of the people who contract STIs, it's young people having casual sex with multiple partners who are the primary vector for STI contraction.
Yes.
And is that
Or-
ruining society?
Absolutely.
It's contributing
what's-
to it. It's a net
what's more-
negative.
what's
It's a
more
net
harmful
negative. I
to
think. Hold on.
society?
Actually, wait. You put something out really quickly. So, and Ghosty said this too. And frankly, if the prompt of the debate is the only reason for anything negative in our society casual sex, then I would be on your side of the debate. When Sarah first posed the question to me, my answer was, well, it's not the single cause ruining society, but I think it's a net negative.
It's pretty
and it
early to
is a
start
net
blaming the
negative. And you
prompts.
guys have basically conceded that already.
Yes.
That yes, there can be all these negative forms of it, but getting
but
a
that's-
blowjob is better than
that's
Sex
the same
is a
for
risk
anything.
and
activity.
some people feel more confident after they have lots of casual sex. Like that.
Sex
that
is an
doesn't.
activity that has inherent risks with it, as does not having sex.
Correct,
Right
which is
now in
why
our-
we
in
should
our
not be
society,
casual about
We're
it.
in a position where the risk to not having sex is outweighing the risk to having sex.
Explain that to us.
Birth
Yeah.
rates are plummeting. Mike,
Well,
the younger
that's not a
generation
risk. There's not. A birth rate is not a risk.
to
Okay.
to society, population replacement
hold
rate
on,
is,
hold on,
is-
hold on.
Powder dust. Do you know how we kind of demolish that birth rate thing in a second? AI and robotics are coming. Human beings.
what are they going to do?
Human beings, we are not going to need 8 billion young people to work themselves to actually sustain the older generation. You are going to have a bunch of robots as
But we
maids,
do
a bunch of-
now.
no, please. I
Hold on.
didn't finish.
Let him
Yes,
finish.
you did.
Let him
I-
finish.
no, no,
Hold
I
on. Hold
didn't- I
on. He
didn't
just
finish.
paused. Let Fatty finish, and then back to you, Flo. Hold on.
Just last week, we saw a first iteration of a maid robot that cost $20,000 and is going to replace a lot of people that usually do house chores and maids. We are literally on the verge of a gigantic explosion of robotics and AI that is going to replace the workforce to a point where we are looking at UBI and systems to sustain all these people that are going to lose their jobs. Putting kids on this planet at this point is literally irrelevant. We are going to have to change the economic system, not the people that we're putting outside just because we need the replacement rate. That is not a problem
That is-
anymore. Go ahead.
Massively speculative. That's just massively speculative.
Okay, so also I want to say casual sex can also just be casual dating. Like going on dates, taking them seriously, and having sex with people, even though you're not dating them, and then doing that repeatedly. And I really want to point out, you guys are blaming the action of casual sex when I really think it's more about the people's mental health and also the whole taboo around around casual sex in general, I think that is what's actually causing people to feel depressed and blah 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 blah. And also,
People's mental health is directly connected, is influenced by their sex life and how they feel about themselves based on the sexual relations that they are having. And so
Yeah.
it's not
people don't. But that's my point. People don't know
Yeah,
how to
so
have
they are-
healthy relationships with people. Like people, I
so having
understand
more
people take casual
is
sex
going
too
to
far.
improve that.
If you have to go to one or
just-
two of the extremes, there's a movie called The 40-Year-Old Virgin that makes fun of 40-year-old virgins. There's not a movie called The 40-Year-Old Slut that makes fun of 40-year-old sluts.
Oh, yeah, actually does. There was a series about Sex in the City, like all of these series, all of these seasons of women literally putting themselves in the market
There's
so they can
lots-
get ruined for the next guy. It's been happening all the time. So respectfully, what is worst? One movie that literally was a comedy movie, or one series that literally ruined a whole generation of women because women thought that the 30s is the new 20s?
So
Which
is,
one?
is your solution to have people date and just not have sex until
No.
waiting until
No,
having
my-
sex?
That's my solution, right? When we were younger, everybody on this panel, we first liked somebody, and then when we found out that we like somebody, we started fucking them. Now we fuck someone, and then we say, "Do I like this person? No, let me go to the next one." I want people to date like they used to date 20 years ago. Figure out if you like your schoolmate, your teammate, your roommate, whatever mate you have, and then if you like him enough, go ahead and have sex with him. Don't change the process and start with the final straw and then say, now that I'm intimate with this person, let me figure out if I now like him or not. Go ahead.
I guess I just don't take sex that seriously.
Muted Tally.
If you have sex with somebody on a date and it just doesn't work out, it's just like, okay.
We're
like
not saying that totally, and we're not, but that is different from a culture of casual sex. So we are not saying that you should be shamed if you seriously try to make it work with someone, you've had sex with them, and now it doesn't work out. Obviously, there's nothing wrong with that. That's a very human experience.
That's the majority of
Especially for
casual
people-
sex, though. That's my argument.
But that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about a hookup culture, a culture that promotes having casual sex, where people
I
are
understand the
having
difference.
higher numbers of sexual partners, getting married later, having lower rates of marital satisfaction, having babies out of wedlock at higher rates. These are the things that we're talking about. Something like 40% of pregnancies are coming from women who are unattached to a partner. Like that's a very high number. We're talking about the culture of casual sex, not people sincerely trying for committed romantic relationships that fail.
That's not.
I
what
don't
people
Well,
believe
those
try
are the
shaming
things
people
you're
for
talking
that.
about. That's
Yeah.
why I'm saying you're kind of cherry
But that's-
picking the worst parts
Yeah.
of.
And I think that you're making a distinction without a difference when you say hookup culture versus a hookup. We're really only talking about scale here. I'm glad you brought up marital satisfaction because that relationship is not as straightforward as you put it. Women with 0 to 1 partners were the least likely to divorce. Correct. Most of those come from cultures with arranged marriages where divorces aren't even really a thing. Women with 3 to 9 partners were less likely to divorce than women with 2 partners. And then women with 10 or more were the most likely to divorce. So it's not a straightforward trade-off.
You agree with
there
us?
either.
So you agree with
Well,
us
but-
that less partners gives you better chance of stay married, which is good for society. Remember,
No,
we're not-
having
we're
your
not
dad
gonna
arrange a
look at
marriage
this,
for you when you're 12 is the
no.
most.
Hey, Flo said respectfully, what is good for society a lot of times is not good for an individual person.
Correct, I agree.
If you can agree that if these people get together and they live in the same house and they might not have sex or they might be doing something, but those kids are raised in those relationships no matter how much time it passes because they are together, and isn't that good for society? Don't we know that, like, if the kids are the future and we have to take care of the kids to make sure that society flourishes, isn't that good for society, making sure that they are born at least on a 2-parent household with 2 parents that know them, go to school to practice and all that? Isn't that good for society?
It is if the parents are fit parents. I would say that
Yeah.
there are one parent households that are
So-
more more
Do they have
desirable
better
than
outcomes?
poor
Do they have better
two-parent
outcomes?
households.
Do they have better outcomes to people? Even like
Does-
let's-
who have
we're
better
talking about We're talking about on average. So yes, there are amazing, wonderful single parents, and God bless. And we hope that all single parents, that the children of everyone who's being raised by a single parent is going to have positive outcomes. However, these are very strong patterns, very strong trends. That's why I said at the end of my opening statement, it's just a really big bargain to take. Like, yes, you as an individual might end up having a wonderful, fulfilling, happy, successful life if you choose to spend the first 35 years of your life engaging with lots of casual sex partners. But it's much, much, much less likely than if you don't, than if you try to date people seriously, have a couple of sex partners, right? 3 whatever sex partners, something like that, 3, 4, 5 sex partners in your entire life before you get married. Then engaging, again, you say that we're making a distinction without a difference, but you guys made the same distinction. We said casual sex and you're like, no, but there's a good hookup culture and a bad hookup culture, and hookup culture is different from casual sex. Can you delineate for us what is different between hookup culture and casual sex culture?
Yes.
Well, okay.
I think also another bigger question to the panel would be, if I participate in casual sex once, does that change the dynamics for later on down the road, right? So even casual sex doesn't necessarily mean it's a continuous thing that is happening. It could very well be one isolated event. So I would like to just propose that to the panel to consider for your conversation.
So
Yeah, I'll
dismiss,
answer.
I want to dismiss it because most people that engage in casual sex don't do it once. The numbers show the average person is getting married at 28, 29, 30. While they get there and before they get there, they're having either a lot of sex or several partners. So me choosing the one person that only fucked one guy in college and then she went to do their endeavors and she didn't indulge into casual sex is a rare woman, because we're trying to look for them and they are nowhere to be found. So I don't want to dismiss. I actually want to dismiss what Sarah said, because that's not what is happening in society. Like the team captain on my team said, this is not the regular. This is something actually that is very rare in society. A woman or a man that had
No.
casual sex once, and then until 29 they didn't do nothing and they got married.
Well, yeah,
Well,
and
That's messed up.
Dusty was making it out like, okay, the people who are getting married without having any sexual partners, these are coming from backwards cultures where they arrange marriage you at 12 years old. Not at all. This 5% statistic comes from the National Survey of Family Growth. This is a United States only data set. This is talking about Americans who are born and raised in America. This is part of our culture, who are having better, more positive marital outcomes.
Yeah, right.
It's
And like
not-
you said,
this is
people
not a
from
third
2 to
world
9.
phenomenon.
Hold on. Let her
People
finish.
from 2 to 9 also have happier or less divorce rates than
Sure, all of
There's-
these things are in the aggregate. So again, 2 to 9, someone who had 4 sexual partners, that might mean they lost their virginity in high school. They had one high school boyfriend, they had one college boyfriend. They met someone in their, in their mid-20s before they met their husband, right? So yeah, having 3 partners before you're meeting your partner for life, that doesn't mean that you were engaged in casual sex. These could have been
Right.
4-year relationships apiece. We're talking about the culture that says you can engage in sex and you don't have to engage your feelings. Sex is this fun, liberated thing that you can do, and it's separate from the responsibilities that often come with it if we didn't have the technology that we had today. It's that type of culture and mindset, that sex can be totally separated from emotions and family planning and all of these things. We're not talking about people having relationships, having sex, and it doesn't work out. That's what dating for marriage means. That's how I always looked at it. You really wanted to work with this person, and you either marry them or you break up. If you break up but you tried, I'm at least, and me and Fatty are not here trying to shame those people. We're talking about the mindset that says sex is just a totally separate thing that we don't need to worry about involving our emotions with.
Okay, I hear you. And we're going to be real, right? Like, I think the majority of people dating today don't wait for sex. And I really don't think it's that big of a deal. I consider that casual sex. If you go on a couple dates with a person and you hook up, you guys aren't boyfriend and girlfriend, you guys hook up and then go from there. I consider that casual sex. So maybe we have like different definitions of casual sex. That's what I was going to ask. But there was another point you made too that I was going to respond to.
But when are we going to get to the harm to society? Because so far all we've talked about is the individual.
Oh, I have a question for Gosi. Gosi, is that fair to say that a lot of people that engage in casual sex are medicating themselves with sex? Like, if an obese person is feeling bad, they go to the fridge and they get some Twinkies. If somebody that smokes too much, or drink too much and they need to kind of escape from their life, they go ahead and they get some drink a lot or they smoke a lot. Is it fair to say that a lot of people that are experience casual sex are literally medicating themselves with sex because something is wrong with them and they're trying to look for that eye over and over and over again? Is that fair to say?
Those people exist. I wouldn't say it's by anywhere near the majority of people who are doing that. And I do think that can be a toxic behavior. I have seen people do that. But the other point I did want to say, though, is I also don't think that experimenting with sex casually is wrong or a bad thing or harmful to society in any way. I don't think shaming people for wanting to experience in just plain casual sex without looking for anything deeper is harmful. I think that's totally fine. Doesn't lead to anything wrong unless you take
You're
it
saying
to
it's not
unhealthy, toxic levels.
You're saying it's
Hold on.
not
Just like with
harmful
anything
morally. Right, but you're saying you don't think it's bad morally. You're making a moral of value judgment.
No,
You're
I'm
I don't
saying
want
it's
people
not
to be shamed
harmful.
for it.
Yeah, I'm
How is
saying
it
it's
not
not
We,
harmful?
we
harmful.
just listed
Hold
out.
on, hold
We
on,
just
hold on,
said
hold
it has
on.
all of these negative Sorry, go ahead, Sarah.
Ghosty, can you clarify that way? Maybe we can offer some translation because I think you're saying it's physically not harmful, to the degree of the STD rates, so on and so forth, mentally, emotionally, whatever.
Yeah.
Would you want to clarify that? That way, maybe Tally can have a better understanding of your direction.
I think it can be even healthy for young people to experiment casually with their sexuality. I don't think it's harmful to society. I don't think it has to be inherently harmful to them. I do think people can do it to a toxic level, just with like anything else in life. You can do it to a toxic, unhealthy level, but just casual sex in general is not going to be inherently harmful to a person or a society. That's my
So
point.
if you get
Except
pregnant,
it seems to be.
if
it
there's
seems to
an
be.
unwanted
I don't think it does.
I'm sorry, Team Captain. So if there's an unwanted pregnancy because you were having casual sex and you got knocked up, isn't that a bad outcome? Isn't that something that you want to avoid?
That's an extreme outcome. Yeah.
It's not
there's a
extreme at
day-to-day
all.
basis. It happens every day. There's
is
a million.
being an
there's
adult
a million.
virgin,
Hold on,
being a
please.
30-year-old
Let
virgin,
Fatty
something
finish.
that you
Hold
want to
on,
avoid.
let Fatty
One
finish.
second, please. 1 second, please. Woman fought tooth and nail because of the Roe v. Wade situation, where women were saying our rights are getting taken away and all that. We know, but per year there's millions of kids that's supposed to become on this planet that are not because women didn't want to get pregnant, so they decide to actually not have it. And some of them did.
The overwhelming.
The question is, a woman having an unwanted pregnancy, or even worse, getting pregnant by someone that they don't like, that they are not going to live together, that is not going to be on the same household. Isn't that good for the woman, for the man that didn't want to have the kid, and for the kid that is going to come on this planet and their parents are not going to see eye to eye because they're supposed to just have fun and that actually ends up seeing a baby? That's not bad for society?
Yes, that's bad, but the overwhelming majority of abortions are by women who already have children and a family. Like the overwhelming majority of abortions.
I want to hand it
disagree
back
with
to
the
Flo.
premise that
I
it's
want to
bad
hand
for
it back.
society.
Hold on,
That's what I
because
said.
I
Oh my
want to hand
God.
it back to Flo because Flo was trying to get something in there.
Thank
She
you.
didn't answer my question.
I
She didn't answer
disagree
my
with
Hold
the
on,
claim
hold
that
on.
it's bad for society.
Flo,
I disagree with the claim it's bad for society.
Oh, hold on, stop, Fatty.
Does he have a lag?
I want to maybe
No, I don't have a leg. I don't
No, he
understand
doesn't
why
have a leg.
Flo jumping on something that's
Hold on, because Flo tried to respond to what you were saying earlier, but Ghosty took that place, so I at least want to give him the opportunity to
No.
say it, and then we will hand it back to you.
Hold on. Let
there
Fatty
was-
go ahead. Fatty, go ahead. You're gonna come unraveled.
Because there was a statement by Ghosty that this was not bad. She said it, not us. Me and Telly was just listening.
I said it. I said it's
Oh,
not
no,
bad.
no, she said it was not negative. And she just focused on the abortion because she wanted to skip the second part. I focused on kids, women and men that have casual sex with each other, and a kid is produced on a situation where the parents don't like each other because it's supposed to be just fun. The woman didn't want the kid with that man, the man doesn't want to kid with that woman, and the kid is going to come to this world in a position where both of their parents don't fuck with each other. Isn't that terrible for society?
No, it's not. It's not a bad thing. Whether you believe in God or evolution.
Why are you answering
Let me
for
fucking answer. Let me fucking
Hold
answer.
on.
Whether you believe in God or
I was the one making
evolution.
the statement.
Fatty, hold on.
Yes, I was. I made that
let Flo
statement too, so I can take it. Whether or not you believe in God or evolution, whatever God is here, there's a reason that our reproductive prime happens before our frontal lobes are fully developed. It's It's because these things end up being a benefit, not a choice you would have made in the moment, but one that parents end up loving. Kids end up staying around and being happy. Most of them, you don't see them offing themselves in massive numbers. And on the whole, yes, you don't see anybody saying they would undo it. Not anybody, but you don't see the vast majority of parents who had unplanned pregnancies would not change anything about it. I'm one of them.
Wait, what did you?
Are
answer my
you
question?
together with your father's mother? I mean, with your child's mother?
Nope. We got divorced
Okay,
when she was
right.
2.
Well,
We got
don't
married
know
when she was.
that-
Oh wait, we got married when she was 2, and we got divorced when she was 3.
Don't we know that people that actually don't have both parents in the household, there's way worse outcomes by and large than people that are raised by one parent.
Single-
Casual sex. Deny this.
Let him finish.
Casual sex leads to one parent households. Deny this. Deny this statement. Casual sex, which is I don't like you like that, and you don't like me like that, and we have a kid, lead directly, for the most part, to one parent households that have way worse results than people that actually are together, like each other, have a kid, and raise their kid in a household. Can you deny that statement?
Yeah, I'll deny that. What casual
Wow.
sex is yes, absolutely. Most people who have casual sex don't end up having kids.
Yeah, exactly.
Well,
That's the whole point. Like this just isn't happening overwhelmingly statistically. Like I said, you're talking.
I don't know what
about
you're talking about.
abortions and stuff like that.
40% of pregnancy, 40%, that is nearly half of pregnancies are from women who are not in committed relationships, who
Who are
were
not married.
unpartnered when they
Who
were
are not
having
married.
sex.
Who are not, yeah, who
you
aren't
misrepresented that. Who
married.
are not married. That doesn't mean they're not in committed relationships.
Yeah.
Okay, so what's the number of that?
We don't have that statistic.
Okay, so
you
let's talk about.
you tried to make
so-
up that statistic, but we don't have it.
I'm not trying to make up the statistic. I
Mm-hmm.
right when you said that, I asked you to then break it down. I'm not trying to misrepresent anything. Okay, obviously I wasn't aware of the breakdown there, which is why I asked you for further clarification if you had it. But you're saying that, for example, you guys are saying, how are we defining casual sex? Maybe we're all defining it differently. Well, there is psychological research into this, and they define casual sex as sex intercourse with someone that you've known for less than a week. And they found, especially on young people, that having casual sex was significantly associated with lower psychological well-being, higher distress, reduced self-esteem, reduced life satisfaction, reduced well-being, elevated signs of depression, elevated general anxiety, elevated social anxiety. And these held across both genders and regardless of socioeconomic status.
And what were the psychological results of being a virgin into your 30s?
I don't know. Do you have them? I'm happy to look at them.
I don't. But I'm saying there's two sides to every coin.
Yeah.
But I'm
Either-
not
either
saying people.
extreme-
Hold on. But
either
as I said,
extreme is
I'm
not
not saying
ideal.
people,
Let her-
right. And
let
I'm
her
not
go.
advocating. I'm not advocating for an extreme. I'm like I said with my opening statement. I'm not coming with a religious prescription that
Right.
you need to save yourself for marriage. I'm
But you're
saying that you should be
critiquing one
having
extreme.
sex with. I'm saying that no, not at all. Actually, I think it's bad to engage in casual sex with people that you don't know and
Yeah.
don't have an emotional relationship with. That's not a very extreme stance to take. I'm saying that people should be free to express themselves sexually, like you said, Ghosty, to figure out what they like sexually in the confines of a safe and committed relationship where the sex is going to be better because the person knows you better, knows your body better, is going to be there for you emotionally afterwards. All of the things that people come to regret after they have casual sex encounters.
But why?
Men
But
and
why are they
women come to
regretting
regret
it?
these
Why are they
things.
regretting it?
You seem to think it's only because of social stigma, but I would say
Yeah.
it's because of millions of years of evolutionary and psychological, biological and psychological evolution, right?
Do you really think like millions of
different-
years
yes,
ago
we-
humans weren't having
absolutely.
casual sex like out the wazoo? Like, are you serious? Everybody was just in committed relationships, and I think
No,
the
I mean,
monogamy is
what-
probably
I don't
less
think that's what I
normal
said
than-
at all. That's
Hold
not
on,
what
hold on,
I
hold
said at
on,
all.
hold on.
There's a problem with that is because a million years there was no society to be had. Okay, we're talking about societies which is
Okay, so it's
something
not
that-
ingrained in us through millions
Also,
of
by
years.
the way,
That's the
by
point.
the
Hold
way,
on.
yes,
Can we
hold on.
let Fatty finish? I want to at least give him the
I
opportunity to
was
finish.
Fatty,
saying
can I
that
jump
much-
over you?
Absolutely, Team Captain.
Okay, for millions of years
Damn.
ago, no, people were not having a bunch of casual sex. And this is again why I point to evolutionary biology. Males and females have different mating strategies because we have different gametes. Males have cheap gametes and they have millions of them. They could produce millions of children in their lifetime. Women have more expensive gametes and they have fewer of them. So when a woman gets pregnant, she's incapacitated basically for 9 to 10 months of her life. And then she has to be feeding the baby literally off her breast. So no, women were not just engaging in casual sex all the time, because once they were engaging in sex, especially without having ways like condoms and birth control, they were getting pregnant and no longer engaging in casual sex because they had to then take care of the baby that was growing inside of them. So
Okay.
no. And again, I'm not, I know you want to attribute it all to social stigma. We live in a time with the least stigma on sex. The by far the least stigma on having sex.
That doesn't mean it's
casual
not
sex
bad.
or committed sex.
That doesn't mean it's not bad or still in an unhealthy
Well,
mindset.
it's not.
People
it's not
treat their
contributing-
sexual
it's not
partners like
contributing to the
possessions.
increase- It's
Hold on,
not
hold on.
contributing to the increase in mental health outcomes, because
Go,
we
Steve.
if anything, the stigma has decreased and the negative health outcomes have stayed the same, if not increased and gotten worse with the increase of casual sex.
I don't
So we've
think you
seen
can make
stigma
that
go
claim.
down, and we have not. Of course, you could just look at the data that we're all here talking about.
Okay, but
stigma has
we
gone
can't-
down.
Hold
but
on.
the
we
I'm
can't
gonna
negative
look at
health
how-
hold on.
outcomes have
Stop.
not.
I'm gonna hand it over to Ghosty in just a second. Tally, if you want to wrap that up.
No, that's it. We're seeing a decrease in stigma, and we're not seeing a decrease in negative mental health outcomes.
Okay,
I
Ghosty.
feel like I have like 10 things to reply to every time you talk, but like we can't look
It's just
at
kicking your ass.
we can't look at how happy or depressed or whatever, like we can't take the psychological evaluations of how people used to be even 100 or 200 years ago. You know what I mean? So like
We don't need 200 years ago.
Hold on.
you could bring up all this stuff about like, oh, people are depressed because they're having casual sex. Is it really even the sex though, or is it just dating
No.
culture, dating cultural in
the
dating
lack of
culture in
connection.
general? And
It's the lack of connections. This casual sex is a scapegoat. It's not the real problem. It's a symptom.
Yeah.
The real issue, because having sex in committed relationships, you guys agree, is not an issue at all. It is actually good for society to have healthy families. So the actual issue is that people are not bonding the way that is ideal. It's not the sex.
You consider the debate again.
but you can have healthy casual sex.
I didn't concede the debate.
No, the word casual means I don't know you or like you like. That is not the bond
Yeah.
between us.
No.
No, respectfully. My team captain did a perfect opening statement. She is not an extremist. She's not trying to get you married with the man and having sex with the person that you never met in your life. It's I'll meet you, I like you, we form a bond, and we have sex. We like each other. Nobody's talking about this type of situations. We are talking about the abundance of I meet you on Instagram, you have a fat ass, I like how you rock, we're going to have sex, and now what?
Nobody's
Respectfully,
denying.
let me just finish this. Powder Dusty did what he usually does. He said, not all relationships lead to babies. Not all drunk drivers have accidents. Most of them never ever accident. It's terrible for society anyway that you drink before you got into the car, even though a small percentage are the ones that have accidents. So what y'all saying once again is, if the lack of connection is the point that is hurting people because they are having sex disattached, that means that casual sex is bad for them, because with no attachment comes pain, comes insecurities, come anxiety, come a bunch of problems that are going to deteriorate society on the long term. Go ahead and lie to
Two
me, Flo
things.
State.
There's no reason, or there's nobody's saying that committed sex is not preferable to casual sex. It is preferable. What we're saying is it's not a detriment to society. If you want to talk about why it's preferable because of the connection. The sex itself is not the problem. Right?
Ali, you are muted.
She's muted.
Yeah.
Sorry. Okay. So
The
casual
issue
sex.
is
So
that
casual.
people are not connecting in meaningful ways.
Dusty, hold on.
To blame the sex, if even if I conceded, which I don't concede, certainly you have not made a case that it's a problem for society to have casual sex. But if I were even to concede that, you still have misidentified the problem. It's a connection issue, not a sex issue.
That is the problem with casual sex, is that you are having sex with people that you do not have connections with. You have no connection with them. It's casual. You don't know
why are
them
you
personally.
They're
Why
two
are you
separate issues,
hyper-focusing on the
though.
sex and
Yeah.
not
We're
on
focusing
the
on.
connection?
Well, we think
Let
both
her
is a
finish.
problem.
Let her finish.
And by
Let
the
her
way,
finish.
this was also part of my opening statement. I said that in many ways, I'm concerned with the lack of sex and the lack of intimate human connection between the younger people. So I agree with you. But
I noticed
lack
you
of
conceded immediately.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Tally.
The lack of human connection, right? This is bad. Yes, we can agree with that. However, the lack of human connection and having sex without that connection has more negative consequences. So yes, it's bad. If we move forward in a society where no one's connecting and no one's having sex, we go extinct. That's really fucking bad. If we continue in a society where no one's connecting and they're having casual sex, we have a society where people are having babies out of wedlock, where they have higher levels of depression, higher levels of STDs, lower marital satisfaction, all of these negative consequences that are
That's better than going extinct.
demonstrably bad for society.
That's
Demonstrably
better than
bad
going
for
extinct. You
society.
just said it yourself.
I still,
Yeah,
I
Okay,
not
but
still
the
with
debate
the
is
abs-
not the
with-
debate is not the
With
debate is
the
not what is
absence
a
of
greater
meaningful
hold on. The debate
connections.
is not
No, hold on.
the
I'm
debate is
responding.
not,
Hold on,
no,
hold
no,
on,
the
Tally,
debate is
hold on,
not what is
Tally,
a
hold on.
greater
With the
role.
lack of
Hold on, Tally.
meaningful connections, a lack of sex would exacerbate the problem until we go extinct. My
Flo
point
State just
exactly.
contradicted this.
So
Flo
if
State
the
just
de-
contradicted this point. Tally, give me just 1 second, team captain.
Yeah,
He
go.
just contradicted this point. In one side, he's saying we need to attach, so we need better connections with each other, and then on the other side, he's saying fuck casually and put kids on this planet so we don't die. Either you want
That's
one,
not what's happened
or
at all.
no. Either you want one or you want the other. So you are going to answer.
Put the
this
straw
real-
man down.
You are going to answer this real quick. For me to practice casual sex, do I have to have a level of detachment to that situation for me to actually function? If I'm having sex with multiple people, do I have to detach myself from the situation so I can actually not catch feelings, rationalize, keep doing my job? Do I have to actually do that, detach from that situation?
Let me address what you misrepresented first.
Oh,
And
you're
then-
not going to
And then I'll
answer.
answer the question. Yeah, no, you don't get to just smuggle a straw man in front of a question. Damn it, I don't even remember the straw man now.
I know they do.
Go
They keep.
answer the question.
I
Then.
know. Fatty can just talk. Actually, both of them can.
So answer the question. Go ahead. You remember the question?
The issue.
Our brains move faster than yours. It's not
You
our
just
fault.
make 10 points at a time, and then we're trying to
Well,
respond to
well,
like the
guess what?
last one.
It was-
Gotta
Give me
keep
your
up.
question again. Give me your question again. Do you have
Maybe
to
it's because I
detach?
came from a
Do you have to
loving
actively
two-parent family household.
For
I was
you
set
to
up
have
without all of
casual
those
sex-
risk factors.
Yes,
You
for
do
you
not-
to have casual sex, and my
Mhm.
team captain said, we're not talking about no sex or 3 partners. We're talking about 9, 10, 15, 20, 30. Do you have to detach yourself from the situation so you can protect yourself, not catch feelings, not get into trouble, emotional trouble, like, do you have to detach yourself from the person you're having sex if you are having multiple partners?
You
like
have
that?
to. You have to be detached, but that doesn't mean that you have to detach yourself. Sometimes you're just not attached to a person.
What? Repeat that again.
Now,
People can have casual sex and actually have a meaningful
Patty-
experience. Like, and you can go out,
Hold
and, especially for like young single men who are not having many. Hold on,
People
please
can-
don't interrupt.
Hold
Please don't
on,
interrupt
let
me.
her finish.
Like
Let her
for the
finish,
first
please.
time,
Go ahead.
young men who are not
triangle.
interacting, young men and women who just aren't having many social interactions in general. You can go, not everybody is always looking for a relationship, especially if you're 17, 18, 19, 20, in college, whatever. I don't think it's very harmful if you want to go out and have meaningful connections, have sex with people, and have it not be serious for the rest of your life. You can do that in a very healthy, positive way and have people have real social connections, treat each other kindly, but just have casual sex for that night or maybe a couple other times that month and then never see each other again. And there's nothing inherently harmful about this at all.
Y'all keep
It's actually healthy.
Y'all keep
Well,
treating people nicely has nothing to do with attaching.
Let's-
Well, no, that's what you keep
Hold on,
categorizing it that way.
Hold on.
Respectful.
Listen,
Respect.
remember, you have a timer consequence if we keep doing this. You guys have been kind of jumping in on each other. I'm trying to navigate it, but let's be mindful of ourselves and be accountable to that. Fatty, please go ahead. Please stop
Yes.
interrupting each other. Thank you.
Casual sex is about pulling your hair and smacking your ass. It's not about kindness. It's not about being kind to each other and never fruitful and honest relations. It's about we degrading each other, high-fiving, and go back to our lives. You are not answering the question. Do you have to be detached to the person in front of you if you are going to have 30 sexual partners from, I don't know, 17 to 31 when you meet your husband? Or are you going to attach to every single person and get every single demon, every single negative energy, every single STD? Are you going to attach yourself to every single person that you're having sex, or do you have to practice a level of detachment so you don't fall prey of the emotional connections and all that? Please answer the question now.
Did you just bring demons into the equation as a societal harm?
You don't have to necessarily practice it. Sometimes that just happens. Sometimes there's just no attachment or connection there, and that's okay. And I don't know how you treat your casual sexual partners, but not everybody is demeaning and rude and possessive and whatever to casual sex
I
partners.
just point out this to the crowd, right? Every time Ghosty says something is sometimes, it depends.
That's what you're doing. You're literally cherry picking the worst situations from all casual sex.
That's not called
No,
cherry
Ghosty,
picking.
you're actually cherry picking. You're cherry picking the better ones.
I'm
That's the problem.
cherry picking
Hold on,
the average
You're
casual
not,
sex.
No,
Yes,
sorry.
I
So
am.
sorry.
Go ahead,
No, sorry.
Callie.
So you're actually not. You're pulling this from a random anecdote, maybe of your experience
No.
or your worldview or the way you would like things to be. Okay, you just asked me to stop interrupting, so maybe take a page out of your own book.
Watch your mouth, Ghosty.
I agree with you
Watch your
that
mouth,
some
Patty.
people can engage in casual sex that is enjoyable, that is positive, where they have a good time. Maybe they learn something about themselves. They write it in their diary. It's one of their favorite stories that they tell their grandchildren. That'd be a little weird story to tell grandchildren, but I completely agree. There can individual people, individual circumstances, you can have a casual sex encounter that does not go horribly wrong, that even is a positive experience. However, on average, that's not what's happening. On average, upwards of 75, 80% of men and women who are engaging in casual sex are reporting regret, reporting like they feel like they were used. Men reporting guilt because they feel like they used women, that they objectified women when they were engaged in casual sex. So you can say the average is a positive, good encounter where no one has any negative consequences, but that's not what the data shows us. The data shows us that the overwhelming majority, even if the overwhelming majority are not resulting in single mother households and things like that, they are resulting in negative mental health consequences for the individuals who are engaging in casual sex. And I mean, that's a pretty easy line to draw then to the society. If you have more people with negative mental health, you have a sicker society, and that is a net harm to society.
So
Let me go. Let's play a thought or do a thought experiment, right? Since we all seem to agree that people are not connecting to each other as much as would be ideal, which is a worse scenario? Disconnected people continue to have sex, or disconnected people stop having sex? Go.
So this is what I was going to say to you before, Dusty. If that were the debate topic, you might have an edge. Fatty and I might be arguing that yes, the perpetuation of the human species is more important than particularly healthy sex. Right? In fact, we might take it one step further. Right? We might condone rape in a society where you need to rebuild a society. We might condone a whole bunch of things if we're talking about the perpetuation of the human species. However, that's not the topic of this debate. The topic of this debate is whether casual sex is a net negative on society, and we are saying that it is. Yes, it would be worse if society literally disappeared because no one was having intercourse anymore, but short of that, all of the casual sex is having a net negative influence on society.
You can
I want to hand it back over because Ghosty was trying to chime in there, and Flo, you kind of took over. Ghosty, did you want to add in?
I just want to be very clear about the average casual sex haver. So how often? So your idea of the average person having casual sex, how often do you think the average person having casual sex is having it? The average person.
No, you tell us.
I'd say maybe a couple times a year.
So you're making it up? Are you just pulling this out of your butt? It feels like all of these are just anecdotes.
I'm asking you.
Hold on, children.
Well, we said tell us.
Hold on.
Yeah, I'm asking you what you think.
Oh my God.
Tell us.
I just pulled the stat. It says show a decline in casual sex among young adults, which figures dropping from 31% to 22% for women and 38% to 24% for men.
But how often?
We don't think it's an issue, so we don't have the defined problem position. You guys think it's an issue. Where does the issue start?
No. You
Like, do you guys
how
think
often
people?
no,
How often do you think
you
people are doing
said
this on a weekly basis, on a monthly basis, a couple times a week?
Ghosty,
Like,
it depends on the person, you know. Like if
I'm
I'm
talking
in my
on
fat
average.
season, I'm probably having less casual sex. But when I'm looking real snatched, I might be having more casual sex. I don't know.
That's
Why
what
don't you
average
tell us?
means.
So
This
it's
is the
variable.
great. So
Well,
what? So tell us.
Because this
I don't
is
think
my.
there's a problem. Why would I identify the start of something I don't think is there?
Because she brought it up. She's
Because
making
she
the
brought it
claim.
up,
Yeah,
not her.
because you
Hold
are
on,
making
brought it
hold
up.
on, hold on. Ghosty, you can respond to that.
Because you're making a claim that the average person having casual sex is having all these terrible experiences. You're kind of making it sound like you're assuming they're engaging in hookup culture on a regular basis. And I
we didn't
admit I
say
don't
that.
have stats for this, but I'm just
Okay, so
just,
you are pulling it out of your ass. To be
We're
fair.
asking you to define your problem.
Hold on. Please let her finish. You guys really have cut her off. Ghosty, you've cut them off a little too, but you guys literally have cut her off every time she's tried talking. Please
This is
finish.
true.
I am admitting I don't have stats for this, but based on just from what I see and how I talk to other people and just my just assumption of every average regular day people, they're not doing this on a weekly basis, maybe not even on a monthly basis, like maybe at most on a monthly basis. I'd say that's probably the worst cases on average. Like, most people are not doing this to an unhealthy, toxic level that you guys are describing. That's my point. Like,
It's
on
not your
average.
job to define it.
We're
It's
not
your
talking
job.
about
You don't have to
overdoing
engage
it.
with something that is just your opinion and you wasn't prepared for it. Go search the numbers and prepare yourself next
It's
time.
not
It's
our
probably
job
really
to define it. It's your
will-
job. You think
No,
there's a
Dusty,
problem,
Dusty,
you
that's
identify
bullshit.
the
That's
problem.
Hold on,
bullshit. She
Flo.
made the claim. She made the claim. She
was the one
asked
making
us
the claim.
how many.
I didn't
how
make a
often
claim.
do
I
you think
asked
people-
you.
Hold
Okay.
on.
You
Hold
are
on. Go
asking
ahead,
us
Tally.
how often do people who engage in casual sex engage in casual sex?
What do you
We
think?
said tell us.
I said, what
And
do you
said
think?
You have right, and we said we don't know. Tell us. And you said I don't know. I would have to
Okay.
guess based on the people that I talk to, maybe once a month. You might have ugly friends, maybe hotter people who are having casual
I'm not
sex
basing
are
it on
getting
my
it in
own
more
life.
often than that.
Hold on,
But
Ghosty.
you just said, but you actually
You
said
just
based
said
on the
it.
people
Let me
that I
go.
talk to.
That's
To
one.
be very
That's
clear.
one part of the.
I can
Well,
define
you're not
it.
basing.
I can
You're not
define it.
basing it. You're not
I'll
basing
define
it
it.
on an aggregate of data. You said you're basing it on the people that you are speaking to.
Okay,
But
well, you don't
our
have
point,
data for it
again,
either.
I'll
so
define it.
It's a guessing
Ghosty,
game.
Hold on.
Of course we do. I've been literally reciting data since I had my opening statement. So that is just a lie. But
I'll define
Ghosty,
it.
that we are not. Hold on, you're straw manning our position again because we're not saying all of these people out here having casual sex are fucking 100 people a day, 100 times a week. We're not saying that. We are saying it is the act of engaging in casual sex with people who you do not know that is having negative mental health consequences on people, negative physical health consequences on them, like STIs, and negative consequences on society, like single mother households and higher rates of depression and anxiety and all of these things.
Okay.
This is what we are talking about, not if people who are having casual
Filibuster
sex
is
are
bad.
having it twice a week or once a week. That's
Okay,
irrelevant.
that makes the argument easier then for
So-
me.
Go
Honestly.
ahead.
We'll
Flo.
define
How?
it. People who are having casual sex, since it's not a problem anywhere, it doesn't matter. Well, you can be you can know them for 5 days, you can know them for 7 days, you can know them for 12 days. At any point, we're saying there's not an issue here. Where does your issue start?
Wait, what?
People having casual sex, people engaging in casual sex.
What does
That's where
that
our issue
mean?
starts.
What does that mean?
Well, it's defined in the
How do I-
psychological literature as engaging in intercourse with people that you have known for less than a week.
Okay, so less than a week. That's where we're drawing the line.
Yes, people who are having, as Fatty said, like 100
Thank you,
times,
that was difficult.
where you're not into the person, you don't dig them, you don't know them, you don't
Wait
even
a
know if
second.
you might dig them.
What if I've known them for 2 weeks and I don't dig them? Is that casual?
You know what? We are going to let you define exactly what is the time like where we're going to cut it.
We're
And
trying to
going
identify
go
where
from
the
there.
problem starts.
No,
Since
no,
you guys
so
think there's a
it's not
problem.
1 week, first it is 2. It changes everything. You decide the time, and we debate about that instead of us of you trying to pigeonhole her into is it 1 week or 2 weeks or 3 weeks? You
People
decide.
not in relationships having sex. That's what casual sex is. People who aren't in committed relationships who have sex.
Why are you helping them, Ghosty?
Well, no, I'm not helping them because lots of people just date and have sex, and that's okay. Like there's
And
not
we're
a
not-
problem.
we're not-
That's not the
Okay,
definition
right.
of
There's
casual
not a
sex.
problem.
There's a the
on.
research says there
Tally
is a
or Fatty?
problem.
Me having sex with the same woman for 6 months without a relationship is not casual sex. I can I like her. I'll go to the movies with her. I'll say Valentine's, please. I can do things with you that prove that I actually have an attachment to you without the label. The problem is not the label, the problem is the attachment. There's none. There's no attachment at all. That's why you can do it multiple times, and that's why it's called casual. How can you actually develop something of an attachment when you do something casually? Casually means it's something that you do, you touch it and you go. Respectfully, if you have to disattach yourself from something, that something is not good. Because if it was good, you will be fully attached and you will give yourself to the situation so you can actually flourish. If you have to disattach yourself from something, it's bad for you. That's why y'all are be thinking about, did the Dodgers win the game today while you're getting like you have to think about other things, because respectfully is not good for you. You know it. That's why people most of the times literally escape their day-to-day basis to go indulge into some vices. It's not because it's good for them, it's because they're trying to get away from something else. So please, respectfully, talk with what Tally said. Don't pigeonhole into extremes. We are not asking for virgins. We are not asking for women to not have 3 boyfriends before they get married. Talk about the people that are having 10 sexual partners and up until they get their husband or their wife at 30, please. Let's have the conversation. Stop doing that to us. Go ahead, you got it.
So you only chose the demographic where things are the worst. You ignored the nuance in it. You ignored the repercussions of pulling the other direction away from casual sex. This is a lot more nuanced.
No.
There's a lot
Dusty,
more
are you
variables
saying that
going
the
on here.
other direction? Are you saying the
Hold on. Please let him finish, and then
I'm done. She can go ahead.
Okay.
Are you saying the
Tally,
other
you know what
direction of
people-
casual
Team
sex?
Captain, let me say something. They are doing to
Didn't hear
Tally what they did on the other debate. They assume that Tally will come here with the Puritan position where it's completely extreme, either
I've never said
casual
that.
sex or no sex, and
Yeah,
everything they say tackles a person either have no sex or very close to it. What Tally is saying is have sex responsibly, attach to the person in front of you, and indulge into the love and sex and romance and all those things on a moderate way. Is a moderate position. Is not stop fucking and we are going to go extinct. That never
Exactly.
happened.
Well, no,
Suppose that happens.
thank you, Fatty. No, Fatty, because that's exactly what I was about to say to you, Dusty. You're proposing that there are only 2 routes. That there is, we should continue on with this culture of casual sex, or else we are going to go extinct. People are going to stop having sex altogether. That is not Fatty and I's position. Our position is we want meaningful sex
Sure.
between bonded individuals. We think
And-
that casual sex is a
And I want to be
negative
able to
for
fly
society.
and flap my arms.
Hold on, Flo.
Are
But
you
if
saying
we're
that
talking about-
meaningful sex
if
in
we're talking
about
bonded
having
relationships
sex-
Hold
is
on.
analogous to humans being able to fly?
What I'm saying is you don't always get
That's
the
really
perfect-
sad. You must
don't-
have been hurt.
Why
in
are
your
you
life.
talking
That's
right
not
now?
perfect.
Why are
you
We're not
talking
asking
right
about
now?
perfection.
Hold on, Tally. You asked him a question.
Tally, what I'm saying is you don't get to only get the most perfect solution. Things are on a scale. You can increase sex or you can decrease sex. If you decrease sex, we're going to have bigger problems than if you increase sex. Now, obviously, if you could construct the perfect outcome, it would be more sex and meaningful sex. But we got to start somewhere. And the first
This
piece
is
to move is more or less sex. Which one's worse?
Dusty, it's crazy. You say that we lack nuance. You are the one lacking nuance here. The only 2 options are not more casual sex or less sex altogether, and we go extinct. It is okay.
say go
You're right.
extinct.
You're right. The world is not
I didn't
perfect.
say that.
You're
Hold
right.
on, Flo.
You said it. You said it earlier in the conversation. It's your entire point that people are going to
You
stop
brought it
having
up.
sex, and we're not. And you were talking about the birth rate. No, sir. You brought up the birth rate. This
brought
was
the
your
birth rate.
argument
You
from the
did.
beginning.
You brought up
actually.
extinct.
Because
talk
you
about the
brought up
birth
the
rate.
birth rate. This
The
was
birth
your-
rate's significant.
This was your argument. It was your argument,
Mhm.
sir. But again,
It's a significant problem.
I'm not sure who hurt you, but the idea that being able to have sex in a committed
That didn't
relationship
work there.
is akin to humans being
That
able
didn't
to
work there.
fly.
Hold on.
No, sir. Actually, you are saying that. Oh yeah, we all wish the world could be perfect. I wish I could fly because I said that people should have sex in committed and loving relationships. I'm sorry,
Yes.
sir. Most people, billions of people on this planet are having sex in loving and committed relationships. They find that for themselves. It is not so hard to find. It's not so rare.
I didn't
and
say
again,
that either.
as Fatty said, we're not expecting perfection. We are not
No.
expecting people to only
Right.
have sex and have lots of sex with their one true soulmate. We want people to be having sex that is not a detriment to their mental health and dangerous to their physical health. That's all that we're saying.
Do you think the
on the
detriment-
road,
Go
On the
ahead.
road to the perfect solution is gradual improvements. Which way do you think is better, more ideal to gradually improve in? I think that if we start walking, we're not going to get to more meaningful relationships by having less sex.
He contradicted
Less
again.
casual sex. Sure we could.
Team
Sure we
captain,
could.
team captain. He contradicted himself again. Just 40 minutes ago, we said sex is not the same thing as having sex. Most
What?
sexual
Wait,
interactions
what?
don't. You
Repeat that.
team-
Repeat that. That didn't make sense.
Hold
I'll-
on.
I'll
Let him
repeat-
at least
I'll
finish it,
I'll
and then you
repeat-
can
I'll
rebuttal.
re-
And I
I'll
do want to
repeat.
hand it over to Ghosty too. I know she tried to jump in there. So Fatty, and then Dusty, then Ghosty.
Y'all should have a team meeting before the show, because in one end, y'all try to disclassify everything we say by saying sex is not equal to kids. That's what y'all team did on the beginning of the debate. Was just because these people are having sex doesn't mean that they have kids. And now you are saying people should fuck for us to have more kids. Like we have to pick one.
They don't
Is-
contradict.
No, you have to pick one. People probably
Mhm.
are having the same or more sex than they ever were in the history of mankind. The difference is that sex, because it's casual, is not treated as let's have kids, let's make love so we can actually have little fatty. This is what is happening. You think that the people that are in Japan, people that are in North Korea, people that are in places where the birth rate plummeted, are not having sex. They're having a lot of sex. They just decided not to have kids. I know
No, they're
so
not.
many people. I know so many people that fucked anybody and everybody, and they have one kid, and they fuck 1,000 times. So either sex is good because it gives us more kids, or sex is not the same thing as having kids. You have to pick one, Flow State, because
No,
I know
you
a lot
don't.
of
They don't
I
contradict
know a
each
lot of
other.
prostitutes. I know a lot of prostitutes
Mhm.
and OnlyFans models and corn nubs stars that don't have one kid and they fuck 1,000 guys. Pick a side.
Team Fatty, they don't contradict each other.
Yes, they do.
No, they
Uh,
don't.
Ghosty,
Go ahead,
did you want to
Ghosty.
add in there?
I'm working on it. You can keep going until I.
Damn, they
Formulate
got.
my
They
thoughts.
got
She
you got-
finally
don't
decided to
Damn,
prepare
Tally,
for the
what are
debate.
What
They
are
don't
you
we got them
contradict each
depressed.
other.
I'm smoking a
That's crazy.
pink joint. Very feminine.
I like
We
it.
got them depressed. That's crazy.
She just lights up. She throws her hairs up. She's like, I got this.
It's not exactly moving into the next round. Exactly.
Fair
Mhm.
enough. Go ahead, whoever wants to take the floor.
We're waiting
I guess
for
I'll just
the-
say they don't contradict. Sex does not equal babies, but it is correlated, right? So you can't get a baby without sex. So, I mean, you're really grasping for straws with the who hurts you, with the trying to manufacture a contradiction.
Sex is not correlated with babies. It is literally the causal mechanism. We have technologies that
causal
can make that
mechanism.
less likely, but this is not a correlation. This is a
And-
direct one-to-one causal relationship.
And if
here.
I was dishonest,
causation
like,
is a
I would say
correlation.
not all babies come from sex.
Okay.
Some babies don't
Causation
come
is
from
much
sex. If I
stronger,
was
much
debating like
stronger than
that,
correlation, as you
that's
know.
what I would do.
You're
But
both
we are
talking.
actually good faith debaters, so we're not going to say some babies don't come from having intercourse, right? This is y'all don't have nothing. So please do better, because I have 1 hour here with y'all. I need a little bit of pushback. My team captain is fucking y'all up. Go ahead.
Please do better about what? There's no contradiction.
Fight back. Like, do something. Go
I'd like to talk more about why. So we're talking about you guys think casual sex is harmful because it leads to regret, depression, unstable mental health. Correct? That's your point. I think you guys are again blaming the sex, and I think there's actually more factors behind this that's causing this. And I would even say porn is one of them. I think I think our culture does have an unhealthy mindset around sex. So that doesn't mean that casual sex is the problem. It's the way people have a mindset about sex. So porn gives a lot of like false ideas about sex, unhealthy, weird things. It makes people have these regrettable interactions that might lead to depression and stuff. That doesn't mean that the casual sex is the issue, though. Could be because you can have casual sex where this leads to no harm at all. So again, if you want to blame things, I think there's many other factors than the actual act of just having casual sex.
Not having
You
sex
can
lead to
you
depression.
can detonate you can detonate nuclear bombs that don't lead to a single death, right? But that's not likely going to be the scenario, right? So yes, some people, as we've already acknowledged readily from the beginning, from my very opening statement, some people can engage in casual sex and not have these negative outcomes. They will go on to have a loving, bonded relationship and a happy marriage and happy children. However, that's not the norm. The norm is that the majority of people who are engaging in casual sex are reporting regret and negative mental health outcomes.
Would you
But
say
they're
you
you
can
not.
say that's
They're
because
not.
of
They're
the
not. They're not
you can
toting
say that's
around
because
guns,
of the
writing
stigma
manifestos,
associated.
and shooting things up like incels are. There's actually a
Okay.
demographic of
This
incels
debate is
that
not about
are a
incels.
threat to society. There is more harm from no sex than from sex.
Can I
This is not the debate.
Would
It's
you
not
say
for
the
having a
majority of
debate, so
people
you
are
might
having
win
casual
that debate,
sex?
but we're
Can
not
I
having
propose
that debate.
another thought process to the panel? Because I know that there are very particular, we're talking about mental health and that being a net negative from casual sex. However, I think there's a correlation, ideally, from having mental instability to begin with leads to casual sex, risky behavior, gambling, drugs, alcohol, rock and roll, and all the everything that goes on that list. So I think maybe would we back it up again to say maybe the mental health of society is actually the actual crux of the problem versus because that is leading to casual sex. I wanted to kind of propose that idea because we're tapping into the mental health.
That's what we
perspective.
suggested earlier when we said the lack of connection was the problem.
And there's
Lack
where
of
the
connection,
Okay,
but I
that's
would
not
well,
what Sarah said. Yes.
that's
And-
not what I'm saying. I'm talking about
wanna-
actually because I know people with bipolar. No offense to anybody who has stuff, but people with bipolar, ADHD, so on and so forth, already engage in risky behavior, impulsivity, so on and so forth. So having casual sex, if you have a mental disorder or instability, would already be you become more promiscuous, more risky. You're more inclined to do so.
So Sarah, can I ask you one
Sarah,
question real quick as a clarifying?
Yeah.
Just to make sure, like, is it fair to say that people that are broken usually are more propense to do these type of behaviors?
Yes, that's what I'm leading to in
So
that
my,
question.
my real question is, if I deal with 30 people sexually, more instead of dealing with 3 people sexually, is the chance of somebody break me increase or decrease? If I deal with 30 people sexually instead of 3, does the chance of somebody breaking me is going to increase or decrease?
Yes, no, I
Yeah.
didn't say it's sex is a solution. I'm saying it would be a symptom of mental
So-
disorders or
Absolutely.
instability.
Sarah.
but, absolutely. So,
So-
You're also
please-
more likely to get stuck if
No,
you
so
have
please-
mental health
so
issues.
Please, if you can answer the question, it was you
Yeah.
that intervened in that, right? We have 2 women. One woman deals with 4 men, and another woman deals with 40 men. Which of these women has a higher chance of somebody cutting her, making her bleed, breaking her, whatever you want to say? Like, which one has more probability of actually getting broken? The one with 40 different men or the one with 4?
Fatty, I
So you're
think you're
suggesting that
missing.
social
Hold on.
interactions are harmful.
I think
Oh,
you're
no,
missing
no.
what I'm
Sarah,
suggesting.
I
No, I'm not
totally got
suggest-
what you're saying.
Okay,
Hold on,
Fatty,
let me take a
I'm
shot
not
let me
at it.
suggesting
clarify.
nothing.
Let
I'm
me
asking a
clarify
question.
to Fatty. Hold on. You're saying post-sex, post-sexual interactions, which one's going to be more broken? Yes, I agree with you that any crazy activities of that. What I'm saying is, the woman who goes and has sex with 400 men or whatever number you gave, the crazy one, she's already broken to begin with. She
but
already
then-
has issues to begin with. So her participating in those activities would already be par for the
I love
course
it. I agree.
for
I
who
agree,
she is.
Sarah.
Right.
I agree. I agree with your premise, right?
Mhm.
We have a saying that says, earth people, earth people. You make me
Mhm.
bleed, I make somebody bleed, right? We are
Mhm.
talking exactly about these people that you actually are mentioning. People that already have mental issues, that they are depressed, bipolar, psychopaths, sociopaths, all that. Is that fair to say that if a woman or a man engage more times with more people, there's a chance that they can find somebody that, because they were bleeding, just like you pointed out, they made that person bleed, they made that person hurt, and now there's 2 people trying to hurt other people? Is that fair to say that the
I
person
think
that
you're
with
still missing the point.
So Sarah, right? Sarah's
No,
not
I'm
talking
not
about.
trying to
Give
understand
me a
your
Hold on,
shot.
point.
hold on,
I
hold on,
already
hold on, hold on,
did.
hold on. I'm going to say one more round and then maybe Tally can better translate. So if I'm crazy, if I'm kind of missing a few marbles and have a few screws loose and maybe I have a shitty childhood growing up, participating in sexual activity, casual sexual activity, running around, having one night stands in the bars, so on and so forth, doesn't mean enough to me the same it would mean to maybe if Tally is a, good church girl, wholesome and pure, right?
Church girls are the
Mentally,
worst.
mentally,
I'm a Jew.
it doesn't
Also,
mentally,
just as bad.
right? Mentally, Fatty, it doesn't trigger the same, oh, this is bad and shameful, I shouldn't participate in this, right? If you're already mentally unstable, you're not seeing the same picture as, let's say, Tally would be as the pure Jewish girl. But I want to let Tally try to maybe translate a little better to what I'm saying.
I'll
Yeah.
respect my team captain, but respectfully, I don't need it, and I'm going to make a drawing, right? Because
No. So I'm not even Fatty. I'm not
if-
here to hold on. I'm not here to translate for you. I'm just going to answer Sarah's question. Like different people gave a shot at it, so I'm just going to take a shot at Sarah's question. I understand. I think Fatty, you're saying basically that like you don't care that much about what Sarah's saying. You're just trying to add.
No. I care is connected. She
Okay.
is like is the chicken or the egg situation, right? She's saying these Earth people are going to indulge into sexual situation, casual sex, because they are hurt, and I agree with her, and we shake on it. And I'm saying that these Earth people she's talking about, if you have sex with more partners, there's a high chance of you encounter these people, which then is going to make you broke, and now you're going to try to break other people, like for example, PDF files that.
So
says
you're
something
just
and
you're
then they go
building.
up.
You're building
Yes.
on what she said.
Exactly.
Okay.
So
Got
it's me saying if you are a kid and a person that is broken touch you, is a higher probability when you grow up if you actually become that person that bleed or that made you bleed. If you have a heart broken by a woman that you truly love and she used you, is more prevalent that I'm going to try to bleed, make the next person that I'm going to date bleed. So this is all interconnected. I agree with her. I'm just expanding to the point that these Earth people
Okay.
will indulge in so much sex to try to feel something that they're going to break other people, and those people are going to break other people, and those people are going to break other people, which is bad for
Okay.
society overall.
Okay.
And Jacob
Okay.
is on our side. Thank you very
God
much. I
bless.
appreciate it.
So actually, okay, so I'm going to answer your question, Sarah, in a few different ways, but I think you actually just won the debate for us. You just brought
Thank
you just made me realize something. No, seriously, you just did. You just gave us the win right there. But to address your question, you're basically saying like, how do we know that casual sex is what's increasing all of these negative mental health outcomes? These people might be the ones who already have them, who come in, right, with the BPD or the bipolar or whatever. This is a good point. There are several, especially personality disorders and like sociopathic disorders and stuff like that, where the risk factors are promiscuity and casual sex and stuff like that. So yes, however, you can study these things and control for that, right? So even above and beyond the people who have these predispositions, people with no mental health disorders are also reporting higher levels, even if not clinically significant. It doesn't mean they're getting diagnosed with depression, but elevated rates of depression, right? Lower reports of well-being.
Wouldn't that be a mental health issue?
My point is there are clinical levels where it reaches diagnosis and requests for treatment and stuff, as opposed to you can recognize symptoms, right? And these things would be qualified differently and treated differently. However, Sarah, you made an excellent point. It's actually not fair because this didn't come from Fatty and I, it came from you. But I do think you just won the debate for us, which is
How?
because literally engaging in casual sex and this type of promiscuity is noted in the DSM-5 as a negative outcome.
It could be associated with it.
Yes, they're saying these things. Yes, they're saying it's associated with these disorders. They are saying it is one of the negative outcomes associated with these disorders.
Well,
The casual, engaging in casual sex and promiscuity is listed alongside likeliness to engage in violence, likeliness to engage in crime. It is listed as a risk factor for negative outcomes for the person and for society. It actually gives the game away. The
And
DSM
being
did
a
this for us.
lifelong virgin
didn't need to make any of these arguments because
and being a
psychologists
lifelong
and
virgin would be a
psychiatrists
negative.
have already agreed for decades that engaging
haven't.
in casual sex is risky behavior and is seen as a negative outcome
If
of
you're an
various
at-risk
mental
person,
being an
disorders
agoraphobic-
and personality disorders. Thank you, Sarah. No, not the
There's
point
the
is
other side
no,
of the
no, if you're
spectrum
not,
too.
no,
You need
yeah,
to
no,
stop. for a
I
second
understand what
so we
you're
can
saying. You
assess that
repeated
too.
yourself 5
understand.
times.
Well, then maybe you don't understand what
No,
the
I do
psychological
understand.
literature
I
just
literally
take a
said 2
breath.
words. I literally said
Stop.
2 words and you
Yeah,
started
stop.
talking.
Hold on. I know Flo started chiming in, so Flo and then Ghosty, and then we'll hand it back
Yeah.
over. Okay.
Any extreme in any behavior is going to be a problem. It goes the other direction too. Agoraphobia, for instance, where you're scared to go outside your house, is going to have the negative outcome of being isolated and not having sex. So you're not saying anything. You're just pointing out an extreme behavior. Go ahead.
If you
did
are
the
an
exact-
at
you did
Hold
bad
on,
behavior
please, hold on,
recognized
let
as negative behavior.
Let Ghosty.
if you are an at-risk person, somebody who is maybe autistic or bipolar or something, somebody who isn't capable of making the best decisions for themselves, they might be more naive, they might be more easily pressured, persuaded, whatever. I can understand why they would say it might be unhealthy for these people to engage in casual sex because they might end up in they might end up in harmful situations. But that does
Unfortunately, that's not what they're saying, though.
Hold on.
They're
let her
not
finish.
saying.
Hold on. Let her finish, please.
You're just saying that they're categorizing casual sex as a negative, immoral, just bad behavior, and
No,
boom,
not
the debate's
immoral,
over.
harmful. No, not immoral. Again, you're trying to bring morality into it. We're not preaching from who's good and who's a bad person. We're talking about the negative impacts to the individual and to society.
All right. So
and you
And
know
the people
why-
who study and categorize mental health, yes, list
We're not.
casual sex and
and-
promiscuity alongside risk factors.
We are not saying there's
Hold
no way to
on,
fuck
hold
yourself into a
on.
problem.
Listen, stop. You gotta let each other finish your own
She never
sentences
stops.
here. I get it, but I
True.
can't interrupt her to tell her to land the plane because you guys keep tapping in on that. So now she has to start over and start over and start over. So if
All
you
right, tell us the
stop
mental health thing 18
interrupting,
more
that
times.
would be great. Tally, finish your statement. Land the plane.
No, yeah, again, it's not saying that these people, because they have other issues going on. She just told me to
again.
go. I don't know what the issue is.
You finished this point like 18 times already.
I'm responding to go, and maybe you don't understand. So I made a point, and then Ghosty said, "Well, no, it's because these people in particular have lower cognitive skills or reasoning abilities, and that's why
they
for
might
them,
end up in a
Those
more
men you got
dangerous
laid.
situation. Yeah.
But what I'm saying is that is not what the DSM says. That is not what these psychologists
Can
and
you actually
psychiatrists are
show
saying.
that?
Sure,
I'd like to
I have
literally-
the DSM over
I'd
here
like to
because I was in
literally-
the clinical psychology doctoral program. I'd be happy to go bring the DSM over.
All right,
literally
cool.
have
I'd
a
like to
copy of it.
literally read them say
Yeah,
that
I'll go get
that casual sex is
I'll go
just a
get it.
negative behavior for
Yeah,
society,
I
and
thought
that's
it
what's
said.
categorized.
If I remember correct, I thought it said that they are more likely to engage in risky behaviors such as gambling, alcohol, drugs,
Yes.
casual sex, so on and so
Correct.
forth.
Yeah, nobody's
Which
denying
might
that
be
casual
called
sex doesn't have
risky.
risks. You know what I
Right.
mean?
And
Like,
I'm
Sarah,
stepping away for-
you know why I
oh,
know
yeah.
you know I know Team Captain is kicking their ass because every time she makes a moderate
cheerleader.
statement, Flow State and Ghosty go to extremes. Let me give you an example. She said these
Every time.
talking about the regular population.
Mhm.
Flow State talked about people that have a phobia that can leave their houses, and Ghosty talk about people with autism. Like, what are we doing here? Like,
She's talking about people with mental health disorders. She's not talking about normal, healthy people.
Yeah.
Respectfully, having bipolar is not the same thing as you being autistic. Okay, we're not talking about the person.
okay, but both
that-
have risks. Both have risks.
Respectfully, I would say that the person that is afraid of leaving their house probably has some mental health issues.
Sure,
But
I
the
chose
respect-
one
but
extreme
respectfully,
example.
That's the point. There's an
Right.
That's
All I was doing was illustrating the case that it goes both directions. You're the one choosing an extreme and choosing not to acknowledge the point I was making, and instead hyper focus on the specific.
What did
Yeah,
we-
Fatty, you
what
keep
did we
repeating people
acknowledge?
talking about like 30 to 100 partners, whatever. Like these are the people that you are talking about.
No. Not again. I said on my opening statement. I don't have an opening statement. I will follow my team captain. Team captain established that to 9 and above. Y'all can decide the number all you want between 9 and 1,000. I don't care. I'm talking about 9 and above. So let's go ahead, pinpoint whatever the number that you want to pinpoint, and you are going to explain to me why is a person that has more than 9 sexual partners or above is in a better state of mind, they have better outcomes, they have more healthy kids, they have more healthy
Can I-
marriages, are more productive to society
I can do that.
than the people that actually are below that. Go ahead, explain.
Can
it
I
to me.
point out that the pro-sex side here is way more chill than the anti-sex side?
Yes.
I wonder
Who's
why
an-
that
wait,
is.
wait, who's anti-sex?
Hold on.
Again, like it's just a
Hey,
straw
hey,
man.
if
How,
you
my
just like-
opening statement said, "Vote good sex, vote yes." We
And-
are talking about
When's the
having
last time
good-
you had good
lots
sex,
of
Tally?
Good,
Hey,
passionate
hey,
sex.
When is the
Captain,
last time you had good
Do you,
sex?
do you notice?
I don't
do you
kiss
no-
and
do-
tell.
Do you notice how I literally
Wait a
explained
minute.
what they do, and they literally did exactly what I said they was
Hold
going
on,
to
let
do?
me make a point.
mischaracterize their position. Y'all are against sex. What is all sex or no sex? There's nothing in between. We're going to talk about something that you never said in this debate, which is being a virgin. Let's talk about the 40-year-old virgin again.
So
Let's do it again.
this is what you guys are basically doing. So I could talk about, if you guys want to talk about broken people, let's talk about people who have been betrayed by a partner that they were in a committed relationship to. We
That's
could talk
perfect. Let's
about
talk about it.
suicide. One of the number one reasons for suicide is
But let's call it
breakups.
something else.
No, okay, let's talk
But
about. Let's
but I would never then go and say, oh, relationships are a detriment to society because
let's talk
some
about it.
people end up in bad situations because they have them. But
No,
this is
that's
what you guys are doing with casual sex.
No, that's perfect. Let's talk about it.
Okay.
So I have one woman with one man her whole life, and I have another woman with a bunch of men her whole life. Which one is more probable to actually suffer harm from the person right in front of her? The woman that has multiple people that might be from lawyers to Wall Street to drug dealers to college students to psychopaths to rapists. Which person is the one that is more probable of actually finding a partner that is cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs and he actually is going to work?
To be fair, the most abuse happens within the household, within relationships. If you want to say that. But honestly, Fatty, that is such an unrealistic question. There are so many other factors.
That's why you
can't
have
just...
to answer it exactly as he phrased it.
No, Ghosty, that was your point.
No.
You said, Ghosty, you said we are not talking about a woman that gets her heart broken, so now she gets whatever and she does something because she was with one man for all this time and now she gets the consequences of it. What I'm saying is this, Ghosty, okay? Is more probable, not possible, is more probable that I am going to get severely hurt by juggling partners around until I get the Joker, and the Joker fucks me up, then pick one card of a whole stack, and God and behold, I pick one card, it was the Joker. If you pick 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, sometimes you're going to stumble into the Joker. That's probability. So I would say that the woman and the man that pick one card are more probable to not pick the Joker than the woman that is going through the whole card chub, and then they say, aha, this person is going to harm me, and now I'm broken for 10 years, and I have to go to therapy, and I have to talk with my pastor because this man or this woman did this to me.
What's
Is that
worse?
fair?
What's worse, dating the Joker or having sex with him for one night and you don't even get to know who he is? Or marrying the Joker and living with him for the rest of your life? Or you have sex with him for one night and you don't even get to see that bad side of him?
Ghosty,
Good point.
stop
Good
moving
question.
The goalpost. If I pick one card from the stack, there's a 3% chance that I meet the Joker. If I pick 40 cards of the same deck, there's a 70% that I'm going to pick one Joker. That's the point. It's probably
Yeah, wait,
pretty
hold on.
telling.
It's not a good question though, because you're fighting a straw man. Neither Fatty nor I are saying that you should stay with someone abusive just so that it doesn't turn into a one-night stand because you must prioritize being in a long-term committed relationship. We are not saying that you should stay with someone who's a bad person. That's obvious. That's not a good question.
That
It's a
wasn't my
non
point.
sequitur.
Yeah, my
Hey,
point
so
was
what's your
that
point?
I said it earlier. I said if you guys, this is what you guys are doing with casual sex, is if I were to say, oh, a lot of people commit suicide, people end up broken with mental. Sorry,
I love that.
They unalive themselves. They end up with severe depression and anxiety, PTSD from being in serious committed relationships. So therefore, they're a detriment to society. I would never say that. I would never make that argument. But this is what you guys are doing. The casual sex,
right? The evidence doesn't support that being in a healthy committed relationship leads to elevated levels of PTSD, depression, and anxiety.
So what's one of the major reasons for unaliving yourself?
And is divorce.
A breakup. Yeah, a divorce or breakup.
Okay.
That can only happen if you've had a committed relationship before.
Oh, okay. So people, you're right. So no one should get into relationships
Fatty was trying to go.
That's what I'm saying. I would never make that point, but that's what you guys are doing.
But yours is not.
Ladies, stop. Am I muted? What the fuck? Fatty,
Ghosting.
I know you were trying to jump in there. I wanted to give you the opportunity.
That's a fallacy because even people that have 40 partners, for the most part, get somebody special at 30 or 40. So it's a fallacy. You went through all that risk with a 40 man and 40 woman just to get married to a random man at 31 that can divorce you, and now you go and ahead and jump to the precipice. It's not one or the other. And you know, I can catch you right now, Ghosty. We are playing a game of Russian roulette. Okay? There's a gun and there's 40 bullets in 41 chambers. And there's another with 1 bullet in 40 chambers. Which one are you picking, Ghosty? Which one is the most probability of not hurting you? 1 bullet in a gun, or 8, 40, 37 in another gun? Which one has the more probability of hurting you?
This point is just so irrelevant, because what you're saying is that the more people you interact with, the more likely you are to meet a psychotic, crazy, dangerous person. Obviously, that is just true, but that still has nothing to do with casual sex, and it doesn't even negate from the dangers of dating in general. That's what you're talking about, is the dangers of dating in general and the percentages.
Respectfully, Ghosty, and this now you're being completely disingenuous.
I'm really not.
If I have a sister or a daughter and she comes to me and asks, hey, Dad, how do I mitigate? I'm going to go to college. How do I mitigate the chance of me encountering somebody that is going to hurt me? I will say, don't have sex with them. Because a lot of things that happen to women, and it's the biggest fear of women, being forced into something, being kidnapped, and all these things, come with you getting closer to somebody, once again, that is going to have the chance to do so. If you get 1 person, 2 person, 3 people, 4 people, 5 people, 7 people, you are going to get to a point where you abuse your luck, you stay on the casino too much, and now you lost all the money that you got. It's a probability. Why do you guys have so much problem with probabilities and understanding that if you stuck on the wall, you might do it once, but if you do it 47 times, somebody's going to buy that shit?
Because you're asking your questions in such a narrow, constricted way that we have to answer that way, that it's not illustrating the facts of the situation. It's trying to extract an agreement out of us. The reality is that what's more dangerous, Fatty, being around people or not being around people at all?
It depends it depends because there's some people that love to be alone and some people that love to be together.
So do you think that what's better for people's mental health, being in general population or being in solitary confinement?
And I will say this again. You are mischaracterizing our position. Me and team captain never said to go to the monks in the mountains and be completely alone. We said get 3 good friends instead of getting 77, and now somebody's
But Fatty, you have to talk to people.
Ghosty.
You have to meet people to do that, and they might be dangerous.
Hold on. Let Fatty finish, please.
This is going to be repeated over and over again. Stop mischaracterizing our positions. Every time you offer a counterpoint to our positions is something that we never said.
Your point is
that people need to have people around. Have 3 good friends instead of having 74, give a house party, and now 2 of them rob you because you put so many people in your house that now you don't have a TV to stream for 7 people. This is what we're saying. Get some friends. Don't just go into the extreme position. Please talk about our positions, not about what you think our positions are. Do that for once.
What percentage of men, unalive, sorry, I forgot the TOS safe version. What percentage of men unalive themselves because of divorce or breakup?
I have no idea. It's probably a super low percent, like under 5%.
Really low, right? Exactly. So I agree. Like it's not useful or fair. It's just a gotcha to cherry pick, like you guys are saying, the worst extreme examples, right? So it's a tiny percentage. It's terrible when it happens.
But if you're
It's
talking about
horrible.
depression and
It's a real-
anxiety
Hold on, let her
from being in a
finish,
committed
Ghosty. Let her
relationship,
finish,
that's
let
going to be a lot more common, right?
Is it? Please tell me. Do you know what the rates are? What percentage of men are having elevated levels of depression because of being in a committed relationship?
Weren't you looking up something from the DSM?
What do you want me to look up? I have it in front of me.
I mean, you went and got it to look something up. I don't even remember what it was. It was
So she
Like,
has
About,
like
how they
but I'm not the one who's looking it up.
characterizing promiscuity and casual sex as a
Thank you.
negative risk factor, as a dangerous risk factor.
Thank
Yes,
you.
listed alongside other harmful and dangerous behaviors. Yes.
I hear you
But my
remaking the
point
claim. What
is-
I'm not saying is a lot of sources.
so team captain has to make her claims.
Again,
and
you
your
can just.
claims.
I have it in front of me,
She has
so
to
it's
do your
here. We
claims
can
too.
go
She has
to
to do
the
your claims
source.
and your claims.
Yeah. Anyway, so the number of people who are, thankfully, the number of people who are unaliving themselves due to a breakup, due to the breakdown of a long-term relationship, is very, very low. The number of people reporting elevated levels of mental health issues because of casual sex interactions is very high. It's not the worst thing happening in the world, okay? Our society is not going to end tomorrow because of it. You're right, Dusty. There are other things that would, in fact, be worse. However, this is clearly a net negative. A majority of people, men and women, who are engaging in casual sex are reporting regret and elevated levels of depression, lower levels of well-being and life satisfaction.
What
These are
percentage
things-
of sex partners do you regret? Just average, from the hip.
We don't have to make it personal.
Then
You can-
couldn't you just look at divorce
Several.
rates? Could you just look at divorce rates and the fact that most committed relationships do not stay together because most people who date don't end up getting married in general? Then wouldn't you be able to just say the same exact thing?
No,
majority,
because again, we're not saying that you have to.
relationships
We're
aren't-
saying that you should have sex within relationships, not that you have to marry the first person you have sex with.
I understand
No.
that. That's
Go-
not my point.
go-
I'm saying
ahead,
the
Ghosty.
point is that the majority, you're saying that the majority of people who have casual sex end up depressed, regretting it, blah, blah, blah. Okay, well, when you look at divorce rates, they're like 50%. Most relationships break up and then lead to problems afterwards, right? So you can make the same argument and
What do
say,
you mean?
oh,
Can you
people,
prove it?
Hold
they
on,
leave
let her
people-
finish. Let her finish,
people
please.
who get married and people in committed relationships end up in worse situations for their mental health, for their life in general, and therefore it's a detriment to
Okay.
society, which
But can you
doesn't make
support
sense.
that claim? Can you support that claim that anywhere near 75% of people who are in committed relationships are having increase in negative mental health outcomes as a direct response to their sex and relationship life?
obviously
Anywhere
can't-
near that level?
I mean,
Hold on, I
the
thought you
research
guys said
says
the the men unaliving was a big piece from broken up relationships. I thought that was already stated.
the majority of people who do that, but her point was that the majority of people
It's
don't
a
do
very
that.
low prevalence
Oh,
rate.
I
It's
see,
a very
I
low
see.
prevalence
My
rate, whereas
apologies.
the prevalence rate for negative mental health outcomes of casual sex is very high. It's above 70% for both men and women. That's
But
a
even
very
one
high
self-deletion
prevalence
is too many. And if
We
Oh,
agree.
here you
don't
go.
That's a straw man. None of us are saying that.
Hey, and one grape is too many, and you having multiple partners will increase the chance of you getting raped. So you shouldn't be doing it. Thank
we
you
should
very
all
much.
cut our dicks off.
Thank you very much, Flow State, for making
It
our point.
doesn't look like there's
Very much.
percentages
Hey,
that show this,
Hey,
but
Go see. You know how
Everybody
you
trans up.
Hey,
Oh my God.
Thank you very
Go
much
ahead,
for giving
Patty.
me a point. And Ghosty, I actually will engage with you since Team Captain is kicking your ass. I'll repeat it again. Do you know that divorce rates are actually higher for people that have more sexual partners? If divorce is such a problem,
To a
divorce-
certain
no,
degree.
hey,
Hold
It's
on,
not
let him
straight line.
finish. Let him
don't
finish.
save
please.
her. She doesn't want to be saved. So
She does
so
want to be saved.
even if
Hold on.
even if I engage in your premise that people that get divorced have terrible outcomes because they are hurt and crying in pain in the corner, I can actually show you several stats that show that people with way more sexual partners have more chance of divorce and getting the same outcome. So even if divorce is bad, I can tell you and explain to you that having less partners will actually keep your marriage stronger and for more time than you having multiple partners, and then you decide to get married and then you get divorced.
But
so
if
having
you
casual
actually-
sex,
like
Go
Flo was
ahead.
saying, if you actually look at research, there actually isn't a linear line between casual sex partners and divorce. It is not linear. It is different. And even if that were to be true, is it really the
Okay.
casual sex that is the problem, or is it that certain personality type who likes to have casual sex? The more they do it, like on the extreme examples, people who are doing it on a very regular basis and doing it a lot, is that the personality type where they're just like not really set for monogamous committed relationships? Is it really the sex that's doing that, or is there something else that's causing that?
Can you share my
Flo, do you
screen?
got something? Okay.
Yeah. Fatty, I want you to look at these numbers here and see that it's not the way that you presented it is not accurate. That it's the more sexual partners, the worse the marriage.
Wait. Woman, wait.
Do you see the middle bullet point? That's the important one.
No. 1 second, please. 1 second,
Mhm.
please. 1 second, please. Didn't team captain and Fatty put exactly the number to 9 and above? Wasn't what we've been saying all this time?
I'm addressing the claim you just made that the more sexual
you're not
partners
going
you
to do
have, the
that.
more
Hey,
likely you are
hey,
to get
hey,
divorced.
You just won us the debate. Team captain been saying since the beginning, we are not talking about women with no partners. We're not talking about women with 1, 2, or 3 partners or 4 partners because you had one high school crush and a boyfriend in college and all that. We are talking about 9 and above. And what
Well,
does
then
it
why
say?
did you say?
And
Why
what-
did
and
you
what-
say
Sir,
then something
no, 1
else?
second. Let me finish. And on the thing that you literally brought right now says woman
Mhm.
with 10 or more partners were most likely to divorce. Okay? And
That's
it was
not what you just said.
remorseful on recent years. So he's literally proving our point once again that not if you have several relationships between 16 and 30, which is the age that you're going to marry, you are going to be distraught and destructed. We are saying that people that have 9 or more partners are going to have worse outcomes, even if they get married. So thank you very much for winning this debate once again, and again. Probably the 7th time that we won the debate today. But you keep going. Thank you very much. I will take that from this dream. That people with way more sexual partners have more chance of divorce and getting the same outcome. Even if divorce is bad, I can tell you and explain to you that having less partners will actually keep your marriage stronger and for more time than you having multiple partners, and then you decide to get married and then you get divorced.
So you said a lot of things there, and most of them were inaccurate.
Yeah, demonstrate it.
Okay, that's why I shared screen so that you could see the claim that less sexual partners leads to more lasting marriages. That's wrong. There's a sweet spot, right? Also, yeah, I mean, that's the thing. That's what you said. That's what I'm addressing. That's why I pulled up the stats so that you could see that you're wrong. Do you understand how? Do you understand how what I just showed you on the share screen demonstrates that what you just said there is wrong?
Flow state, respectfully, right? Let's have a little bit of a common sense conversation right now, right?
Okay.
If a woman gets active at 16, and I'm being generous, right? 16, and she marries her husband at 29. Having 7 sexual partners, a lot of times it's not going to be casual sex because she actually has time to meet these 7 people, like these 7 people, have certain type of attachment to these people. If you actually spread these for 1 decade and a half, a lot of those relationships are not going to be casual because there's a life of a modern person right now.
Well, Fatty, maybe part of the problem.
Let me finish, please. That's why the number 9 and up, the double digits, is so important. That means, like we were talking before on the beginning of the show, you don't have time to attach to these people. You have 15 years, you are dating 10 people and up. A lot of those people are going to be people that you're not going to attach emotionally or whatever because you don't have time to meet them. That's why the number is dangerous. And it goes to your point. It's about connection. If you are going to date more people than you can fit in the years that you are sexually active, it's very probable that a lot of that sex was with people that you never attached from the beginning with, which actually goes to your point that the problem is not sex, it's connection. That's all.
I think part of the problem we're having is that you say so many things that some of them are wrong, and then when I address the wrong ones, you want to act like you only said the right ones. Maybe if you tried.
If I'm Flow State, if you talk too much and you committed mistakes, I would be rubbing my hands. Oh, talk more. Talk more. If I'm committing so many mistakes,
Tally,
why
you're
can you
muted.
catch me in one? Huh?
What are you talking about?
Dusty, he's not. Hold on.
Where the fuck
He's
were
not.
you
He's
the
not,
last 30 seconds?
Dusty. He's
Huh?
not wrong though. That's the thing. You are correct. There is more nuance that it's not a direct 1 point correlation, right? Where literally as you increase the number by 1 of sexual partners, you decrease your or increase your divorce rate or whatever. But that is absolutely still a positive correlation. If you're talking about those numbers, imagine you're plotting it out on a graph, right? You have 0 to 1 sexual partners, they're having the lowest divorce rate. You have
I understand the
2,
direction it's
they jump
heading.
up, they have a higher divorce rate. It's still a positive correlation. Literally, that is literally what it is. If you could look at this visually, so he's not wrong. You're just adding some nuance to it, but it's
What he
absolutely a positive
said-
correlation.
What he said.
Is that there's a
that
positive correlation
fewer-
between number of
No, he
sexual
didn't.
partners.
Mm-mm.
It
People
works
are
in
gonna-
the
I'm not
reverse
gonna play
too.
it yet.
If
You know
you-
what's funny?
hold on,
People
Dusty.
accuse me-
Dusty.
people accuse me as a
Dusty. The
bitch.
statement. Hold on.
Let's do
Mathematically,
about
the
5
statement
more
works in
minutes
the-
and then we'll wrap up, okay? Because
Hey,
it's getting
hey, Tally,
circular.
Hey, tell you know
Mathematically,
what?
the statement works. The statement works in the reverse. Hold on. The statement works in the reverse too. Okay. This is a correlation. This is a positive correlation. It's not a perfect 1 correlation. If you crunch those numbers, I don't know exactly what the coefficient would be, but this is absolutely a positive correlation, which means you can reverse it too. It means that both A, as you increase your number of sexual partners, you increase your likelihood for divorce, and B, as you decrease your number of sexual partners, you decrease your likelihood for divorce. It's still a positive correlation. It's not a 100% correlation. That's
And
I
I
it.
just
agree,
want to
but
make
that's not what
sure
he
that
said.
that point.
It probably
and I
isn't
just
even.
want
That is
to-
what
I-
it
it,
said.
it might not
And I
even
just
be a
want- I just want to
causation.
make
Hold
sure
on,
that I
hold
just-
on. Ghost.
We didn't say
the-
causation. We said correlation.
I know,
I-
and that's what I'm
I
trying
feel
to
like
say.
you're not keeping up.
and
I'm
just
trying to
want
say
make-
you're trying to say it's a correlation, and all my point is that is doesn't mean that there is a causation, which I know you didn't say. You said there was a correlation, but my point is
But-
it's probably not much of a causation. Just because there's a correlation
Okay.
doesn't mean
What is your point
And the-
though? Because we're talking
well,
about
the
the correlation
prompt-
between these
The
things.
prompt speaks
I'm saying
to
it's not that
causation, so I don't
important.
know why we're distracted
if
over this.
you're trying to say casual sex is a detriment to society, yeah, sure, you can point out a
We're talking
correlation,
about
but
a
what is
very
the
specific-
causation?
We're talking about a very specific statistic that the two
I-
of them are
I-
arguing
I
about.
understand, yo,
And
Jesus.
by the way, Flo State, I just want to point this out to everyone that you keep accusing Andrew Wilson and the Crucible of being bad faith debaters for picking one technicality and turning the debate around by saying, you didn't say 9, you said 3
My
plus
point
6.
is to tell
And
me the
now- and now-
causation,
and now all of a-
because that's
and
what the
now all of a
debate is
sudden-
about.
And now all of a sudden, when
That
he's
is not what
losing
I'm
the debate,
criticizing them for.
and
That
now
is
all of
not
a
my
sudden when
criticism.
He's losing the debate. He doesn't understand probability.
That's not my
He's
criticism of
He's
them.
nitpicking if I said 6, 9, or 11. That's literally his point. So, Flow State, I will make sure that I remember this every time you're talking shit about the other people. 'Cause
Fatty.
when you're losing, you do exactly the same.
Fatty, you cannot find one example of me criticizing them for that reason. Because I don't criticize them for that reason.
Can I use
Let's
ChatGPT?
go ahead and
Yeah.
maneuver. Can I? Okay. All right. Let's go ahead and maneuver, if you guys don't mind, because I think we're kind of at a stagnant circular point, and I'd like to just maybe bring up some new voices to offer something additional to the panel. If everybody's
You want
agreeable
to
to
get more
that,
partners in here?
Let's do it.
if everybody's agreeable to that, I'd like to maneuver that way, because we're getting circular.
Hey, Sarah, can you
Yeah.
bring somebody that knows math and knows probabilities versus possibilities, please? That would be great.
Matt?
Calling all economists, calling all statistics.
Oh, wait, that's me.
Statisticians, please come to the front. Thank you. You're wanted on aisle 6. Ghosty, if you'd like, I'd very much appreciate your closing statement, please.
Okay, so yeah, you could say that certain people who engage in casual sex end up depressed, regretting it, blah, 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 blah. You can say the same exact thing about relationships. People who get in relationships end up with bad mental health outcomes, get depressed, make bad decisions, regret it, especially, blah, 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 blah. That doesn't mean it's a detriment to society. I think the framing, I do agree that there is like a toxic, unhealthy framing of sex in general, but that doesn't mean that's not the actual sex, it's the framing of it. So I do believe that casual sex in general inherently is not unhealthy or toxic or bad to society. People can abuse it as if they can abuse anything in life. But in general, I think it's healthy to experiment casually in sex when you're young, if that's what you want to do. Obviously, like, don't force yourself into it, don't feel pressured into it. If you want to do that, there's no inherent harm. Plenty of people do this. Like, I would say the majority of people today probably engage in casual sex. And I yeah, people are still ending up in relationships, having kids, getting married.
and the,
So,
and the
and people have
majority
always
of
done this. So, yeah, I just don't think they've proved the actual detriment to society or the harm.
and the majority of
Hold on. It
people.
is her
Oh,
closing
it's final.
statement.
Oh, it's closing statements. Then.
Yes, thank you. Are you
Sorry,
done?
Ghost.
Yeah, that's it.
Paul,
Thank
I wasn't a good winner. I was a sorry winner. Sorry. Go ahead.
Wiener.
Winner.
Yeah.
Dusty, to you, please.
Yeah, so I'd like to point out a couple things. I'll make it brief. One, winners don't have to tell you they're winners, just like alpha males don't have to claim they're alpha males or, any other sort of self-brag. You don't get to choose your own nickname. You don't get to designate yourself the winner and prance around, and it's normally losers that do that. But what I would point out is that during this debate, they couldn't even establish that casual sex is worse than the alternative, than a lack of casual sex, given the fact that we're not connecting in society in an ideal way. So certainly, if they can't establish that, they didn't establish that casual sex is ruining society. I'm done.
Um,
Thank
I
you,
want,
Dusty. And Fatty, to you, please.
I want to thank my team captain for fucking them up royally for like 2
There-
hours. Crazy. Ghosty and Flow State did the same thing. Flow State again misrepresenting the opposition by saying either we have a lot of sex or we have none. It's not the middle term of a moderate thing. And Ghosty says it's not alcoholism and drinking and driving is a problem. Is the manufacturer, is BMW putting pedals that I can push while I'm drunk that actually going to run somebody over? Like, drinking is the problem. Drinking never ran over nobody. I can drink a ton, and the thing that is going to happen is me and my car are going to go through some people, and it's going to be nice. And you can put the correlation between drinking and running over people because it was not it was not Carlsberg or whatever beer company that actually run it over. It was me and my car. That makes no sense. Every time you put yourself inside of that car and you drank before, you have a higher chance and probability of running something over. You might not run ever somebody actually in real life, but the reality is worse for society that we have a bunch of drunk drivers in the roads, even though they didn't run nobody over. So I will say the same thing with sex. It might not be the sex per se because the sex and people, but if you actually get and engage in casual sex longer enough and you keep staying on that casino and you keep rolling your dices and trying to get a better end, there's a high chance that you are going to fuck it up because either you're going to meet the wrong person or going to bet on the wrong end. That's all I'm saying. Easy win. I know Flow State. We don't dictate our pronouns, but your stripper name was Flow State and now you're Power Dusty, so you definitely can dictate exactly how people name you and call you. So yes, King
I was in
Fatty
college.
and the team captain Tallybots, shut up and let the queen speak. Thank you very much, Flow State, and go
Sip harder.
Thank
you very
you.
much.
Thank you, Fatty. Tally, to you, please.
Thanks. Yeah, well, this was fun. I think, frankly, unfortunately for the other team, there is a lot of agreement that there can be negative consequences to casual sex, to hookup culture. They wanted to fight people who were much more extreme than Fatty and I. We are not proposing that anybody is a sinner or a morally bad person if they end up having a one-night stand. We're not saying that people should feel shame about their sexuality and that they should be saving themselves for marriage or anything like that. We are saying that the average person is happier and healthier when they are having good, passionate, loving sex in a committed relationship with someone who knows them, respects them, knows their body, and wants to make make them feel good and is committed to them. We are saying that it's better for society when children are raised by both of their parents. We are saying that it's better for society when people are not spreading STIs. These are all reasons that are not based with moral judgment and moral loading why having more casual sex, why engaging in hookup culture is a net negative for society. Saying that people who engage in healthy, long-term committed relationships also sometimes feel depressed is not a counter to that, because the prevalence rates of these things are completely lopsided. We are talking about more than 2/3 of people who report engaging in casual sex reporting feeling regret around that encounter, report elevated rates of mental health. And for this reason, on the individual level and the societal level, casual sex is a net negative.
Perfect. Thank you. And I'm going to go ahead. I know Angry Man's ready to jump on here, but I'm going to go ahead and drop the link into the chat for anyone who would like to go ahead and jump backstage to prepare for open panel. And in the meantime, while you're all jumping backstage, I'm going to go ahead and read through the super chats. Okay. And Tootie Bug sending out a gifted Powder Dusty membership.
Shout out Beauty Bug.
P. Fletch says, things happen when they're meant to happen. I guess you're having a conversation with Saint. Fair enough. Angry Man's the first one back there. He wasn't wasting any time. Player one over on Fatty's side, I believe, says, ain't nothing casual what I do in the bedroom. Also, I take my wife's money. Tom Carpenter sending the Big Ten to say tax time. Yes, if you haven't paid your Mater tax, now is the time to do so. I am the queen of the panelverse, and you must pay your taxes and dues. Thank you. Eugene says, sometimes people get shamed for being promiscuous. Sometimes people get shamed for being abstinent. Any thoughts there?
Correct.
No, that's not true. There's a reason why we call virgin to men as insults and virgin to woman as actually like compliments. It's not a sometimes thing, it's a gender thing.
Anyone else have a thought to add?
I mean, I think that's not a black and white thing. I don't know. Fatty, we're about the same age. We don't want.
No, not sure. You are much older than me.
How old are you?
36.
Okay, so we're the same age basically.
So you don't look like it.
We don't want virgins. I know, because you're wearing your little bucket hat. We don't want virgins, do we? If you met a virgin, who's in your dating range, that would be weird, wouldn't it?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, I think people get shamed for both. That's my point. For sure.
Right. My response to that is just like, so who's talking about stigma and shame?
But it's not a contradiction, because you might say that is weird because it's not normal, but I guarantee you the woman with 100 bodies or Mia Khalifa are going to be they are going to have the run of the mill of shame, while the woman that is a virgin, people are going to say it's kind of weird.
A 36-year-old virgin is going to have way more baggage. To have gone through that much of life without ever being fucked.
We are not prescribing abstinence, so this is fine. Maybe 40-year-old virgins have really negative outcomes. Yeah, but again, it's just a straw man, because we are not prescribing.
It's not even a straw man. I agree with this comment. We're just off on a tangent.
I brought up shame because you brought up mental health, and I was trying to say what actually.
And shame is not the main driver of mental health issues.
We are addressing the comment.
Really? Can you back up that claim?
Thank you very much, Team Captain, for actually bringing me back to actually our point. We are not saying
prove that.
1,000.
Yeah, however, you could prove it.
How about we talk about all of the mental health issues that are hereditary in nature, that are literally passed down through generations, that people have biological predispositions. It's not just about shame. Again,
how do we know
not everything is a social construct. Not everything is a social construct.
That doesn't mean that a social construct can't be a huge
biological
factor.
Predispositions for certain things.
They normally need environmental triggers.
Not everyone is just reacting to shame.
Two of us know about psychology.
That doesn't mean that it's not a huge factor in people's mental health. It clearly is. How people feel accepted by the rest of their society members, how people judge them, how people look at them, that absolutely affects one's confidence, mental health,
Yeah, but
well-being.
people
All right.
feel regret.
Okay.
Hold
No,
on.
no,
People
perfect.
feel regret and have experienced these negative mental health outcomes about casual sex, whether or not it's made public. So it's not even about the feedback that they're getting from other people. It's not about other people shaming them. It's about how they feel after the experience when they are now detached from someone after being intimate with them.
Hey, Ghosty, who is going to
Might
be who is
might
going
the
to be more
culture,
shame?
whether
Who is going
it's
to be one
puritan
second,
and
Flo, thank you.
shameful,
Hey, Ghosty,
have some part in that?
who is going to be more shame?
Yes, of
by
course.
society?
Of
Who is
course. There's
going
always
hey,
going to
friends,
be
hey, friends,
everything
on.
matters
Hold
within
on,
the cultural
hold on.
context.
Did we all forget where we are?
But again, we
Let's
don't live in a
stop,
puritanical
stop,
culture.
stop,
That's
stop,
the thing.
stop.
It's ridiculous.
Stop. We're gonna move on. Tootie Bug gifting tomato membership over here. Welcome or congratulations to that lucky lottery winner. Tom Carpenter says, have to watch Jax. He's definitely into casual hookups. For the record, Jax is a dog. I'm assuming pillows are at risk.
What?
Dog, pillow, casual hookup.
Okay.
Dog's hump pillow. Frosty says intimacy often involves a level of trust people don't get from casual sex relationships. That depends on if you're looking for permanent mateship or if you're okay with just dating to see if.
Okay.
Anybody have a thought? Okay. Tom sending Dono goal number 3. Thank you so kindly, Tom, for kicking it off. Frosty says if you are someone partnering post-casual sex relationships, you will need to be completely certain your spouse is available to either endure an entire family and or live in an institutional marriage.
I just don't know what this means, but I do appreciate the dono.
If you're someone partnering post-casual sex, so I'm assuming you start with casual sex, and then you need to, if you want to maneuver into a serious relationship, that's kind of comes with post-casual sex hookup, and then starting to consider relationship status later.
And most people, that's the natural progression. What they did was they either put people married on one side and people putting casual sex on the other side. They never actually got to the conclusion that most of these people that are having casual sex usually mature into a long-lasting relationship / marriage. So it's not one or the other.
Okay. Angry Man, who is waiting very patiently backstage. He's probably punching the wall right now. Absolutely incorrect. Casual sex definitely has a correlation with societal decline. This has already been studied by scholars.
It has been. It's a symptom of it, along with decreasing birth rates. The more prosperous a society gets, the more it starts to then separate, isolate, and birth rates decline. Sex becomes casual. All these things are correlated with actually economic systems more than anything else.
I don't even think society's in a decline. I think this is all fucking overblown and everything's seriously fine.
How much you must not do the shopping in your house.
If you want to,
Society doesn't have to be in decline for casual sex to be a net negative on society.
Maybe,
ruining society.
He's saying that
degrading in some way.
So another strong man. The prompt is casual sex is ruining society, meaning it's making it worse. Doesn't mean that society is ruined.
Okay, he's saying that it has casual sex definitely has a okay. I see.
It's like saying Ghosty is ruining the party. It doesn't mean that the party is
so
ruined.
You guys don't think casual sex has
ruined
ruined society? It is ruining it. It's on its way.
It's making it worse.
But it hasn't ruined it yet.
Don't you think that attempts to
stop
not over. Casual sex, we didn't say that. The more draconian the enforcement of stopping casual sex, that is really a bigger harm to society, right? Would you agree with that?
Wait.
What?
Think about like some of the cultures in the Middle East and how they would respond to casual sex. Don't you agree that that's more harmful than just allowing casual sex?
How?
Stoning to death?
Or just personal freedom?
Okay. So me letting a person indulge into their vices and drink until they until they become alcoholics, until they get cirrhosis and all that is better for society than tell this person not to drink?
No. Letting people fuck who they want is better for society than executing people who have sex outside of marriage.
Agreed. We don't want to correct. We don't
And
want to
nobody has
execute
that
people. We
position.
want to convince them that it will be better for them and their community if they engage in less casual sex and engage in more meaningful sex.
Hey, team
Yes.
captain, have you ever said that you want anybody to be their head chopped off if they indulge into
Definitely
sexual-
not.
Oh, so he's not talking to us again.
Definitely
Oh, that's
not.
crazy.
Well,
That's crazy. How this-
I'm
that's
I'm
crazy how this
pretty-
happens.
All right,
Oh,
all right,
guys.
all right, all right, all
Yes,
right.
I'm
all
quite-
right,
the
all right, all right.
suggest
I'm quite
that there's
sexually
an
liberal,
Hold on.
Frank.
Go ahead.
Let me say
Hold on.
something they didn't say. So
I mean, to be
can-
fair,
on.
Fatty did say
Hold on,
how.
hold on. Be concise and get to the point. Flo, go ahead, finish up, and then we'll move on.
I don't even remember. My opponents are clearly retarded. Thank you.
Tom Carpenter sending donor number 5, proud supporter of the Mater show over here. Thank you, Tom. Angry Man says, wow, so X-rated movies are the problem, but casual sex isn't. Shaking my head. Ghosty, this one is to you, my friend.
Yeah, I do think that the porn industry has like rotted a lot of people's brains about sex. And then that is
Yeah.
obvious going to lead to how they end up having sex, which means they might regret sex more. But
Yes.
that doesn't
Call
have
of-
they,
like
Yes.
I'm saying the problem
Please
stems-
Please let her finish.
masturbation.
Please let her finish. Please let her finish.
the problem stems from the culture's mindset about sex. It's not the actual sex.
some of y'all
Okay.
never had meaningful masturbation, and it shows.
I'm not blaming
Fair
all
enough.
porn. I'm not against all porn.
No, it is the
I am
point,
pro meaningful masturbation.
Yeah,
Right
the
on.
point,
Agreed.
the point is
Flip it and ship
the
it.
point is like between going to war or play Call of Duty. It sounds like you are saying, yeah, going to war is not a problem. Call of Duty is the thing that makes these kids be like. It makes no sense.
No,
the real
because-
thing. The real thing comes with way more problems than something that you'll never touch, that you can impregnate, that you can catch STDs, that you can attach yourself to. Of course, it's going to be way more problems if you actually look at the casual sex, because you are literally exchanging fluids and going through that situation. So
Right.
this is
Well,
ridiculous.
Fatty and I, Fatty and I are basically saying like life's not fair. You know, like it sucks that you can't just do the thing that feels really good in the moment without having all these potential negative. It's like what Fatty said if he's dropping his kid off to college. It's like it's not fair that women really shouldn't walk by themselves late at night. You know, in a dangerous neighborhood. That's not fair on the woman that she has to reorganize her day and change her plans or whatever to make sure that she has someone to accompany her. But it's very good advice because that is dangerous. Fair or not, these are the realities of life. Exactly.
I'm not denying that there's risk factors to having casual sex. I'm just saying overall
And those risks are
Yes,
there's
you are,
risk
because
the
factors
risks are
to
negative
literally
outcomes.
everything.
Next,
There are risks
next.
to
You have a
literally
higher risk.
everything.
Yes, and the risks are higher.
So
and that's what
everything
we
is
set
a
out to
detriment
prove,
to
and we
society
did.
then, I guess.
The-
Everything's
the risks
harmful because
are
everything's a
higher.
risk. Driving is a risk.
Everything's-
It's bad for
everything's
society.
relative.
Gus,
All
you
right.
were the only
Everything's
person that
relative.
said on this debate that was no bad sides about having casual sex, and now you're changing your tune and saying there's some risks attached to it. That was what
Casual sex increases the
that's what
likelihood
was
that you'll
Tim
slip into the
Cameron
wrong hole, and
saying.
it will.
People die in car
All right, we'll
crashes.
move on.
I'm not gonna say
All
cars
right,
are bad.
Here we go. People think car
Okay,
crashes.
okay. Tom Carpenter says Dusty needs to explain how mental issues cause you to get stuck during ...
If you drop something under the couch and then your stepmom reaches to get it and then she gets stuck, right? That could lead to increased promiscuity. Is all I was
Fair
saying.
enough. The Dark Lake says Fatty is talking about probability when it comes to sexual encounters. Based on the number, he's right. Any disagreement?
I don't want to go over this again.
Fair
Yeah,
enough.
I'm gonna pass
The
on it.
more
too.
people you meet, the more danger you're in. I guess you're more not the more danger you're in, the more likely you are to meet
No,
a
no, no.
psychopath. Okay,
No,
that
no.
applies to
Yes,
dating
and that's
as
worse.
well.
And,
That's
yes,
what
and
I
it's
said.
and it's a bigger risk if you're naked with them in a
it's-
in a
yeah,
closed
it's
area,
not-
Or
right?
it's a bigger risk
larger
if you're dating them, like
it's not
in a
more people
committed
that you-
relationship.
But
It's
getting
not-
to know
oh,
that person
is-
first.
Psychopaths don't do that.
It's not more people that you
Psychopaths
meet.
don't.
It's more people that you allowed inside of your mouth. It's very different. It's more people that you allow inside of you. It's more people that you allow to pull your hair and to choke you and to do all these things that might actually hurt you. So it's not about meeting. It's about this person. Like you have a choker. Goes.
How is it
I
that
don't
you
know
asked
if you are
me
into-
who hurt
I
me,
don't know
but
if
not
you are
him
into
after
that.
this?
I don't know if you are into that, but I will assume that if you
I know
have
who
enough
hurt Fatty,
sexual
that's why.
partners, You are going to
Okay.
find out a man that loves
Was
to
it
choke
you?
his woman while he's actually in the act. That puts you in more danger. Absolutely. Go ahead. You got it.
All right. Angry Man says, so basically, because people with a driver's license get into accidents, we should let people drive without licenses.
Some
All
people
right.
are-
I don't know how that's a good analogy. That's not what we
Some
said.
people are good
Well,
I
drivers.
feel like that's the opposite
No,
of what
the-
we're saying.
No, but again, the point is just because there are also some negative outcomes for people who are doing the right thing and abiding by, you know, the optimal rules doesn't mean that we can't make a comparative analysis about what is worse.
Okay. Here's a good comparison. So because we make people have licenses to drive a car, we should make them have licenses to have sex. Is that what Angry Man's saying?
No.
I guess my point is I don't think it is worse. I
What
don't
are
think
you
there's
guys-
all these detrimental outcomes in people's lives because they're having casual sex. I know it happens, but I don't think on
You're just
average
saying-
You
people's
just don't
lives.
care about any of the statistics that we
You
ran
know,
through and like all of the
I
different
I
domains?
understand your statistics. Some people get depression and regret sex. I'm saying that isn't an overall detriment to their entire life and then therefore society. Like people might have bad
you're doing it
experiences in their
again.
life
How
and
is
then
that
they
not
get
a
over
I
it.
mean, how is that not a detriment? How is elevated levels of depression not worse than non-elevated levels of depression?
But then
I mean, it's just so
depression.
simple. We're not saying it's
Depression
the
comes
worst
from
thing in the entire world.
depression comes from so many different things. So you could
Sure,
just say this
sure,
about
and then
anything.
increase- Okay, but we're
She-
talking
she-
about
she-
this thing, right? This is not a
Y'all need
debate
to
about
get
what is the
laid.
worst thing in
But
society.
then you would have to
was
say
gonna
that everything is a harm
Well,
to society because
stop
anything can
arguing.
cause depression. It just doesn't
Hold
make
on,
sense.
I would even go
No,
as far
again, you
as
can make a
saying that
comparative analysis. Some
Hey,
things
hey,
are worse
Ghosty.
than others, and that's the argument
And
that
I don't
we're
think
making.
it is. I don't think it.
Ghosty,
I don't
all
think
right.
you
You
can
can
say
say
that.
statistics say that it
We
is. You're
agree.
just saying it's not that big of a
Agree,
deal because
ladies.
other things are also bad.
we agree to disagree
a
on
bad
that
argument.
one. Thumpy Weevil says sex could be passionate for one person and casual for the other. I wanted to throw this thought process into the mix too, because there are some women who, I'm assuming women who may have like a casual encounter and believe it's feelings and mushy and gushy and think that they're actually having something more than what it actually is. This is a stereotypical thought process of, he said he would call me tomorrow. Oh my God. And then they're all butthurt and so on and so forth. So I get the casual sex portion would be a bad factor, but they're not believing it's casual. They're believing it's long term. So I wanted to give you the opportunity to throw a thought in there real quick
Even
or
if
two.
even if a person catch feelings, that doesn't change the fact that it's casual.
How they believe it is, what
Yes,
they
but-
believe, right? Going
Absolutely,
into
but-
it.
but
They're
if-
thinking it's
But
Yeah.
if I like somebody and somebody likes me, right? And
Mhm.
we know each other, walk in the park, develop a relationship, and she likes me more than I like her, there's not casual sex anymore. Casual sex is once again having sex with people that you don't have a level of attachment to it, or you met last week, or somebody that is you are not sure if you like them or not. So if a person catch feelings and the other not, that doesn't change the fact that it's casual sex or not. Maybe, maybe not.
okay. Let's see. T and JP says hit and run, keep it moving. Thumping Weevil says people have also married psychopaths. That's an excellent point. It's
terrible
not
point.
always strangers, so on and so forth. People end up
Women
not,
love
I don't think it's,
psychopaths. What,
I
what
don't
are
think
you
it's the
talking about?
majority, but I think it is a possibility, right? Daniel says, doomed if you do, doomed if you don't is what I'm garnering from this debate. Anyone want to throw a quick thought
So
in there?
you might as well
No.
do the thing that's more fun, which is fucking.
No, because
It's not more fun.
a
It's actually
moderate
not more fun.
positivity-
Again, it's actually not more fun to have casual sex. People report higher levels
no
of
sex?
satisfaction with the. No, we're not saying have no sex again. Again,
Well, look at the
you're just
comment.
fighting
Look at
a
the
straw
comment.
man.
Look at the comment. If you do, if you don't. I was responding. If you do, if you don't.
and
Come
and team
Sure,
captain.
fine.
And
Well, then
Patty,
then
and-
this person also is completely straw manning.
team-
We're not
team
saying don't have
captain-
sex.
Oh, everybody's
We're saying
straw manning today.
We're saying
Yep.
people have better. We're saying people have better
Look at
sex
all the
when they are having
scarecrows.
sex with someone. I mean,
I
again, this is
agree.
what people.
But
Okay,
So-
so there we go.
The-
But it doesn't
Wonderful.
mean it's a
So it's
harm.
better to not have casual
the,
sex.
per- the
It
person
doesn't
that
just
made-
because
the
something is
person
better. It doesn't
made
mean
the
that something else
comment-
is a harm.
It means
But
that
that-
the other
that-
thing is worse in a
It
comparative
doesn't mean it's
analysis. It certainly
harmful.
does.
Just because
Um,
something's
uh,
better
uh,
doesn't
maybe
make it
I'm
not
not-
harmful.
Okay, then you would have
Okay,
then you have to
okay.
convince us that all of the things that we listed before are not actually harmful.
The person that made
in
the
an-
comment made it the zero-sum game. It's not a zero-sum game. Our position is moderation. If you practice
Yes.
sex with moderation, when with people that you actually like,
Does
let's
oral
I'm
say
count?
that
aware of this.
nobody's going to shame you. Nobody's going to say, "Look at you having sex 173 times with the same person." Like, nobody's
All
saying
right,
that.
let's move on and make it a little more quicker on your responses. Everyone gets one quick
That's what
response, and
she
then
said.
we've got everybody waiting backstage to come play as well. Tom Carpenter says, "Be like Tom, just say no more." Thank you,
Well,
Tom. Daniel says, "At this point in our timeline, Aldous Huxley's Brave New World has come to pass. Sex is purely recreational." I would be agreeable to that. Anybody disagree with that?
Yes, kids don't come from sex. It's recreation only. Nothing
No,
happens.
no, I don't
Nothing
agree with
happens
that.
from sex. Relationships don't
Well,
bloom from sex.
Well, hold on, hold
Families
on,
don't bloom
hold on,
from
hold on,
sex.
hold on,
Maybe I
and
don't
I'll
know what
hold
you
on, hold on,
mean.
hold on, hold on. I'll add some pushback to that because I think it's like almost 50% of kids are unplanned, so that means they were participating in recreational sex, and oops, a baby happened to come from that,
Oh, that's what
right?
you
Okay.
mean. Okay.
So Sarah,
Yeah.
what is purely? Means that is pure, right? Means that is 100%, right?
Yeah, I think that's what I was getting at. Is I don't
There
think
are
all
The
sex
grades
word
of
is like
that you
that.
purity.
use is purely means that it's only used for that. So the
I mean, there
answer
are
is
grades of
not,
purity, but
because sex is
Yeah.
to other things other than just recreational use. We are not even dolphins. Sex as other things other than recreational use. You use it for a lot of things, even today in society. And women use it to extract money from men. So
Fair
don't
enough.
even get me there.
Yes, yes. Give me all of your money, apparently.
and
Trib says,
what exchange are you setting up there?
the imagination. The Trib one says, "Are people having more sex with multiple people in their lifetime because it's more acceptable today, or has it been happening and we know about it more because there's less shame?" I would even go as far as saying we have the internet showing us these things.
It's also you're around more people in general. Like people before they had cars, horses, it was hard to even like get out and meet the majority of people that we have access to meeting to today.
Gonna saddle up the
Okay,
horse.
so
and
wait,
go
wait,
get
wait,
some
wait, wait,
pussy.
wait, wait. So you guys, hold on, hold on. So you guys co-sign? You guys co-sign Trip's comment? Is
Co-sign
that what I'm
what?
hearing?
It's likely that more
Trip's
people have
comment.
more sex
I-
today. That's not to
hold
say
on.
that people didn't have a lot of sex back then, but
Hold
more,
on.
I don't.
yes.
I don't co-sign
Right.
it.
So
I
so
don't
you
know
are
one way or the
co-signing the
other.
second part that it's been happening, but we know it more now because there's less shame. Is that our Ghosty? Are you co-signing that at least?
It's been
I-
happening.
Oh,
but,
go ahead.
But people talk about it more. No, I'm saying it probably is happening more today, but people are also talking about it more. Yeah.
Why? Why are they talking about it more?
Yeah, because there is less shame and stigma. That doesn't mean that
Well,
there
we
is
have
no
okay,
more
shame
perfect.
and
people.
So
stigma.
exactly my point then.
No,
Again,
there
we're
is
not-
still
we are
shame and
seeing-
stigma. There's just less of it.
We've seen a decrease in shame and stigma, and we have not seen a decrease in the associated negative mental health outcomes of casual sex. So the stigma has gone down, and yet the negative outcomes remain. The risk for
I feel
STDs
like
remain. The risk for unplanned
not a
pregnancy
mental health outcome.
remains. These are
I feel
physical
like
health
you're-
outcomes.
Yeah, I feel like
And
you're
again,
sort of
the
playing
negative
fast
mental
and
health
loose with your
outcomes-
claims and your data.
How? We can just go through the ones that I
Because-
started with at the very beginning. These are these.
I'm
these
not. I'm not
statistics-
asking to see your sources. Did you actually look at data that shows that the mental health outcomes have remained consistent over the past 100 years or so? I doubt it.
I don't. I
Maybe
did
you
not
did.
look at a source. No. First of all, I did not. You're correct. I did not look at any sources of the mental health outcomes from 100 years ago. But are you saying that you would expect to see a decline? You would expect to see that decrease commensurate with the decrease in stigma?
I mean,
Because then we can look that
granted-
up. That's a question that we
Granted
could get
that
an
we're
answer
both
to.
shooting from the hip and completely speculating, I would think that yes, there would be less. There's probably more casual sex now, but less negative outcomes per incident.
Like if people were
Because of
having
this.
casual sex 100 years ago, they were probably
But I'm purely
more
speculating. I'm not going to
depressed.
like stand on that. That's not where I'm
That
making my
doesn't have to
bed.
do with-
Okay,
with
so
Higher
that
levels
would
of
have right,
depression,
but so
higher
again,
level-
but the ceiling there, we're pretty close to the ceiling because right now the rates that we're seeing are upwards of 75%. So the rates would have had to be like 90%.
Of
Then
what?
you're saying
Oh.
when the stigma was
And-
higher
and-
of people
and that-
reporting these negative mental health outcomes. Of
that
people
has
reporting.
nothing to do. That has nothing to do with the
Probably.
sex itself. It has to do with science, and has to do too with the fact that condoms are readily available to everybody and anybody that wants them. So people are actually more protected. There's nothing to do with
Those
the
things
sex.
suck.
Or
There's
it's because
nothing to
nobody
do-
knew about it.
Yeah,
That
No,
would-
they-
that maybe it didn't
well,
affect them
They knew about it.
probably-
You just
nobody else
get it on
knew.
the gas station.
You could probably look at a correlation between teaching safe sex in schools and abstinence and all those things in the education system, teaching them how to use condoms, so on and so forth, and then a rise in casual sex. I think that would be probably telling to kind of where that spike hit. Trib1 says, I personally think people were boning a lot with a lot of people and just weren't kissing and telling before. I think it's better to be honest and open. Fair enough, Trib.
That just
They're
that
not-
seems
they're not
unlikely though, because again, especially if we're talking about times before we had condoms and birth control and stuff, people had to actually face the natural consequences of sex, and so
Yes.
it's much harder to hide that you're having casual sex. So it's very unlikely that people were secretly going around, women were secretly going around having sex, unprotected sex with 10s and 20 men at a time,
That's-
because they would have been getting pregnant and incapacitated.
Well, yeah, I
That's
already
the
said
reason-
there's less people to meet back then, anyways.
No,
I
but-
agree.
but
People are
it's
having
not-
more sex today.
Is the lack
I'm
of
responding to
consequence-
the the comment on the screen.
I'm going to
I
turn on my
understand.
volume again because probably nobody's hearing me again. So
Okay.
it's about consequences, like Captain said. Is every time like there's a reason why our grandmas had 12 kids and we have one, because sex usually, if they had it enough times, we're going to lead to pregnancy, and it's the fact that we lived in a village, so everybody knew about everybody, so you can only fuck 2 or 3 people before getting a terrible reputation. Now, for the first time in history, people are meeting each other from miles away, from other cities, from other schools, from other countries, and they have the chance to actually spread around. All these women are not having sex with the village, they are having sex on the next school, on the next work, so they actually can have more partners because they are not going to get the reputation for it.
Okay. Teletubbies are ruining society more than global warming. Global warming is more of a negative on society than casual sex. MAGA's lack of accountability is ruining society more than global warming. There's a lot built into that. If anybody has a response, if not, I'll move on. We have 2 more.
Yes, pass.
I thought it was climate change, not global warming.
It has to be climate change because global warming didn't actually come to pass.
Trib says, for the anti-group, is casual sex about not wanting a relationship with a partner or someone just not ending up in a long-term relationship post-sex? I think
Just
it
for
could be
us?
both.
Yeah,
I think,
that was
no, I
Point
think it was,
made earlier.
yeah.
No, and we answered it earlier. It's the former that we're talking about. We're not blaming people for relationships not working out. We're not saying that you have to stay with someone, because you get into a relationship, you need to stay in a relationship with someone. We're saying the intention of having sex with people that you have no emotional connection to, you might not even have emotional or romantic interest in, just having sex for the sake of having sex. That's what we're
Yes.
that's what we're
So you're saying
criticizing.
people need to stay in bad relationships?
No, that's not what she said.
You know that I just said the exact opposite, right? Are you making a
it's
joke,
about-
Misty? Okay, he's making a joke. Okay.
And final one for the night, good one. And if you have a membership, go ahead and hit that meme because Chuck says, all I know is I'm fucking the moderator. I love you, Chuck. All right. I believe it is time to open up the panel. Anyone hanging out backstage, feel free to hit that restream button and collect your credits on your end so that you can shine this light over to your own audiences. You are more than welcome to do so and have some fun with it too. Let's go. All right, everyone, welcome up to the Raging Tomato. All familiar faces here. James, I haven't seen you in a while. Welcome back. Angry Man has been coming and tearing up our open panels like it is his new job. I'm very excited. He's back for one more. I am officially making Angry Man untouchable as well as the top 4 on the panel. Anyone else can be booted. I do have Clay waiting patiently backstage. And again, you are all welcome to dual stream if you so choose. My rules here are keep your interruptions to a minimum. If you start getting on my nerves with them, I will start putting you to the back just because I feel like it, or I'll tell my chat to just pay to boot you because they like to boot people for fun on my behalf. Let's go ahead and kick it off. Angry Man, I know you're stewing. Do you want to go ahead and add in your initial thought here?
And by the way, Sarah said that you are untouchable, Angry Man. So you have to say the
Yes.
untouchable empire, baby.
Oh, and for the record, the gauntlet is now live. We're going to be shifting over there in about 2 minutes. If you already know where you're going, start making your way. All right, Angry Man, take it on.
So, besides the fact that Dusty and
Oh yeah, I'm turning. I got him.
besides the fact that Dusty and Ghosty just got decimated, you
Fact.
sat there and said that nobody substantiated the point that causes societal decline. It absolutely does. It's already been proven that whenever a society engages in monogamy and stricter rules around sexuality, that's when that society becomes more expansive in every category. When it comes to art, when it comes to economics, when it comes to architecture, when it comes to everything. And in the moment, this is typical in human behavior. The moment that we reach a peak of the society, that's when we start getting loose with our rules around sex. And that's when you start to see the decline of that society. That's already been proven through countless cultures.
Then what the fuck
And
is
the fact that-
America?
and the
Hold on,
fact that
hold on, let
you're-
him finish.
The fact that you're sitting here being purposely obtuse, like you really don't understand the stuff that I was saying in the chat room. Like the analogy about the driver's license was very simple. A freaking trained monkey could understand that analogy. It's
I
very
got it.
simple.
It just sucks.
Just because a person who has a license to drive a motor vehicle can get into an accident and take someone's life, that doesn't mean that we should just let anybody drive a damn vehicle. Because your entire premise is, well, people have bad outcomes in structured relationships, so we should just have casual sex. That is the dumbest shit I've ever heard
That
in
was
my
not
life.
my argument, sir.
And-
That's
and
not
by
anyone's
the
argument.
way, that's exactly what you said.
No.
It
You
wasn't.
literally said that. I've been sitting here watching the whole time.
Yeah, it was a
and I
counter
took
argument.
notes, so I know you said it. Now, here's the other thing.
You're
The fact
mischaracterizing
that you
it.
said, look, Ghostly, here's the reality. The world could be on fire outside and you wouldn't know it. Let's just be real about it, okay? You're a smart frog sitting in an ever increasingly hot pot of water. You don't know what you're talking about, okay?
Why is it that the more liberal societies are the most
Hold on,
successful
hold on.
ones?
Dusty, I got you in a second. The society is already in decline. Okay,
Yes,
and
it
then
is.
the last thing I'll say, and then Dusty can freaking have it, is what you said about freaking porn. That's ridiculous. The reason, the reason why you want to bring up the stigma around porn? Because women are the ones that actually have more access to sex than men. So men who will use porn as a way to satisfy their needs because they don't have as much access to sex as women do, you look down on that, but you encourage women having casual sex. You know why? Because that's a situation where you have the upper hand as opposed to the men. You're down on the porn side because that gives men the upper hand to not be chasing around women and having to worry about freaking rejection. And by the way, Dusty, Powder Dusty, the thing you said about incels. First of all, in a traditional society, you wouldn't have incels. So that was a moot point, my friend.
And before you
We were-
respond, Dusty, I'm going to shut down the Raging Tomato side officially now. Please feel free to move over to the Gauntlet to continue watching Open Panel. We'll catch you over there, or catch the raid. Okay,
We
go
weren't
ahead,
discussing traditional societies, first of all. Second of all, the claim that men don't benefit from looser sex, cultural sex standards is wild.
It's not wild. It's actually factual because we
It's
all
factual?
know.
Look
that-
at America.
We all know that most women pursue a smaller percentage of the men. It's the 80-20 rule. You should know this, Powder Dusty.
It's not a rule, and so
It actually is.
okay,
Yeah, because
sure.
women are more selective.
It's a
when it
red
comes to
pill
sexual
rule, right?
access
It's
than men
part of
are.
the
It's
part of
not
the
a red pill.
subculture
Okay,
perspective.
so before you try to bash
I'm not
red
even
pill-
done yet. I'm not
red
even
pill-
done
red
yet.
pill
I'm not
talking
even done
points,
yet.
Red pill
Go ahead,
talking
Angry
points.
Man.
made
Let him.
8
Let him.
points.
Hold
Let me
on. Hold on.
address
Hold
one more of
on.
'em.
Let him finish. Go ahead, Dusty.
The other thing is that I would point out is that the correlation between sex and cultural decline that you were referring to, that is actually in fact a correlation. I'll concede that, but it's not causal. All it is another. It's just one form of decadence. When you have a society that gets too successful and wealthy, they become decadent. Then, right? Good times make soft men. This is just one aspect of decadence, which is the real issue, that people aren't working hard, they're decadent. And the last thing I'll say is that the claim that more traditional structured societies are more successful is overturned by the fact that we can look at the West, which is the most liberal part of the world, and it's much more successful than, say, the Middle East, which is the least liberal.
Not by
Because you're
birthright.
because
wait,
you're
for the
still-
uneducated-
you're still in the
You guys
middle
hear me now?
because you're still in the middle of
No.
it. You're
hear
arguing
me.
about a society. You're arguing about a society that you currently live in. You're still in the middle of it. Okay, the people that were on the Titanic didn't know they were going to hit the iceberg, Dusty.
I know we're going to hit an iceberg. I know that.
Well, here's the thing. Do you have a PhD in that particular field? Do you have a PhD in that particular field?
In icebergs?
In the
in what
argument
field?
that you're making right now, stop being goofy.
I have a bachelor's degree in economics, and I can say that is why I know that we're going
So
downhill.
that's why you go to
Wait, can
economics.
someone
about it.
define 820 for the uneducated?
Here's the thing, bro. Here's the
Please.
thing. Here's the thing,
820?
right?
820.
This
What
is
are you
already
asking, Kel?
What is 820 for the uneducated like
80-20
me?
rule?
Okay.
80-20 rule.
It means that the majority of women are competing for the same minority of men, basically. It's hypergamy.
Gotcha,
80%
gotcha.
of
Thank
women
you.
are having sex with 20% of the men.
okay. So here's the thing. The argument that I initially made when I came up here about the correlation between casual sex and the decline of a society has already been studied. Powder Dusty. 86 societies, 80 uncivilized and 6 civilized societies over the span of 5,000 years, and that is exactly the conclusion that was made about that. It is the say what?
Go ahead. What is the conclusion?
The conclusion is that the moment that you change from a society that is more monogamous to a society that has a less strict rules on sex, a freer society, or some sort of sexual revolution, this is when you begin to see the decline of that society. It's the same pattern every time.
That switch is the canary in the coal mine. It's not the cause of the.
Bro, it is. It is. Read J.D. Unwin, Sex and Culture. Give me your source that backs up your point. Give me your source that backs up the fact that casual sex doesn't matter in a society. Give me your source.
I didn't say it doesn't matter in a society.
Give me your source, Dusty.
I said it's a symptom.
You don't know what
decadence.
you're talking about, bro. You don't have a clue what you're talking about. You jumped up here to have an argument, and you didn't even do any damn research, did you?
Dusty,
I didn't. I don't.
Let me ask you a question, Dusty.
Mhm.
Let me ask you a question. Which do you think builds greater bonds? Instant gratification or delayed gratification?
Better bonds?
Yes.
Come on, Dusty.
Don't come on, Dusty me. I don't know that either of them
Oh, God.
Oh,
Here we
he's
go, man.
running from
Here we
me.
go, man. You can't answer.
Now we know that you're
simple
being
questions.
dishonest. You see what I'm saying? Now we
No.
know we're
None
being
of us have
dishonest.
said
Delayed
he has.
gratification.
Checkmate.
The
This is a
question might have been asked.
cross-examination. He doesn't want to participate.
Checkmate.
He has been saying the whole time
How is that
that
checkmate?
connected relationships
How does-
are.
How does
So
delayed
why-
gratification
Hold on.
build any bond at all? If I choose to not spend money today so that I can have an interest build and spend it tomorrow, that has nothing to do with a connection.
Are you
Angry
saying
Man- no,
delayed
Angry Man caught you.
gratification
They're
does
not bonds.
not create stronger bonds? Is that what you're
Ang-
saying?
I'm saying it depends on what gratification you're dealing with.
No, but he caught you. He caught you because you said during the debate that the problem wasn't sex, was connections. So if the problem is connections, long-term bonding actually is going to bring better results. So motherfucker, he caught you. Checkmate.
If
Yes.
we're talking
Exactly
about
what you said,
sex
Dusty.
only,
I wrote it down. I
If we're
got
talking
notes.
about
I
sex
wrote what
only-
you said
all
down,
right.
bro. You're,
Go ahead. Go ahead, Flo. Did
if
you
we're
wanna
talking about
explain it?
sex, then yes, typically it would. It might work
Okay,
the
but
other way
that's not-
around.
Wasn't that what you were talking about?
When? Not just now.
I didn't know
Not
Flo
just
said
now.
it was the
Bro.
Right now, I don't know what part of the discussion you're thinking of when you're asking me this question, but we're
The
just talking
entire
about
debate is
what
about
we were just
casual
talking-
sex.
what we were just talking about was societal decline.
Yeah.
Because of
You
casual
are
sex.
you are gaslighting him. This is what happened. We were
You are
talking about
gaslighting me.
casual sex. We were talking about casual sex,
Mhm.
and Dusty made the point that it was not about sex. What about connections? So Angry Man asked, is it long term? Like, what brings better connections or better bonds? Is the short term gratification with this casual sex, or is the long term? And you couldn't
It's-
answer because if you
I
answer
can
his
answer it
question,
now. Thank you
would-
for refining the fucking question, fatty. Here, let me give you the answer.
Oh, so now you
It-
understand that.
Yes.
So,
It
so
depends.
what brings
Let
better
me answer the
results?
question,
Come on.
fatty, with your dumbass hat.
Go
It
ahead, Dusty.
depends.
You
It
douchebag.
depends. If you
Surf
wait
boy.
too
Go
long,
ahead.
if you wait too long and delay that gratification too long, somebody's going to back out of it. So you can't wait forever. But if
That
you
was
give it
not
up
the question.
immediately, you're not going to have a
That
connection.
wasn't
It
what
was
I
not
said.
the question.
What-
Answer the
Hey,
question.
wait,
It was-
listen
Hold on,
to
hold
what he
on,
said.
hold on, hold
Listen
on,
to what
hold
he
on.
said.
I think
It was not the question.
He just gave you the layup.
How
James, do
is-
you wanna hold on? James, do you wanna offer the translation there?
Yeah, because
think
he
you
said
understand.
if you do it too early, you're going to mess everything up. But that's the definition of casual sex.
But if you wait too long, then you don't get it at all.
So basically,
Delay-
what
wait,
you're
wait,
doing,
second,
basically
If
what
you
you're doing.
fall-
One
if
second,
you
please.
fall-
Angry Man,
if
Hold
you
on,
fall-
hold on, hold on,
if
hold
you
on,
fall-
hold
Sarah,
on,
just
hold
one
on,
second.
hold
I just
on.
want
You're
to make
all going, Fatty. I think you want to respond. Tally does as well, and
Please.
then Angry Man, and everybody
Yeah.
else shut up for now.
So delayed gratification means that you still get it in the end. It's called delayed. It isn't called canceled. So
Fatty.
once again, y'all are. This is my problem
How
with this
long
shit.
are you going to hang
Now,
around
Hold on,
and
Hey,
Flo.
no, no, no. Can you
Let
stop?
him
Can you stop?
finish. Let him finish.
Y'all
Fatty.
y'all keep accusing the other motherfuckers of debating to win and never concede on nothing. This man said clearly delay means you don't get it now, you get it later. And instead of actually tackling the delayed, no, because if you wait too much, you're going to lose.
You don't get it at all.
The way you say
That's
y'all
the
is a
answer.
crime.
That is the fucking answer. There's a sweet spot there. There's a sweet spot.
Oh my
But you can
God.
overshoot it for sure.
He has
Yes,
never
Fatty, how
denied
long
that
you wait?
relationships
hold on,
aren't
but
preferable
Dusty,
to casual
wait, but-
sex. That doesn't mean casual sex is bad, though. That has been our point the whole time.
Yeah, but by
Tally-
your own
Absolutely
admission,
means
Tally,
casual sex is bad.
Tally, did you want to chime in there, please?
Yeah, well, I just wanted to say, so again, to this argument that it's not the sex itself, it's something else that's leading to the decline. Dusty, you seem to be familiar with psychological research and stuff like this. So I'm assuming you know about like a moderating factor, right? Or a mediating factor. So you might have this
Mitigating?
effect.
A mitigating factor.
Mitigating was okay, but when we're talking about statistics, you'd be having a moderating factor or a mediating factor, which means that it mitigates, right? But not necessarily makes something. Okay, basically, you could have a relationship between two things, and you could have So that might be true, right? It might actually be the lack of connection is directly connected to this decline. However, you can have other factors that influence the amount of decline, that exacerbates it, makes it
Correct.
worse, or makes it better. And so we are saying that yes, maybe it's lack of emotional connections that is connected. That's the direct effect. But there could be a moderating factor of casual sex that actually makes it worse. Is that possible? Can you entertain that
Yes.
possibility?
I can
Flo to
entertain
respond and then to Angry Man.
that. I can entertain that. That's the
Okay.
whole thing.
I think that puts us much closer then in our understanding of what could be happening here. Because again, Fatty and I are not saying that it's the number one driving factor. We're saying that this is a net negative.
Well, the
That it's having an
the prompt
influence.
was saying it's the factor, or it
Well,
implies.
again, I clarified this with Sarah, and so maybe we should have focused more on the semantics in the beginning. But like I said in my opening too, I when I heard the framing of the prompt, I said, well, I don't think it's the worst thing ever, but I do think it's a net negative. And she was like, well, yes, that's what we're trying to get at, whether
Oh.
this is a net negative on society,
Yeah,
not
it's
whether
not
it's the most
negatives.
pressing thing. Okay,
Could we
right, but it seems like Dusty might
what? I think
think
that
that
if
there's a net negative.
I think that if I think that we could probably all agree that it's not the thing ruining society, but it is a net negative.
I
So,
really don't think
you
so. I
concede
don't
the
even
But I
debate,
think
think
we
right?
win the debate.
So you
Yeah, then
concede the
see
debate.
to-
All right.
Okay, so-
Angry Man,
Sorry.
go ahead.
So here's the thing, right? Y'all in this entire debate, y'all have been conflating a lot of things, right? No one's saying that people have never had casual sex. People, of course, have had casual sex. No one's saying that people have not engaged in hedonism, which is basically what y'all are arguing for. It's a hedonist lifestyle, right? The problem is when you choose to adopt the hedonist lifestyle as the norm, and then the regular monogamous lifestyle is in the minority. Then you start to have a decline in the society, because the entire reason you have a civilization is because you're behaving in a civilized way. And whether you like it or not, running around and fucking whoever you want to fuck whenever you want is a savage lifestyle. That is not a civilized lifestyle.
The book you referred me to is from 1934. You had to go back that far to find something to support your evidence. Your claim?
Yeah, because knowledge has an expiration date, right?
Well, it is also helpful because we were talking about
Knowledge gets updated.
we were talking about
Knowledge.
having
So
some
give me
data
your. So
from
give me
100 years
your
ago, and he got pretty
updated.
close to
Hold on.
that.
Give me your updated reference, then, Dusty.
I'm the
Give me
defense. I'm not
your
the prosecuted. I'm not the
Give me
prosecution. I'm
your
the
book
defense.
that's written today. Give me your book that's written today that has studied. See, here's the problem. That book has studied civilizations all the way up to this one. It actually
Dr.
includes
Ruth.
this one. You moron. So show
You
me
don't-
the one that's going to give
You
you
don't
another.
think they may
Hold on,
have
show
learned
me-
some more
show me
shit
the
about
book.
sex in the last
Show me
100
the
fucking
book.
Yeah, but
years?
that's not an
Show
argument,
me
Dusty.
the book that's going to give you another 5,000 years moving forward with this goofy shit you're talking
Because
about.
at least
that you're doing right
Angry's giving you
now.
something that's falsifiable. You're just saying, well, there could be other stuff, but that's not really an argument.
I'm
Hold
trying
on,
to clarify.
Hold on. I wanted to sorry, Ghosty. I wanted
okay.
to push it over to Beth. I think she wanted to add something in as well. And then to you, Ghosty.
Can I respond to that first?
Yes.
Angry Man, we've learned a lot about sex and relationships in the last
Where's your
100
book?
years. Where's my book?
Where's your
Yeah, so
information?
demonstrate it.
Kinsey.
Where's your information? Show it
Dr.
to me.
Ruth.
Show it to me.
You didn't show me yours. I had to look it up myself. You look up mine.
No, I did show it to you. I literally showed it to you, and I quoted the author and the title, and
Yeah.
I even gave you the premise of the entire study.
Kinsey is newer.
I gave you the premise of the entire study.
I'll look
What
it
else
up.
did you want me to give you?
What's it called, Flo?
Kinsey is the researcher's last name.
Kinsey Scale?
Dang,
Here's
now
the
you got
point.
Tomato doing work for you.
Particularly with something that is so tied to culture as sex is, that should have been updated in the last 100 years.
Sexual behavior in the human female? Alfred
There you go.
Kinsey?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And
That's
what's his credentials?
He's a doctor.
Let me
What's
see.
the claim
What?
he's trying to make?
Are you
Let
the
me.
lead
Doctor of sex.
Originally published in 1953, the material presented in Sexual Behavior in the Human Female is derived from personal interviews with nearly 6,000 women.
So 20 years.
Uh,
Wait. So let me get this straight, Sarah. Let me make sure I understand this. Did he just chew me out about a book that's 20 years older than his book?
You're demanding sources right now. I don't have
This
sources
is
for you.
Your
the
argument that you
credentials.
just made.
Hold on. Let me give you at least the credentials because I know that question was asked. It's the staff of the Institute for Sex Research, Indiana University. Alfred Kinsey, Wardell Pomeroy, Clyde Martin, and Paul Gebhard.
Yeah.
Indiana
So we know
University.
that sex.
Kinsey
is-
was a bit of a pervert and an
was a
alleged
pervert.
pedophile.
Yeah, I mean,
We know that
PDF,
sex
PDF.
has very strong
sorry,
cultural
PDF.
connotations,
Bro,
and it's influenced by
bro,
culture.
We're talking
Culture-
Oxford University and
cultural
Cambridge
attitudes
University.
towards
Kinsey
Bro.
tried
Have
justifying
in the last 100 years.
sex with children.
Exactly.
All right, let's-
Bro, we're talking
let's
Oxford
maneuver.
and Cambridge University. And you like seriously?
Oxford hasn't put out a new
You wanna
sex
be
book in
right
100
this bad.
years.
wanna be right this
Oxford hasn't
bad.
put out a new sex book in 100 years. Angry
That's
Man.
how we
right
like
this
it's
bad.
all a bunch of
It's
nerds.
so
Okay, let's
stupid.
maneuver so we get some new voices. Beth, if you'd like to chime in, and then I do want to still hand it back to Ghosty after that, please.
Sure. So the fact that everybody's jumping to books that are written in modernity is kind of silly because sex outside of wedlock has been a practice forever. In fact, like my grandma, great grandma, great great grandma, all were pregnant before they got married to the man who knocked them up and then proceeded to have I think the lowest number of kids was 4 and the highest was 14. So this is
How is
something
that
that you
casual
can
sex?
Hold
hang
on,
on,
let
this
her
is-
finish, please.
this
How
is
is that
something-
casual sex? They stay
Yes,
together.
hold on, Fatty. Please let her finish, and then you can inquire. Thank you.
This is something that we see throughout human history is that it did start off and a lot of times the bond wasn't there. It was the fact that society said, no, now you're pregnant, you're going to stay together, you're going to be a family, you're going to raise the children, and the bond grew from there. So this idea that
We're just promoting the
start
bond.
Please
actually
let her
enact-
finish her fucking thought. All of you.
Sorry, Sarah.
Thank you. Go ahead, Beth.
just finishing my sentence, the idea that it has to begin with a bond is absolutely ludicrous according to human history.
all right, Beth. So by your own argument, you're saying that society put some type of stigma around them in order for them to have a relationship after they come together. But
And
you're actually proving the point that if you make it casual, you're going to have a societal breakdown because now there are no duties, there are no obligations to men or women. Well, actually, there are to men,
the
but not to
societal
women.
breakdown came with the destruction of the family and the focus on coming together and staying together and working it out and building it for your kids.
Yes, but
Can
through
you
the
just agree
destruction
that if you
of the
come
family,
together,
what
you're
were
more
some of its
likely to have less
mechanisms?
casual sex?
Some of its mechanisms was feminism. Some of its mechanisms was birth control. Things that basically eliminated the societal need to hold women accountable and to hold the relationship accountable. Thus, you're actually proving their point.
It all
You
begins
actually
with
have
that.
the conditions. You actually when
Hold
you
on.
go when you're going back to those times, you actually do not have the same conditions as you have today. Today
Correct.
you have conditions. Today you have conditions where you have the options to do a lot of things. Back then there were certain options you didn't have. The family had to stay together for survival. That's what makes it different. When you come into this modern society that we live in and we start playing loose with the rules, it's more damaging because we have more things that allow us to get off track. It's not like it was back in the day where just the conditions of living forced you to operate a certain way, which is where we get a lot of those rules from.
Do you think that every woman got pregnant the first time that she had sex?
Of course
Families
not.
were created by casual sex, and that was how it worked for most of human
What?
history.
Okay, that wasn't everybody. That
What?
wasn't everybody.
That doesn't even
depended on
logically
how
follow.
far back
Can
you
you
go.
support that
How
claim?
far back are you going? Are you going back to?
But hold on.
Are
But
you going back
you
to
wouldn't be able
hunter-gatherer?
to. you wouldn't be able to prove it otherwise, right? You'd have to have some actual data to prove that most women are engaging and then marrying later. We hear of shotgun weddings, that is a thing, but I don't think it's the majority. If it was the majority, then we would have a stamp of approval on it. Tally, quickly, and then over to you, Ghosty.
Right, but again, was your great grandma and your great grandma were they having casual sex with a bunch of men and then they were pressured to stay with the one who knocked them up, or were they just having premarital sex? Because again, Fatty and I we're not religious, we're not puritanical, we're not saying don't have sex before you get married. We're saying have sex in a relationship. It sounds very plausible that all of the grannies in your lineage were having sex before they got married. That doesn't mean that they were hoeing themselves out in any significant way.
The way that it was within especially a lot of small town communities. I'm not saying they're running around hoeing themselves out. Just a matter of that casual sex wasn't quite looked at the way that you guys are portraying it to have been. And anybody
you're saying it would have been portrayed even worse. You're saying it would have been portrayed even worse because again, you talked about all of this societal stigma and pressure that was put on the people to get together once they were pregnant. So and everyone here already acknowledged actually that the stigma against casual sex has decreased over time, not increased. So you guys are just contradicting each other with your claims.
Pregnancy and casual sex are not, or what am I thinking of here? They're not exclusive to one another. Okay, it's not like just because you're
so why did you brought that up?
Time.
So Powder
So
Dusty.
why did you brought that up?
Hold on, Angry Man, because I want to hand it over to Ghosty after this. Are Tally and Beth? Are you kind of done with that? I think so. Ghosty, go ahead. I know you probably wanted to dive into a topic that has already passed. You're more than welcome to rehash if you so choose. You have sat there so patiently. Thank you.
It's okay. Thank you. It was kind of more of a question or clarification because you guys have been talking about bad things that can happen when people have casual sex. I understand that. Bad things can happen when people have casual sex, just like bad things can happen when people do other things. And I understand you can make comparisons between these things. But I want you guys to really clarify, where is the actual detriment? Are you saying it's to people's marriages? Are you saying it's to people's overall well-being for the rest of their lives? Is it to society? What is all of your positions? Where is the actual harm and detriment to society?
Have you looked around? Have you looked around at the society right now?
Yes, I have.
Then you must.
Are you
not
just
be paying
asking us to
attention.
repeat? But do you just want us to repeat the debate because we went through
You said some people regret
named
sex
all of
and
the
have.
things.
I don't see that as an actual detriment. Like when you can.
You're right, exactly. You are taking the crazy position that increased levels of anxiety, of social anxiety, of depression, of dissatisfaction, of lower well-being. You're taking the crazy position that those things are not a detriment to an individual or society. It's a very hard position to defend.
No, it's
You
not.
can say it's not the worst thing ever, but to say that that is neutral or even good is it's a ridiculous position to try to defend.
No.
It's obviously a net negative.
It's not, because again, like I said, there are so many things that have all of the same exact very negative outcomes for people, and those things are not an overall detriment to society. Like I said earlier, when we were
Like
talking
what?
about people in relationships who end up
The
having
prevalence
breakups or
rate,
divorce.
again,
Finish.
They end up having breakups or divorce or terrible experiences, etc., which can happen from dating. This leads to overall bad outcomes for many people that we all deal with this. But that doesn't make dating an overall detriment to society. It just means that it has some negative consequences that happen from it. And it's the same with casual
the
sex.
prevalence rates are what are different, and that's why we make the comparison, right?
You
So
don't
yes,
have a
it's
rate.
really.
You don't have a rate for the amount of people that end up in
You
a
are-
bad
you are the-
situation
Actually,
after
no,
dating.
I'm sorry. Hold on, pause. Sorry.
Yeah, but
Yes,
that's your
we do,
claim.
because we have rates for the overall general public, and then we have rates specifically for people who are engaging in casual sex, and their rates are significantly higher. So yes, there are people who are not engaging in casual sex who also have bad mental health, who also experience trauma and all of these negative consequences. There are lots of things that can lead to negative mental health outcomes, and one of them is engaging in casual sex. That's
And
what we're
one
saying.
of them is also being in a relationship.
Yeah, but the problem.
the prevalence
you are
rates
the
are
problem is.
But you are double talking because you said on the beginning there's other things that are bad too, like the breakup of a relationship, that are not detrimental to society. breaking relationship is definitely detrimental to society. If you lose your friends, if you lose a relationship with your kids, if you lose a relationship with the person that you love, they are definitely detrimental to society because they are going to hurt the group that you actually build. So you are actually lying. You are double talking.
These
We
are just
think
things
divorce.
that happen
We,
in life.
we 1 second, please. We think divorces are bad for society. We think when two people love each other and they break up or they can get along are bad for society. And we think too that two people that don't know each other like that fucking as detrimental cost to society. So all of them are bad. Yes, they are all bad.
Trib
This
one
is
says
literally
so.
this is
So when religious talk doesn't bring people back to not wanting to have sex with others, what should be the prescription? Should we ban contraception?
Yep. Well,
Sounds like
I mean,
a
a lot of
bad
it, yeah, you should.
solution.
Yeah, that's a bad idea.
But no one's prescribing this, and no one. I don't even get this. So if religious talk doesn't do it, who made religious arguments on this entire panel? Like,
Well,
it
you know
just
what-
hasn't
what
happened.
I
I've-
took from Fatty and
Tali.
Captain.
Tally. What I took from their argument, because what's crazy to me is how everybody keeps mischaracterizing it. If I'm incorrect, you correct me. Their argument is you're swapping. You're making casual sex the norm and structured sex abnormal. That's what makes it problematic. They're not saying that casual sex can't exist, but you cannot make it the standard, because when it becomes the standard, this is when you start seeing the societal structure breakdown. The entire point is that you have rules for a certain reason. Now, notice y'all brought up the single mother epidemic that we have in this country, and I'm pretty sure you're going to pretend like you don't see the statistics of children that are raised in single mother households. Yeah, did y'all bring up those statistics, or did you ignore them?
We touch on that subject and then ignore them completely, saying
They ignored them, right?
But
Like,
yeah,
it's
they ignored them.
indefensible.
It has already been proven. It has already been proven that children who grow up in a structured family with both parents are way more likely to grow up to be well-rounded people in the community and repeat the process. This is literally how we have a society with that structure. Like, for instance, I'll give you a prime example. Dusty, we were talking about licenses earlier, right?
Mhm.
You drive around in your car, right?
Mhm.
Do you have to have does somebody have to constantly enforce the traffic rules on you in order for you to abide by them? In other words, when
No.
you're driving, you see the sign, you're just going to do it, or you have to have a cop watching you.
No, they don't have to constantly enforce it.
They don't have to constantly enforce it, right? However, there's some people out here that don't give a shit about those rules, right?
Mhm.
Okay, so the problem is when you start to have a breakdown in the rules, it may not affect you. You may not do anything that's going to cause a detriment to the society, but there are individuals out here. The rules have to be enforced, otherwise they're not gonna. It's like my father used to say. My father used to say, a locked door is just to keep an honest man honest, because it's not going to stop a crook.
The
Flo,
kids that are
stop.
depressed the
Flo,
hardest
stop.
are the rules. They fell the
It's
hardest.
too close. Fix it.
What is that? Oh my
I've used it as a thumbnail before.
If you've never
it's
seen it,
Too,
that's
it's too
your
close.
problem.
It's too close.
too risky.
I literally had it as a thumbnail, but all right.
I want to hand it over, Clay or Sasquatch or James, if you wanted
you
to.
want to go, Squatch? I have something.
I got a little bit of an issue with the definition of casual sex, because there is an entire section of sexuality that hasn't been touched by your definition of knowing for a week or two or just met or something like that. There are also the divorcees, the widows, and the various other people who do this sort of stuff with people they've known for years rather than going back out into the dating scene. Now, y'all let y'all's imagination run away with that, but just discuss.
Yeah, but even though the scientific classification that Tally brought doesn't doesn't exactly follow that. The definition of casual does, if you want to just agree on a definition. Because
Sure, I'm just saying we're talking about
Well, you
sex
just look it up
and
real
the casuality of it, not so much the I've only known them for 2 weeks thing.
yeah, but it would still fall under casual, because if I just type up casual
Sure.
on Google, it just says informal, relaxed, and not serious.
Yes.
So
Well,
that,
Right.
that would still fall under that purview.
Well, what if
That's the-
I feel like sometimes that could be one person's perspective of a relationship, whereas the other person thinks they're completely in a incredibly strong relationship and they're in love and so on and so forth. I mean, we've seen this teeter-totter in relationships and, you know, things on the ethernet of women complaining like, he told me he would love me, he said this, he said that, and then come to find out he was just having fun, right?
Yeah, and you're right. And just because there is a subjective metric that one person would view it as casual and the other one wouldn't. Let's just say a player who's saying, you know, I don't want to take things too fast, and the girl's like, you know what, I'm gonna change him. Yes.
Well, no, not even.
there
No,
is a-
no. I'm
there is a
saying
deviation.
even if he rolls with it, right? He just tells her what she wants. Like, I'm not saying all men do this by all
Right,
means.
even if
I'm
he's
just,
love bombing or something.
right. I'm just saying if she's made to.
You look beautiful tonight,
believe-
Tally.
Oh, that's so sweet.
You
Even if
so
she's
much.
made to believe that this is the style of relationship, and then, you know, however long later he gets in her pants and then poof, disappears, right? Like, she believed that it was something meaningful, whereas to him it was just casual sex.
Yeah, but then that's why what's really implied here in this discussion is how we should prescribe it. They're arguing from a utility-based system. They weren't prescribing anything, but at the same time, what they're prescribing on the opposite end, what's implied is that we should just let it all hang out. You don't need a license to drive, basically. So their ultimate argument is even more indefensible than one who is at least trying to have some type of standard. Because yes, there is a subjective metric for both a person who might be a victim of that, but this is why we should have a standard.
Yeah,
And
I see what you're saying.
Yeah,
So
none of us
I had a
have said
question
that,
for
by the way.
Ghosty. Ghosty, because I'd seen you kind of allude to it in the debate, basically that pornography is a detriment to society. That's a position you hold.
I wouldn't say it's an overall detriment to society.
It's not an overall,
maybe.
so it's not. So there's
It
nothing
has a
detrimental
lot
about
of-
it at all.
It has a lot of bad effects. Yeah.
Okay,
but
therefore that it would logically follow that as
you guys are so black and
Net-
white.
that's a
Things
net negative.
bad-
I'm just-
No, we're not. No,
We're not
you're
black
just
and
not
white. I think what's-
understanding
what's the
it.
problem is that
hold on. Let Ghosty go ahead and explain, and then James, I know you have a response to it.
I think porn has had bad consequences in certain aspects of certain people's lives.
Is
That doesn't
society,
mean
or is that
it
just a
doesn't mean
one-
that overall porn is a bad thing to society.
So
So do you
it's
think
typically
porn has
a
more
male thing.
benefits?
how many
or more-
people
or
does
more
porn
negative?
affect? How many people does porn affect?
Wait. No.
A
Do you
lot.
think? But do you think it has a more positive impacts on people or more negative impacts on people?
Guns don't kill people.
I-
People kill people.
I really don't know.
This is
I
that
don't know.
argument.
Well,
This
you
is
were the one
literally
who
that
brought it-
argument.
You don't know,
You
so
were
you-
the one
so
who
wait a
brought
minute.
it up.
Go,
Yeah.
hold on.
You're
Go ahead,
saying-
Tally. Go ahead,
I
Tally.
think for some people it causes really bad outcomes, and for some people it doesn't affect them at all. Some people enjoy it and nothing bad happens. I don't know which one is more common. I would say there's probably less people whose lives have been destroyed because of porn than the
So
opposite.
visually,
We're not saying destroy.
More-
visually
You're
watching.
right. You're the one who's talking in black and white.
So
Well, if we're talking
visually
about detriment-
Wait,
You
wait,
didn't say
wait, wait, wait.
Go ahead,
So
Angry
Yeah,
Man.
net
Is-
negative.
so-
Go ahead,
Net
Angry Man.
detriment doesn't mean.
Go ahead, Angry Man.
So visually watching people engage in sex, fantasizing about it, and masturbating is worse than actually having frivolous, no strings attached sex with someone.
Yeah, babies don't come
No.
from that.
No, in
That-
some
that's what
cases
you're
it could
saying.
be. In some
I would
cases it
say-
could be,
I
but
would
no,
say
overall no.
in
Do
some
you have
cases,
any
in
idea-
some
do-
cases,
do
it's
you
only
have
some.
any idea?
I'll
I
say
said
maybe.
no.
One at a time.
Do you have any idea how ridiculous that is?
You're
So
arguing a ghost,
basically,
man.
The fantasy of something, the fantasy of you imagining something alone is
Mm-hmm.
worse than the actual act.
I said no. I
Yeah.
said no, it's not.
But
I
It
will
can
say
be,
there could
but
be
no,
some
it's
benefit.
not.
But earlier, but that's going against your position because earlier you said when they brought it up,
hmm
or you brought it up, that was bad but you were making an argument for casual sex not
I
being
said
bad.
porn is probably more of a reason to blame for why people regret having sex or have sex in unhealthy, toxic ways than just people's wanting to have casual sex in general. I think porn has probably poisoned a lot of people's minds to end up having regretful sex or sex that they don't actually enjoy than the actual people just wanting to engage in casual sex.
I see what she's
not
hold on,
saying-
Angry Man. Hold on,
Yep.
hold on. I see what she's saying. She's saying it dehumanizes people in terms of the act of sex. So if a man watches porn over and over and over again, then when he actually goes to have sex, he has dehumanized the woman in that instance, and it removes any emotion, any grasping to it, or so on and so forth. And that's probably what leads to the regretful decision.
I
was talking to Angry Man. I was talking to Angry Man. Let him respond.
You
Go
know
ahead.
what dehumanizes woman? Casual sex.
It doesn't have to.
crazy.
That's the
That's
point.
crazy.
It doesn't have
I'm not even
to.
sure Ghosty even said that. Is that what you're saying, Ghosty? Whatever Sarah just argued for you.
It's a part of it. Yeah, I think porn can poison people's brains to lead them to having sex that they don't actually enjoy, treating people in a way that the other person isn't going to enjoy.
Okay, well then how many men watch porn?
If I use
lot
it
of-
as
in America.
A lot
if
of
I
people
use
watch
it as a
porn.
thumb
That's why I'm saying I'm blaming
I
porn
wish I
more.
could be able to
If I could
interject
just
without being
finish.
interrupted.
I'm
I
blaming.
wish I could interject and keep
Hold on.
talking and nobody continue to talk over me.
Uh,
Because I swear I was
hold
trying
on,
to
Don't we
everyone.
all? Don't we
Shut
all?
up. Yes, everybody, stop. Everyone is interrupting everyone. You all do need to take a step back and chill the fuck out, because it is getting obnoxious up here tonight, and even I am not in the mood to tolerate it. Among U.S. adults 18 to 35, about 87% of men and 28% of women view porn at least once a week. That's the stat.
And that's why it's problematic, because it's something that mostly men engage in. The reason why casual sex now is empowerment and not problematic is because women grant access to sex. It's something they can do more than men. That's the
2 to
only
3.
reason. The only reason that all of a sudden porn is a problem, because if you have porn and you have guys engaging in porn instead of begging women for box, then women don't have as much power over men as they normally do. It's the same reason that they won't legalize, the P word. They won't legalize that,
Crazy.
because if men have legal access to just pay for it, then women can't play their little goofy games that they play 24/7. So I wasn't surprised when you said that, well, porn is more problematic than casual sex. Of course you're going to say that.
And let me read a couple super chats, and then I'll hand it back over. Trib says, Beth's point was my point in trying to narrow what casual sex meant, because long-term relationships seem to be what's being argued with over and over. Sex is not the issue with long-term relationships. And I believe the group clarified at the beginning of the debate, stating that it was within 1 week of meeting each other and then having sex, correct? That was considered casual sex?
That was the definition on the dictionary.
So,
That we agreed upon.
well, so it wasn't the definition. I did want to go back to this about the definition, because I think it's going to be hard to nail down a definition. There is a subjective component to it, like Sarah, I think you brought up very pointedly, right? You could have two people in a relationship describe it in very different ways. So if you're talking about someone's like subjective experience, that you could have one person who says this was a committed relationship, this was serious, and another who says it was casual, it wasn't serious, I wasn't very invested, which is what makes these particular studies where they do quantify it in that way even more interesting, right? Because in the cases where there's not a misunderstanding, right, where it's not like they might have been seeing each other for a couple of months, but one person is just saying, oh, it was casual, where literally the metric is I had sex with this person after knowing them for less than 1 week. In those studies, we see really high rates of regret and of these negative emotional responses for men and women. So when we put it in the strictest sense, we do see that. So it is a subjective thing, but even when we quantify it in that way, we see significant negative outcomes.
Okay. Trib also says, I think the wanting of casual sex is a net neutral for society, at least in America. I think the freedom to want it is fine. How to engage healthily is what should be pushed. That's a
Yes.
good thought.
That was
Any
that
Ghosty,
was
did
what
you
I
want to
was
expound on that?
that was what I was trying to say for a while. But yeah, that's worded nicely.
It goes against what you said, because if you think corn dehumanizes woman, nothing dehumanizes woman or man more than you become a personal cum dumpster. Y'all complain about this all the time. If I make you my cum dumpster and I don't look for nothing other than sex with you, that's the most dehumanizing thing I can do, other than jerk off to you. Like, there's more. That's even worse. Like, why are you keep saying the same thing? Keep it like you flip flopping between.
Because
Yeah,
she's a
it's bad, but
feminist.
it's not that bad. But it's good. Like, why keep flip flopping?
It's
Yeah.
feminism. That's what feminism does. It
doesn't
rots your
have
brain.
it doesn't
I
have
think
to
it's
be
more
dehumanizing for women to have
fuck
casual
yourself.
sex.
No, not everything can be like.
Well, you're the
Ghosty.
one that's saying it is. You're saying that it is
Ghosty.
dehumanizing.
Every
I
time
want to
we
say something about this.
Every
this
time
whole
we say
topic.
something, you say sometimes, not all. Doesn't have to be that way. But casual sex, especially from a man point of view, is you are going to be. You are going to be the glory hole. I'm
So
sorry.
It's a whole lot of
Basically,
surrogate
That's
tonight.
the reality.
Hold on. What if a woman makes a man just another notch? Like, what if to her he means
It's the same thing.
absolutely
He's
nothing to
dehumanizing.
her, but he
Then
maybe
God
sees
bless
something
her.
in her.
We're in a
He's-
semester.
Send her my way.
You can't dehumanize men. You can't dehumanize men with sex. The way women dehumanize men is by treating them like walking ATMs.
Oh,
You
yes, you
deserve a
can.
decent
You can
dummy money,
totally,
sir.
you could totally have sex with a man and be like, it was all right.
He doesn't care. He
You
doesn't
don't think
care.
men have egos when it comes to sex? Haha, that is very
That's
funny.
it?
You already know
That's
that.
it?
Let me use
Go
my
ahead.
man brain and think about what a man thinks. Or should
It's
I
not
just
working
let you
too well.
tell me, or should I just let you continue to tell me with your female mind what a man thinks?
Most men
Is
don't get
Ghosty
angry.
making the case by casual sex being bad for men because they can break their egos? Is that what she's doing?
Well, what I'm actually saying is, what if to a woman, because you guys have said that she becomes a cum dumpster, this or that, but what if to her that's not shameful to her? That's not even problematic. She just wants to go fuck.
She enjoys it.
Yes.
If two people
And
are
that's-
engaged in sex and they enjoy it and they respect each other and that's not dehumanizing.
Dear God,
Is
Ghosty.
that woman a detrimental to society? A woman that is fucking casually men without not looking in
And she's
their
making
eyes,
money
taking
doing
care
it.
about Is she good for society, Ghosty? Hey, Ghosty, is she good for society?
Well, but
Who?
but maybe this person, again, our position allows for exceptions. We acknowledge this from the beginning. Not every casual sex encounter is going to be negative, and not every person who frequently engages in casual sex is going to have these negative outcomes. Like we said again from the
Okay.
beginning, people can engage in tons of casual sex and still go on to have fulfilling relationships, marriages, and raise
And
families and all of
society
these
will go
things.
on.
Like most
So I
people
guess
know
the
that
we're
women like
question-
sex
We're
too.
saying
Hold on.
on
So I
average.
guess the question, Tally,
That's a
is
myth.
where do you draw the line between you're gonna survive even if you have casual sex versus, oh my God, this is the worst thing that could happen to you? Where is that line drawn?
Well,
I-
it's just
and I
like
think-
with everything.
And I say it though this way because I think that's where the four of you are getting cross pointed at, is where are we drawing this line at between when is it good, when is it okay, when is it what, like how much is too much, or is it not enough, or too, so on and so forth. Go ahead.
We're saying that all of these things you can only they're really only meaningful in the aggregate, right? Because any one individual could have a very different experience from another individual. However, when we do look at these things on aggregate, we see worse outcomes. So there is not one line in the sand. There's not a certain number of casual sex encounters or casual sex partners that then ruins you permanently. There's no line from which you can't come back from. But again, on average, if you want to prepare care for the best life that you could have, the best advice is to have sex with people that you really care about and who care about you and who you plan to be in a committed relationship with. That's the best practice that you can set. Life is about setting yourself up for the optimal success, right? Things are always going to come up. There could be things completely out of your control that could set you off your trajectory. But if you're trying to set yourself up for success, that includes having, not giving yourself away in a way that might make you feel detached, might make you feel unappreciated, might make you feel used, that you might have regret about. Set yourself up for the most success, and have sex with people when you really care about them, when you're in a relationship, when you should be dating people to get married. If, again, and not for every single person, there will be exceptions, but this works for most people, and so it's the best advice to give. It's the best prescription to give, not to legally enforce, but it's the best advice to give people.
So let me ask you this then, as a hypothetical, because
Sure.
we've seen all of the risk factors and potential consequences of casual sex. What if STDs disappeared? Everyone was sane. We didn't have bipolar, ADHD, bad feelings. What if casual sex was indeed actually accepted worldwide as the same thing as, like, if I went to the bar down the street to have a drink, it's deemed as like, oh yeah, you're just gonna go have sex, cool, yeah, have a good one, let me know when I get to hang out or come, I guess you could say. So if the shift in society happened, and we're seeing a stigma release here on this already, like, most people don't chastise or shame it. But if the shame was lifted, the stigma was lifted, STDs it just disappeared all in the same day, and people utilized rubbers all the time, so we didn't have to worry about unplanned whatevers, unplanned babies, so on and so forth. And there's no more consequences to casual sex. There's no longer bad things happen. Then would you say it would be still bad for society if people participated in it?
So I'm not coming, me personally, right? I'm not coming from a religious.
We know.
Okay, I don't even know what I said yet. But
I'm not coming.
Oh, not right now, at least, guys. This is not exactly my thing.
We know women
Just
take
wait.
forever.
Go ahead. And then Angry Man, I think you want to respond to. Go ahead, Tally.
Lesbians have a much higher occurrence of female orgasms in sexual intercourse, but we can put that to the side for now.
Always.
Talk about it.
I'm not going to feign a religious observance that I don't have. However, I tend to believe that there is wisdom in these ancient traditions. And so I think it's still likely that even in a society where we could completely eradicate the stigma, eradicate any disease, and like we implant people with birth control that only when both people fully want to have a baby in their brains are their bodies even capable of procreating. In all of those scenarios, I still do think that people are likely to be happier when they are pair bonded, when they're with one person that they can build with and rely on and all of these things. But my argument is from a utilitarian perspective. So yeah, in theory, if you could eliminate all of these negative consequences, then my argument becomes much tougher.
Okay, Angry Man, I think you wanted to chime in on that one.
So even if you had all of that, you would still have a collapse in the society within 3 generations, because that's
Okay.
what the data shows, right? So here's the thing I want to ask all of the guys, because I hate when guys get on the internet and act like they're not guys and get disingenuous. So what I want to ask every guy up here is that when you had a casual sexual encounter, a one-night stand, and it just happened to be one of the times where the woman just wanted sex and she left right after sex, are you telling me you guys were sitting on the side of the bed, clutching your covers, feeling like you were used?
Yes.
No, I was
I
a
hope
bit
so.
relieved because I didn't have to
Never
call
happened in
anyone
my life.
I don't particularly
I
like.
mean, yeah, if I was, I'm fine with it.
That's all I wanted to know. All I wanted to know is, like, are you guys sitting on the side of the bed, damn near in tears because you were treated like a piece of meat? Like, because
I mean, that's a
there's
good
people
night,
saying
sir.
that you guys disagreed with that point. So I just want to make sure.
No, I think they disagreed, or maybe weren't necessarily disagreeable, but the idea that you could still shoot a man's ego down. For instance, saying it's not that big, or it was all right, or not even
Yeah, but
coming
that's
at
not.
all.
Hurry up, put
Which
it
is
in.
why, which is why,
Yeah, but
Angry
that's not
Man,
the.
girls are really good at faking orgasms, right?
Yeah, but
Because you
that-
guys enjoy when
Honey,
you think
The toes
whatever.
don't lie. Her
Yeah,
toes
but
I'm
that-
don't
married
lie.
that-
this time for a long time.
That's not really. That's
Compare,
different.
it's not comparable.
That's
That
different.
was where the conversation went. I don't think anybody disagreed that a man would be like, she used me and left, right? I don't think anybody was disagreeable to that.
That was actually my point, Sarah. Like when we were talking about, she said, woman and people gain confidence from having sex, and I said, you might have sex with 40 people, and they all give you great reviews about your sex. If a man comes to you and says, "Man, this is loose as you smelly," that woman will be think about that every time she's going to have sex with a new man, because it's going to be ingrained. It's like a bad comment in the middle of
Good.
5 positive comments. You are going to focus on the bad one. So it actually makes
There's a
our
benefit for
point.
every man
It
afterwards.
actually makes our point.
It needs to
The
hear
more
it.
the more Amazon reviews that you are willing to take from people, is very probable that between them there's one is going to literally make you question if you should put that shit to sale or not. So the reality is that, and I have one question, just one question. Anyone on this panel would advise their daughter to go to college and to have casual sex, or to be more calm and collected?
No, I think most
anyone
I
people
wouldn't
are
talk to my daughter
agreeable.
about that.
Yeah.
No. One
I wouldn't
second.
have
Your
that
daughter-
conversation.
One second, please, because I know y'all are going to do this. Your daughter is going to college, and she heard on the Raging Tomato that the Powder Dusty and Ghosty told there's no problem having casual sex. That's actually good for you. Anyone on this panel would
I think that-
tell.
Oh, go ahead.
I would not
anyone
give.
Hey, please. The question is for people that will tell that to their daughter, okay? Not for the people that don't.
I would
Anyone
tell
on
that
this
to someone
panel-
else's daughter.
Anyone
not
on this
mine.
panel will
So you're
answer.
not saying anyone
How many
here-
times
Let
did
him
I ask
finish.
questions?
Let him finish.
You
Because
guys are
nobody's
talking-
letting him finish. Let him finish.
He's
Fat.
done it.
I
4
want.
times.
Hey, follow instructions, please. If you would say yes, talk. If you say no, shut the fuck up. Okay?
Well,
Anyone,
No.
hold on.
anyone-
I get to
anyone on
speak
the-
because
anyone
I
on
am
this
the
panel-
host. Either way, I don't think anybody here would actually.
So why don't you let them
hold
answer,
on,
Sarah?
Hold on a second, Fatty. Listen. Even I think Ghosty and Dusty were even agreeable to the idea that it wouldn't be the recommendation to go sleep with as many people as you can. But they're saying
Yep.
if somebody chose to participate in casual sex, whether it be one time or one time every 6 months or one time every 2 months, I don't know, whatever, they're not saying that it's bad, but they're not putting like a stamp of approval on it either. Does that
Yes,
make
they are.
sense?
Undecided.
No.
Ask
Hey,
questions
wait,
in
one
your
second.
time.
I don't
Yeah,
understand.
they're
a
definitely
lot of
improving
time.
it.
I don't
Especially
understand.
Dusty.
Moderate knowledge,
I really,
like my
I
input
don't
here.
understand a lot of time why some people can do hypotheticals about kids burning, or you would fuck this kid, or that. Like they can go fully, then the people can answer, but people can't answer my questions for whatever
I'm
reason.
trying to, but
I will
You
try
never stop
again.
asking
I will.
it.
All right,
I will.
all right,
I
stop.
will. I will
Stop,
try
stop,
again.
Stop. Go ahead,
I
Beth.
heard-
You want to answer it?
I heard
Go ahead,
you,
Beth.
Patty. So I have a daughter who's in college, and here's the thing:
Uh-huh.
I said no, you shouldn't go sleeping around. However, these are the precautions you need to know about what life is going to be like there. Because the thing is, she's going to make her own decisions. I
You
can
said
only
no.
help her to a certain point.
You already
Well,
gave a
why
pers-
would you tell her not
Right.
to?
You
if there's-
exactly.
No.
You just conceded. You just
Because you
conceded the
care
debate.
about your child and dangerous things can happen.
Exactly.
That doesn't
Oh,
make
no.
dude. You
It's
also
like-
tell your
it
child.
don't
You
work.
also tell your child. To, oh my
It
god,
doesn't mean I would.
I thought it wasn't
her-
bad.
Hold on a second. Listen,
it's
in my
not.
mind, casual sex would be. Sex
It's not. I would just advise them against it.
Okay.
And
And-
Sarah,
I would
Oh,
tell
me
them to be
personally-
careful. That's the whole point.
Sarah,
Is that because you
No,
care?
No, no,
Turn your
she
mic
didn't.
up,
Beth
Beth.
didn't
Hold on.
say. Beth
Hold on.
didn't say she. Beth didn't
Yes,
say
I
she would say be careful and use protection. She said
Said no.
I would tell my daughter to not go sleeping around, to keep her
I
sexual
know.
encounters.
Right, so she
Wow.
shouldn't be answering.
I know.
So she shouldn't be talking because she's not responding to Fatty's question. Is there
It's-
anybody who would say
hold
yes?
up. Who the fuck are you? I gave her the floor to talk.
That was not Fatty's request.
I don't care.
Right. So you're
I'm
asking
sorry.
me-
Is this Fatty's show? Fatty asked a question. Clearly, nobody disagreed with the thing, but
Go
Beth
see
had a
these
re-
right
but
now.
Beth had a
Go see
response.
it right now.
I literally said
Fatty.
2 words. I didn't.
No,
Fine.
Ghosty
sounds like
said I
Ghosty
don't see no
did.
problem with that.
All right,
Didn't you
before
say
you
that?
guys get all stupid, you all need to take a big, deep fucking
See-
breath and breathe and remember
See,
who's the
Sarah?
fucking charge. Yes, sir.
That's what I meant last night when I said wood sprites can lash out too.
Well, I don't appreciate somebody dismantling when I've given the floor to somebody to talk and they say, well, she wasn't supposed to say anything. I gave her the fucking floor, James.
But he's not wrong, Sarah.
It,
Because the
it
question
does,
wasn't for
it doesn't
you. The
matter.
question
It
was for
doesn't
the
matter.
panel.
We were moving the conversation along. Learn that part of
Just
it.
because you're the boss, not
I'm going to
because you're
move the
right.
conversation along. Alexander says,
You can, not
Tally.
because you're right. You
What?
are not right. You are just the boss. Just
No,
because you are the
that's-
boss
that's
doesn't mean
right.
that you're right.
That
James
is
is right.
exactly right. The point is that I gave her the opportunity to say something, assuming she would bring up another piece of it, which she actually did, and said, I would recommend no, but I'd give the reality of this is what it's like, and these are the safety precautions if you so choose to participate. I think
Was-
that's an excellent shift in the conversation, Fatty, to the
So
realistic
why she's
measures.
no? What,
There's a
Sarah?
difference
Respectfully,
between
respectfully.
actual
Why?
sex
One
and
second, Sarah. If somebody's if Angry Man or whatever says anybody that believes the sky is blue, please tell me that the sky. Like, let's talk about the sky is blue. And Beth says, I want to say something. The sky is red, and this is why. Wouldn't you say that?
Fatty,
it's kind of like, what-
Fatty, everybody stayed quiet. Nobody had a response for you. So we're moving the
Ghosties-
fucking conversation on.
They didn't answer because you stopped.
Fatty, why are you
This is
Fatty,
broken.
hold on, stop. Why are you arguing
You know
about
what?
making
It's
the
your show, Sarah.
executive-
You are right.
There you go. That's a good boy. Thank you, Fatty, for acknowledging that. I love you, Fatty.
Yes.
I was wondering how far that was going to go.
All right. Alexander says, Tally, if 9,999,999 people don't have a positive or negative effect from porn and one has a bad effect, that's a net negative, right? That's a useless metric. And the question is to Tally, not for anybody else.
Yeah, I understand the point. That would be a useless metric if those are the numbers that we're working with, literally, right? That would be, it would be insignificant. It would be like a complete exception. And I think I already responded to you in the chat, Alexander, but I'm not even like anti-porn. I was really more so asking her to test the consistency because she had brought it up as something that was more detrimental than casual sex. So I was saying, okay, so is it a net negative in the way that I am arguing casual sex is a net negative? But I hear your point, Alexander. But that would
Fair
still,
enough.
yeah, okay, sorry, yeah.
It's Tio says, corn comes from societal acceptance of casual sex, LOL.
Facts.
That's literally
Okay.
it.
My point wasn't even that porn is more detrimental than
That's not
actual
even-
sex. By
That's
the
a
way,
lie.
I
I
already
don't
explained.
believe that for one bit. You're a feminist, are you not?
Hold up.
My point.
Well, which
Are you talking
came
to me?
first, the chicken or
Yes,
the
you,
egg? Go ahead and
Molly.
answer, Ghosty.
No, I literally explained 5 times that my point was not that porn is more detrimental than
No, but
casual
answer
sex.
my question though. Are you a feminist?
Yes.
Do you believe that misogyny has a negative impact on society?
Misogyny? Yeah, of course.
Misogyny. Do you think
Misogyny.
that porn and the use of porn from men can have men lean more towards misogynistic traits?
Porn and it can.
Okay, then that would logically follow that the casual use and the very act of porn being casual has a negative impact on society. You lost the debate.
I said I don't know where this is coming from. All I said
That's just-
was that
It's a literal logical entailment.
porn can impact people's porn can inflict some people's minds to make them end up like crossing boundaries they don't actually want to cross, or maybe making regrettable sex decisions. I'm not
Alright.
comparing which one is worse, porn or casual sex.
I didn't
I'm
ask
saying
you
that the
that.
reason
I didn't
people
ask you
have
that.
bad and regrettable casual sex, one of the reasons comes from porn and
Because
our
I'm trying to
attitude
critique your-
towards
I'm trying
sex
to
in
critique worldview
society.
internally. If you believe that misogyny has a negative impact, then we now have to we can now quibble on how much men do you think will take a misogynistic view when it comes to the use of porn? How many men?
So speculative.
And as far as because we're trying to
I
come to
have
an
no
agreement.
idea.
That's her
There's-
statement. Her
There's
statement
plenty
is
of
speculative.
non-misogynistic men who watch porn. That's a very
Come again?
common. There are a
Yeah, that's
lot
fair.
of
Well, that wasn't his
non-misogynistic men
question.
who watch porn.
I didn't
He's
know
saying,
that.
do you
Okay,
think the
Antoine,
porn?
right now.
He's saying,
I'm
do
asking
you
you, what
think the
percentage do you
porn
think is a-
influences the level of misogyny in
Yes,
men?
and
He's
I
not
said
saying-
yes, but he's trying to tell me that I'm therefore saying that porn is an overall
Well,
negative.
he's trying to draw out the logical entailment. He's taking it to the
Mhm.
logical conclusion of what you are saying.
I
That if
understand.
you okay,
Go-
so
So how many women?
Go ahead.
How many men do you think are going to take on misogynistic views after use of porn?
I have no fucking idea, but the minority.
8 of them.
All right, so you mean to tell me if I'm trained that it's good to basically sexualize women all the time and have an expectation that they need to sexually relieve me, that's not misogynistic?
I don't know what that training you're talking about is coming
Use
from.
it.
So
Jump
when
to
you
a
watch
conclusion,
porn, you're
sir.
going to sexualize women. Is that not the case?
That's
It's
the whole
likely
point of
followed.
that's the whole point of porn, though. That's why you step in the room.
You can
Also
look, you can look
sex-
at women sexually without being misogynistic to them. You can have
But
sexual
it's
desires
sexual-
for women
not
without being
according to feminism.
misogynistic.
Not
That's what
according to
sexuality
feminism.
is.
Not according to feminism.
No, that is
So let me
not
let me
not
get
according
this
to.
straight. Let me get this straight. If I make sure I understand you correctly,
Mhm.
if I'm a man and I'm constantly watching porn, it's not going to lead to me sexualizing women more the more I watch it.
When did I ever say that?
I'm asking you a question to clarify.
Hold on.
You
If
answer
you're
the
watching
question.
porn all the time, sir, then you're
I'm-
not actively engaging
So I'm
with
asking
women,
Ghosty,
and
can I get
therefore
Ghosty to
not
answer, please?
sexualizing them. So
If so, are we? Yeah, that are we talking about an average
You
porn
guys are
watcher?
talking right past each other. Right past
No,
each
she's
other
just not
right
answering
now.
my question.
Yeah.
You guys are going
James,
for it.
Hold
Hold
on,
on,
James,
hold on,
you're
hold on.
incoherent.
Enough of the peanut gallery. James and Ghosty, please finish your thoughts to each other. I'd like to let this hash out.
So when
please.
you ask
James doesn't know
about all these people watching porn, are we talking about average men who watch porn, or are we talking about
Let's
porn
just say you're
addicts?
average man who watches a pornographic
Okay.
image. So do you think that, as opposed to a person who has never watched it, who's more likely to have an over-sexualized view of women? A person who's never watched porn or a person who has?
I don't think I could make a difference there. It might be either or. You don't think men have
okay, so how about
natural
this?
sexualizations towards women?
Well,
without
yeah, I
porn?
do think they do. However, I don't
Okay.
think that they have. Do you think that men are going to have an unrealistic expectation if they watch porn for women? An unrealistic
Yes,
expectation
more
of
likely
women.
to. Yes.
Okay, so do you think the more often you are to watch it, then therefore the more likely you are to have that unrealistic expectation?
I don't know if that's a correlate between how much
You're
porn.
kind of
Listen. I don't know if that's a correlate between how much porn somebody specifically watches or the specific person watching the porn. Like some
do you think
some
it's at
people
least
can watch a lot of
correlated?
porn and be okay. So
I didn't
I
ask you
don't.
some. I'm saying
Yeah,
at
I'm
least
not
it's
sure if there's a
correlated.
correlate there. I don't know. I think there's probably a lot of people who can watch a lot of porn. It doesn't affect them. Some people can watch a little bit of porn and then it affects them immediately. So I don't know if there's a correlate.
Boy,
So let me get
the
this straight.
gaslighting is on
I'm-
is next level.
Yeah, because I find that hard to believe, even from your feminist view. Because if you're constantly,
No.
Shh, hold on. Let him and her finish this, and then I'll boot him to the back.
if you're constantly engaging in the
I want
act
$2 back.
of watching other people have sex, therefore giving you an unrealistic expectation of sex, it would follow that the more people do that, the more are going to have an unrealistic expectation, therefore leading to a more misogynistic view, therefore having a negative impact on society.
Maybe it depends how far they take their porn. You know what I mean?
Well, then you may be conceded the debate.
Like
but
some
thanks a
people,
lot, Christine.
I don't think
I'll go
all
to you
people
next,
get
Dustin.
like an addiction to porn. So
I'll throw you back in line in the back. Hang tight, because someone could always buy you back up. It happens. It goes back and forth. Okay, and then let me read a few more super chats, and we'll because I know we've got some responses from some other people here that they would like. Oh God, there's so many. Kokomo calls all of us degens. We are all degens. The fact that we're sitting here talking about sex and not just participating with it with our sweet spouses says enough.
excellent idea. I gotta go.
Bye, Squash. Trib says, can I get prescriptions for both sides if they have them? I think the best prescription is to donate to the Raging Tomato, and Gauntlet debate wins, Sarah. Let's just go around the panel. If you have one concise, who do you want to boot to bring James back, Angry Man? It's up to you. Anybody except for the top four and yourself. Anybody else is, let me drop the names for you so you can see who you want to boot. It's up to you.
Yeah, get what's my man's name? Asvarin.
Asrun. All right, back in line to you, Asrun. Sorry,
How you gonna do Asrun like
I
that?
told you, James. It happens like that.
Bro, do you
okay.
not own sleeves? Do you not own a shirt with sleeves? It's fucking wintertime almost.
Bro,
Hey
I'm
man,
in Houston.
don't,
It's
don't
hot,
get
bro.
mad at James because
I'm
he's
just-
cooking your
look,
partner.
I've
I'm
seen
gonna take
James
notes,
like
too.
3 times in my life. I've never seen.
I'll
a sleeve
cook
on
you
this
next.
man.
I'll cook you next.
Stop it,
I have
bro.
one for you.
All right, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna go around the room, and everyone is gonna give their short, concise prescription to society in regards to casual sex and or porn. Okay, since we're on both topics, I'll leave it up to you which one you want to do. Nobody else is gonna talk while everyone's giving their prescriptions, and then you can all blabber off after that. Okay, Fatty, are you still with us? All right, he's taking a shit. Tally, why don't you kick us off?
Yeah, I think I answered this already, but my prescription is not going to be legislative. I'm not looking for any authoritarian measures that are going to interfere with who people can have sex with. My prescription is to promote the idea of having sex within committed and loving relationships.
Okay, that's fair. Ghosty, to you, please.
I think my main point is just only have sex when you want to have sex. Don't feel pressured into having sex. Only do it if that's really what you want. And yeah, obviously try to be responsible about it. And yeah, that's what I would tell people. Don't be stupid. Be safe.
That's fair. Flo?
I don't have a universal prescription for sex. My advice to people could be radically different. So I will just pass and say, do what you want with your junk.
There. Sasquatch?
Sex is one of those funny discussions where everybody's wrong and everybody's right because of your own personal mores. For that, don't do it if they don't want it. And it's not my job to keep your wife out of my bed.
Oh
No
my
great-
God.
Good call.
Angry man, to you, please.
My prescription is to bring back shaming women about sex, because that'll solve all of it. Once we get back to a space where women actually pride themselves on being chaste and not running around like a bunch of godless Jezebels giving their cooch to every single dude with $40, we might actually be able to get the society back on track. You feel me? And when what Sasquatch said is kind of true. Sex, everything is about sex except sex. Sex is about power.
Ooh. All right. Beth?
Not so much as a full-on but I think that teenagers need to be better educated more on the realistic emotional side of it, and I think that would end a lot of the problems, because a lot of younger people are bouncing around in the hookup culture because they're looking for this magical sex and they're not getting it, and that's why they bounce person to person.
Okay. Duck, to you.
I'll be super concise. So sex is like violence. It's something people end up just doing, and with both, it's easy to get hurt. I think with sex, it's so easy to develop mythologies or religious ideas almost about it, irrational beliefs. And you can spend your whole life not knowing what sex is, just like almost everything else. So so be that way or don't be that way, or whatever. It's
Oh, I think Fatty did say he was gonna head out at some point. Maybe he's
Big
not
poop.
done. He was a big shit. Okay. And then James, to you, please.
Okay, unlike my libertarian cohorts here, bring back negative stigma, as Angry Men said, ban porn, overturn no-fault divorce, get rid of welfare, ban abortion.
Okay.
Jesus.
That's a lot,
Yes,
but that's
sir.
fair. That's
We
fair.
already got Roe v. Wade
That
overturned. It's
was
only a matter of time.
$10
Whose
well
dick
spent,
is it that-
James. Salute to you, buddy.
Let's see. Okay. All right. Alexander asks, Tally, you keep saying people regret it, but for how long? How much effect does this have in their life? Or is it a transitory effect that passes? That's a good question.
Yeah, again, it's going to depend on the person, on the experience. It's not a guarantee that it's going to last for someone's entire life, and also it could, depending on what happens. So it's not I can't give one answer that is going to universally apply to every person in every scenario.
Tally, what does he mean by
You did.
transitory?
Something that can change throughout time. Basically, it could be a fleeting feeling.
All right. Does anybody have a disagreement with that, or a pushback, or a different answer?
Yeah. I mean, I think there's lots of different perspectives on sex. People like Madison Riley and Riley Reed, and I forgot all their names, but they came out and they started as soon as you were allowed to start podcasting and stuff. They talked about sex. They talked about a lot of them either sort of like wild days when they were younger, or sexual violence when they were younger. And so I don't think that sex is just a fleeting feeling for everybody. I think for some people it's something you do with people. And I don't know what the difference would be.
Well, it seems to have a more
hope
negative
so.
impact on women. It has a negative impact on women. That's why feminists are always arguing or complaining, belly aching about body count.
Based on
Wait,
what? James?
Hold on. I don't.
Men generally just don't want to wife up
Actually,
hoes.
though.
It's that simple.
But actually, I'm actually asking, like, based on what?
Based on what?
Not-
Based on male opinion.
I mean, that's just
So-
not true.
so-
The casual,
so-
hold on.
Wait, give me a
Casual
no,
sex
Jeb,
literally
Jeb,
built,
let me finish this with
grievances
James
the
real
red
quick.
pill. The
Hold
80-20
on,
pill you
hold
guys
on.
bitch about.
Hold on.
reasons we have
Shut
so far-
up. Doc, please finish your thought, and Jeb, then you can add in.
The two reasons we have is because men don't want to wife up hoes, and because of the male thought process. This is why women get damaged from sex. Does that make any sense, James?
Yeah, it does make sense. and it
James
would
Ray,
still follow the prompt.
JRG.
It would still follow the prompt.
Which type
No,
of
sick,
thought?
bro. Cool answer, bro.
I mean, you have an actual argument or what?
Yeah, I do.
All right, so go ahead.
Are
The
you reading?
entire,
Are
the
you reading
entirety
right now,
of the,
James?
The
I'm
entirety
looking
of
at your
grievances
face.
of
Go
the
ahead,
red
Jeb.
pill and people who bitch about women being hoes and
Okay.
women needing to be accountable, all of those grievances come from casual sex. The 80-20 rule that Angry Man cited earlier was a fucking Tinder study. It's not real, but it's only real in the context of a highly selected casual sex environment. And so your entire grievance structure that you guys complain about on the internet is casual sex. So obviously it's a detriment to men because it's something that has personally affected you guys enough to where you're now preaching the evils of it on an online debate, which is fine, but don't say it doesn't affect you.
All
I'm
right, so
not saying you
let's
guys
get
are
to
crying
what
like
this,
babies, but it affects you.
Let's see if this is
It
true. or not.
only affects the men
So
who
the
are not
studies that they
getting that
do based
strain.
on dating apps are not real data. That's what you're saying.
It wasn't
Yeah,
a
the
study. It was
Tinder-
literally just looking at analytics of Tinder, one.
Yeah.
But two, yeah, no, that's not indicative of the entire
What was your
sexual market.
what was your first point,
So
Mr. Steele?
basically, in order for me to gather data, I have to have a grant from I guess the Rockefellers or something, and have
Maybe a wider
PhD.
sample size.
No, yeah, it's a methodology issue, not a funding issue.
Okay, so we don't. So let's just say, for argument's sake, let's say that you're 100% right, and that's true. We don't see the effects of that in the real world.
No, not really. When you look at real world dating like studies, they show that people generally just pick in their economic class. They don't actually reach that hypergamous. I mean, they're generally dating and marrying in their own economic class. Casual sex tends to be pretty much regardless of your economic class because it's a lot about perception. It's kind of that hood rich concept where if you can look rich enough, you can get what you want and you can get out of there. Like none of the actual data seems to represent this idea that 80% of women are only selecting 20% of men. It actually seems to be that women select the men that are around them.
So,
Generally.
so based on that logic, then that would mean the incel community that Dusty was referencing earlier doesn't exist.
What?
No, I mean, the incel community exists on a false perception that they have no chance, but casual sex contributes to that. Casual sex culture created the incel community because they saw guys
How
having
is that
casual
the
sex
case?
and they assumed that it was them being successful with women. but
That's
they
a
didn't
huge leap. That's a huge
I mean,
leap. That's
No, sir.
that's saying
The-
that
Their
like,
grievances
I
are
saw
based
two
on the
things.
80-20
I
rules
saw
and
two
stuff like that.
things.
It's just
That's
true.
not where their
I saw
grievances
two
come from.
things.
It's
Hold on.
inherent.
What's the inherent grievance?
The fact that I could potentially be fathering somebody else's child. I don't need data for that. I just need a suspicion.
Wait, so you're not the cuck? That's surprising.
No one, most men don't want to be a cuck. I don't know about you, but most men don't want to be.
I'm taking
Well,
shots.
that's the point.
I don't think that's what built the incel community.
Well, I mean, one at a
operating.
time. Happy
So
to answer
one
anything.
thing you said, Jeb,
Hold on. Let me interrupt for just a moment. Anybody watching over on Fatty's side, he's still live, and I always have that fear factor after somebody leaves. If anything happens here on the stream, I cannot control his end or unfuck whatever happens. So I'm going to go ahead and remove his stream. If you want to continue watching, we are over at the Gauntlet. That's at the Gauntlet Debate. That's where you can continue watching, or head over to the Raging Tomato, and there's a post that will redirect you there as well. Thank you for hanging out with us, and we love you so much. Bye-bye. Okay, Angry Man, I'm sorry I interrupted you.
my bad. So basically what you're telling me, Jeb, is that the 80-20 rule is bullshit.
Yeah.
It is amazing how y'all come online and gaslight the shit out of people.
It's not a gaslight.
Who
Look
do
around.
most people marry?
Absolutely.
Most people marry
It
people their own.
absolutely is gaslighting. It absolutely is.
You're
because
gaslighting right now.
Angry
you
man,
literally
really
just got
hold
through.
on. Really what he's saying is that it's artificial. So he's saying this is real data. This is really what the analytics on Tinder are showing. But he's saying this is what you find when you get this artificial this environment that is intended for casual sex, where it is literally devised for you to swipe based only on someone's appearance, not knowing literally anything about them. And so when we put people in these circumstances, then yes, then most of the women end up swiping for a small minority of men. But he's
Okay,
saying
fair enough,
without
but-
these
Fair enough, but would-
contrived conditions, women actually do tend to just marry the men that are around them. They don't
Fair
tend to
enough,
have
but
the
wouldn't
same
you-
standards.
Fair enough, but couldn't I argue that because we now live a more internet social interaction, can't I argue that the way people are interacting with each other in the dating scene is just like how they're doing on that app, basing their choices on superficial things?
Data doesn't seem to bear that out. Like I said, I mean, not that people will pick on superficial things, but it's more than just what they pick on when they're on Tinder, right? Because Tinder is designed, it's essentially like an app where you swipe right on cars that you like and left on cars that you don't, but you never see a price tag, right? You have no idea what the investment necessary to be with this person
but the
is.
reason why it's
You just
effective-
see how tall they are and how hot they are.
One at a time.
At this point, I'm not even talking about Tinder. I'm talking about what dating has evolved into in the modern day. I'm talking about what people are actually doing out here. Because wouldn't you agree that a lot of people are meeting online or meeting on the internet?
Yeah, but I think apps that aren't Tinder do a much better job at giving you a holistic view of who people are, and those apps probably have different analytics, but they don't make them as public as that one Tinder stat was.
Well,
and
actually,
two,
they're-
a lot of people are still meeting their partners at work, and at church, and at school, at wherever they frequent. That's still the most common way to meet your partner.
Well, that
is just like interest groups.
well, that
And
Tinder.
sorry,
that
let me
Tinder
interrupt for just logistics only. I've got Alexander backstage. He does have a panel priority due to his membership status. So, Duck, I'm going to put you backstage for just a little bit. And Alexander's pretty fast, okay? And he usually doesn't linger. So I'm going to put you backstage for just a little bit, okay? Go ahead, gentlemen. I apologize.
that Tinder, that particular data that came from Tinder, you do realize that wasn't the only dating app that they pulled data from that bared that out, right?
Yeah. But it was a long time ago before a lot of the other apps made it a lot stronger. Like Hinge, for example, implemented a lot more shit in response to data like that to give people a better view of the people that they're trying to match up with.
And what was
and
the
a lot
result of that?
I don't think they've published data since. I don't
Why are
know.
we-
They claim that they obviously claim because it's their USP that they have a better mix and whatnot. But I mean, we can't trust them at
Okay,
their word.
do you realize that? Do you realize that the recent breach in that Goofy T app that they had actually bared out data that was strikingly similar to the 80-20 rule? You do realize that, right? That was recent.
The T app,
That's
Yeah.
true.
like the one
It was
where they're
recent.
just wasn't the T app just an app where they went to complain about exes and shit? Was that a
Yeah, but
dating
it
app?
basically
It
implies that they're
was
sharing the same
originally,
man.
but what they ended up doing, what they found out they were doing, they were actually using it like a dating app. So when the women would go up there and complain, if there were multiple women complaining about one particular guy, those women would start going into his inbox trying to get with him.
Okay. That's this like
That's
not at
hilarious.
all emulates the way that people date in real life. Like it just
yeah, but
what I'm
problem
saying
with
to
what
you,
you're trying to
what I'm saying to you is this. What I'm saying to you is this, right? Of course, there's still a portion of people that still do things the traditional way. I'm not saying that doesn't exist. What I'm saying is when they had that data breach and the guy put the data out, the dude that actually hacked it, he put the data out, it bared out the same thing. The vast majority of the women, if what they notice is if one dude was getting complained about by a large number of women, that guy ended up getting a lot of women in his inbox trying to get with him, which is basically the freaking 80-20 rule. The fact that you have a large number of women that are always pursuing a small portion of the men.
I just don't see how those two square. That's like such a unique circumstance. This is the issue is we're looking at only data that has this massive selection bias and a ton of other issues with it that make it really unreliable to like broader data sets from other apps and other ways of meeting online, because the dating apps like Hinge and Tinder are not the only way to meet online, obviously.
Selection bias, you literally said yourself, and we all know it was a dating app. It was an app. It wasn't even a dating app, but it was created for the purpose of women complaining about toxic men, and they still chose the toxic men.
Yeah, so you're selecting for women who have repeated experiences with toxic men enough to go and complain about it on this specialized app, which means they're women who already gravitated toward toxic men in the past. You're selecting for women who are more likely to have already had a habit of gravitating toward toxic men, and then you're surprised when a lot of them gravitate toward toxic men.
That has nothing to do with the women who go to that app because they just like to see drama. There's a large that app ended up becoming the #1 app. So it wasn't just a small portion of women.
Well, the #1 app for new downloads in that very restricted period, not the #1 app user base wise. 1, 2, it's still selecting for women who have enough experience with toxic men that they want to be in an app where all they're talking about is toxic men. It's like looking at an anime convention. You're like, well, 90% of men want a girl who watches anime. And it's like 90% of men don't give a fuck, but 90% of men at the anime convention do. Like, this is just the problem of only looking at data from these apps. But then you were also saying, like, before, when someone brought up a book that was more recent than the book you were citing, then you said more modern data is worse because it's informed by modern society. But why do we use Tinder analytics then? That is as informed by modern society as it could possibly be. Why don't we just look at the actual data on who people end up with in long-term relationships, which shows they end up with who they're around, who's in their circle, and even when they meet people online, they still end up with people who have a similar socioeconomic class to them and have similar values, sort of religiously, socioeconomically, and like culturally. Those seem to be the defining factors. Is if someone believes the things you do and has similar experiences to you in life, you tend to gravitate toward them, and that tends to control pretty well for this wild hypergamy thing that people seem to think is going on.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't speak to.
So you're telling me hypergamy doesn't exist? Is that what you're telling me?
Isn't that like
Now
confirmation
the
bias?
rule doesn't exist and hypergamy doesn't exist.
No, hold on. Like, hypergamy exists in some groups pretty profoundly. In most groups, it exists in like a 10% version of the way you guys describe it, where like women do prefer someone who makes a little bit more money than them and is a little bit taller than them. But it's like they want a guy who's an inch or two taller than them and makes at least 10,000 more than them. Not they want Andrew Tate, right?
Can I
Like,
say something though? So this doesn't mean like when you see that type of data, that doesn't actually mean that a woman in the world prefers a tall guy or prefers someone with money, right? Like that, all that is saying is that the way we structure sort of the mating rituals in a society makes it so that, you know, this very small subset of the population is typically successful in mating, right? Like it's not saying that these are tall, hot dudes banging out hot chicks all day, like bop, 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 bop.
Okay, we got you,
Yeah, we
bro.
get it.
You're the scat man.
But that's that.
All right,
I'm
Doc,
gonna
that's
tell you,
enough.
I'm gonna tell you something right now.
Doc, enough.
You two don't know what the hell you're talking about. Absolutely don't know what the hell you're talking about.
Well, Angry Man, if I could perhaps attack from a different angle. Jeb, you mentioned who they tend to end up with. Does the data that you're looking at, does it mention anything about their partners in between that? From
not the direct data I'm citing, no.
Okay, well then there's a gap because the hypergamy doesn't just speak to who you end up with. It's also who you're trying to negotiate to get to and what you can't get. A lot of women might want a man who's a certain level. That doesn't mean they can acquire it. So sure, they're going to settle down with the beta bucks. Sure, they're going to settle down with
Oh
them.
my god.
So it
I mean,
doesn't-
if the
it doesn't-
beta bucks are the ones consistently getting the women,
after they're
how are
used
they
up,
the
I mean,
beta
sure,
bucks?
if that's what
Oh
you
my God,
want.
are you serious, bro?
Look at the
After
average
they-
married person or average person dating. We don't even have to talk about marriages. Just look at people in relationships.
after
They're
they
average
literally-
people.
Okay, so first of all, here's the thing. When I brought up the 80-20 rule, right? I never said that the women go off and marry the 20% of men that they're pursuing.
They don't even
They're
look for them.
screwing the 20% of men that they're pursuing. They end up marrying the guy that is willing to accept them after they've done all of that.
Again,
How is this different from women or from men pursuing the hotter chicks?
Again, come with the next feminist argument, bro.
no, it's
I'm
not
not
a feminist
making an
argument. You
argument, I'm
don't
asking a
have.
question.
You're not giving me data. You're seeing a gap and you're saying that must be where the thing I think is happening is happening. You're not actually giving me any example or data of that actually bearing out. You think women are just like most women are just living this life of fucking chads until they marry the dude at the hardware store? Like that's just how
She's
every
not
woman's
the
life
20s.
goes?
He's just
Like,
explaining to you that your data doesn't falsify his claim. That's all he's
No, no, no.
explaining.
Sure, but there's
okay,
no
well, then
data
that's
that
it.
supports his claim. But the
Well,
I'm
well,
not
here's
saying
the
that the
thing,
data
bro.
proves him
Here's the
false.
thing.
I'm
Here's
saying
the
that it
thing.
seems
Here's
to
the thing.
suggest
Here's
he's
the thing. I'm
false,
gonna
and
tell
he
you the
doesn't have
same
anything
thing.
to counter it.
Hold
You're
on,
not even-
Jab.
I just-
I'm gonna tell you the same thing I told Turd Flinging Monkey. You wouldn't know because you're not a Chad. You wouldn't know because they're not fucking you.
Sure,
Aw,
yeah.
Jeb.
That's
Jeb's a
my
Chad.
problem. Yeah, I don't. It doesn't matter what I am. I won the
does
Super.
matter.
I
It
won the Super Bowl.
absolutely matters.
In your view, I won the Super Bowl. Like I found
It
my partner.
absolutely matters.
I found my partner in the prime of the sexual market in college. Locked her down. We've been together ever since. Like I won the Super Bowl in terms of the life you
You're still
claim
not
to
a
want
Chad,
people to
bro.
live.
You're
What do
still
you-
not
what
a
is-
Chad,
What
bro.
is a Chad to you? That's my thing. I think
You're
you have
still
a very,
not a Chad.
you have a
You want to know the
dude-centered view on
definition
what
of
a Chad is.
A
Sure.
dude that's fucking mad chicks. That's a Chad.
So a dude who
The guy
values
that
casual
women,
sex is a
the guy
Chad,
that
then
women,
casual
the
sex
guy
is
that
bad.
women, the guy that women go through their whole phase with. Those guys.
So again,
And go ahead and tell me there's no whole phase, like there isn't a million women online right now talking about their whole phase.
Lots of
Again.
dudes who get fucked a lot are literally straight up losers and not even
Yeah.
the most attractive, aren't the richest. Like lots of them are very
Yeah, no.
broke, just like
It's 'cause they
unsuccessful
try.
men, and they get a lot of pussy.
yes, the most
Because they
persistent men tend to
pursue
be the
it
most
instead of just
successful.
reading books and theorizing.
Exactly.
Yeah, no. So my thing is, your definition of Chad is really funny because you say that casual sex is this great ill of the world, but that
I
your
did.
idea of a Chad, right, is a
I
guy
did.
who values casual sex so
Yeah,
much
but that was
more.
a descriptive claim,
That's
not
not
a normative
that's a
one. He wasn't making a
description,
value
like, that's
judgment.
not me.
Yeah.
That's not me promoting
What
it.
I'm trying to point out, though, is casual sex damaging men is evident in what you're talking about because your whole framework is like
I
if
didn't
you
say
want to be
anything about
successful, if
casual
you want
sex
to be
damaging
successful,
men.
if you want to be successful and get what you want during these women's whole phase,
I
you
didn't
have to
say
do
anything
this,
about
and this
casual
includes
sex.
being
Bro, is this
casual
how
sex
you win discussions
being
by
of high
putting
value to
words
you.
in people's mouths?
No,
I
I
didn't say
didn't. I
anything
didn't
about
put a single-
casual sex
I'm-
destroying
no,
men.
I said it's evident in what you're saying. Did I say that you said it?
No, it's not evident in what I'm saying.
It is. It is though.
It absolutely is not.
Well, you know it is. That's why you're interrupting me when I try to explain how it is, right? So you are an
That's
example of
cute.
someone whose view on
That's
the
cute.
world
I'm
is
interrupting
damaged,
you
right?
because you don't know what the fuck you're talking
You
about.
have had a completely, when you look at the data, incorrect perspective on the entire
wasn't
dating
incorrect.
world. And
I wasn't
the reason you're
incorrect.
incorrect is because you're
Data
looking
is
at data
data.
that
The data is
only
there.
touches casual
The data
sex.
is there. So the
So
only
the
data that
casual-
matters is the data you went and got.
The data's not there. The data's
It
not.
is
The
there.
data says they go toward people in their socioeconomic
It is there. I
class
gave you 2
in their
references.
area.
I
It's
gave
not
you
a
2
reference.
references.
You said Tinder studies say that women on Tinder swipe right on the hot
I
guys.
gave no.
Nobody-
You said Tinder. You said Tinder.
That's the data you were referring to.
You
with the
said
80/20
Tinder. That
rule.
is not the only data that I was referring
What's
to.
the other data you were referring to?
I also said the freaking T app. Were you not listening?
Again, the T app didn't show any analytics. You were just saying an anecdote about a dude on the T app that got a
Bro,
lot of
that is
attention
not
from women
no.
who like
First of all,
toxic dudes.
no,
There
that's
was
not what I
there was
said.
not
That's
data
not what
or
I
analytics.
said. That is not what I said. That
What
is
did you say?
absolutely not what I said,
What did you say?
Poindexter. What
What
I
did you say?
said was when the dude hacked the app and got the data, numerous people analyzed it.
So you're saying
Numerous people analyzed it.
Yes.
Numerous people.
what you're saying is on this app, a couple dudes talked shit
A couple
and
dudes.
got attention.
A
Yes, that
couple
is.
of dudes. It wasn't a couple
Yes,
of dudes.
it was
wasn't
a couple of dudes. How many
do me
was
a favor. Do me
How
a
many
favor
was
before you discredit the data.
How many
Actually,
was
go
it?
look at the
Yeah,
data.
Angerman, how you read it, so you should be able to tell me
Before
how
you
many dudes.
discredit the data, actually go look at the data.
How did you just tell me how many it
You
was?
said a couple of dudes.
Yeah, how many
I'm
was it?
pulling. Yeah, I'm pulling data about a couple of dudes
How-
that got
how-
attention, bro.
Yeah, how many was it? You seem so incredulous
It
that I
was
said a couple,
5.
so you must
It
know
was
how many
5
it was.
dudes.
That's a couple of dudes. That's not a lot of dudes, bro. That's a
Bro,
very
I was
small
being
sample
sarcastic.
size.
You can't tell when someone's being sarcastic.
I know you didn't read it, and so you don't know how many dudes. That's why you're acting incredulous and throwing up your hands.
First of
And you
all,
can't
number
tell me how
one,
many it was.
number one, bro. I don't just
What was
have
you thinking?
random numbers sitting around in my head about
This
studies.
is
It's
the
been
most
forever.
relevant number. It's not random at all.
It has been forever since I talked about that study.
You cited it. Why don't you know the number of
It's been
people? it
forever
talks
because
about?
I don't have it right here in front of me. Is
You
that
couldn't
cool?
tell me like how
Am
many
I
women-
allowed? Am
Do
I
you know a
allowed to be
single number
human?
from it?
Am I allowed to be human
You
and
can
not
be
have the
human,
ability to
but you-
remember every single number of
Yeah.
every single study that I've ever looked at?
What you're not allowed to do is act super incredulous and act like you brought this robust
No,
data.
what
when
you're
you
not
brought
allowed
no
to do
data.
is
You
get up
told me
here
an anecdote about
you have
people you
something
might have
against
read.
red pill guys and start spewing a bunch of bullshit.
I don't have issue with the guys. I have issue with how duped they all got by
Yes,
this
you
false
do, bro.
information.
Yes, you do. You're sitting up here trying to debunk something that you cannot debunk.
No, I did though. Like I already showed you that in
didn't.
real life, women
No, you
gravitate
didn't.
toward people in their socioeconomic
didn't.
class who are just a little bit taller
Is
and
the
maybe
is the
just a little bit
80-20
more
rule
money.
let me ask you a question. Is the 80-20 rule based on guys and women dating? Is that what it's based on? Yes or no?
No, it's also not about casual sex though. It's about swiping on Tinder. That's it. It's a limited data set on just this.
No, it's
not
not
about
about
casual
it's
sex.
not about
It's
it's
about
not about casual sex. What it is about is it's about women's mating choices. That's what it's about.
No, not mating. This is all it's about.
No,
What
it's
button
about
do they
mating
tap when the
choices.
colors are bright enough?
No,
On a
it is
phone,
about mating
where-
choices.
It's not about mating choices because it's not
It is
mating.
about
it's
mating choices.
Doing this, it's not. They
It
didn't
is
confirm-
about mating choices.
They confirm who met.
What is
They
this based
confirm who had
on?
sex?
What is this based on?
Angerman.
What
Did
is
they
this based
confirm-
on?
It's
Yes,
based
what is
on
it based on?
what they're looking at and swiping on. It's not.
What is
mating.
it based on? When a woman looks at the app and swipes,
Mhm.
what is it based on?
Probably who's prettiest because all they see is a face.
Which is what? Which is what? A
Swiping on a
mating
phone.
what?
It's not mating anything. They haven't mated.
A mating what?
Nothing. It's a mating nothing. It has
So
nothing to do
that's
with
not a
mating.
mating choice. So when they're
No.
swiping on a person that they like, that they
Mhm.
could potentially link up with and have sex, you're telling me that's not a mating choice?
No, it's a preliminary choice that might lead to a mating choice in the
Bro,
future.
you win. You got it.
I mean, I'm just
You
yeah,
win.
confirm who had sex.
Okay.
You win, bro.
All right.
Okay.
All
Okay.
right. And Weevil paid to drop James and bring her up. So I'm going to skip. Hold on. Oh my God, my mouse is not working. Hold on. Skip that. Hold on. Getting there.
Sarah, I have to tap out also, so you can probably bring someone else up too.
Yeah. Did you want to give your final thoughts? And then I do have a question to the panel. And then we do need to get through some super chats.
No final thoughts. This was a lot of fun. I appreciate everyone having the conversation and the debate, and thank you for having me, Sarah. Find me
Absolutely.
at Tollybots on Twitter and YouTube.
Perfect. Thank you, Tally. I really appreciate you hanging out with us tonight. And I look forward to many more.
Nice
I look
meeting
forward to
you.
you changing the thumbnail for the next one.
I
It was
did.
nice meeting
I
you
did.
too, Ghosty.
I did.
Oh,
I did.
perfect.
It's already
Bless
changed.
you, Sarah. Okay. Good night,
Bye,
everyone.
Tally.
Thank
Have a
you.
good one. All right. And
Too.
next in line is Chuck. Let me do this and do that. And then I have a quick question. I don't want anybody to answer it yet, but I just want you to think about it while I go through super chats. Is why would the 80-20 rule be bad in terms of hypergamy, the concept thereof, so on and so forth? I would imagine most men, most fathers would want their daughter to find the best stock in the barn, right? I would imagine we'd want her to find the most good looking, but also the most successful, the most whatever, the best of the best of the best. If I have a plate of cookies and there's a bunch of burnt ones on there, but then there's some really perfectly yummy ones as well, I'd imagine most of us would pick the good cookie. So I don't think hypergamy or the 80-20 rule is necessarily bad. I don't want anybody to respond yet, but I want you to hold that thought and think about it. And why would that be bad? Okay. So to the super chats, and we're going to get through, there's a lot of them, so I'd like to get through them. If anybody has a quick, concise response to one, that's great. If not, we'll move on to the next one. And then otherwise, let's not get into any more arguments until we're done with them. I think this was the next. No. Oh, yes. Trib says, I think humans have an engagement problem due to the growth in the internet/social media. People don't engage well, in my opinion. Anecdotally, of course. Anybody have a thought to that? Push back.
I'll agree with that. People don't know
Okay.
how to interact socially with one another anymore.
Well, it's not just that. There's a huge population of people online that you'll never meet in real life, but you can swipe on them all you want.
All right, that's fair. Kokomo says, being serious, in the younger university days, it was all about notches on the belt to brag to your mates. Over time, I was feeling bad after the encounters. I realized I wanted to be in a relationship. Any thoughts to that? Do men? Maybe I could ask the men, if you don't mind, Ghosty. If I could ask the men, did you have that experience where you were casually hooking up and use and lose kind of concepts, and then maybe changed your thought process as you got older?
Yeah, I'll just say I went to, I wasn't like a party animal, right? And so in college, I was a very attractive person. I was very smart, without being born into wealth. I was at the top of the social ladder, right? But I also had I had some sexual insecurity on like Mondays or Tuesdays, Fridays, right? And, it took a lot of time, probably not that much time, but I was also always a relationship person. But, I stopped sort of thinking that, the good life would just be having a baddie, with a BBL that, wants to S with the D all the time. I kind of stopped that unhealthy thought process.
Please stop.
All right, Sasquatch.
Please stop, sir.
Sasquatch, any thought to that to you?
Oh, Lord. So a relationship is a stabilizing influence in any individual's life, assuming you choose the right partner. Sexual activity is one of the modern methods we utilize to try to find the right partner in a very scary world of a bunch of people who are nuts and don't think anything like you. And so you take your time, you go and do the things. I don't advise you to go to a bar. Don't go to a nightclub. You have a hobby you do in your life that you don't talk about. Go do that with people, and you'll find someone who enjoys doing that, and y'all will hit it off and have sex and kids and a life, and it'll be great. If you try to go pick up a baddie with a BBL in a bar, you're going to end up like Doug.
Jeb?
I totally agree. I think this is what kind of would have been my opening statement in terms of how casual sex damages society. I think what you realize is if you start controlling for the surface level too much, and when you're making interventions in your life and how you want to be perceived and like what you want to do in life, you're focusing too much on all the things that are immediately apparent to somebody instead of investing in the things that make you a good person to be in relationship with. And so I think where you end up feeling bad is when you do try to get into the relationship market, you realize that you didn't prepare yourself very well when you were trying so hard to participate in the casual sex market that you were overlooking the things that make you a good partner, and a good communicator with someone that you can make feel heard over the long term.
Okay. Angry Man?
Yeah, I reached my limit.
Yeah, Angry Man
Hold
doesn't
on,
want to
Doc,
gaslight
shut
the
up.
audience.
Flo, are you with us or are you taking a shit? He's taking a shit. Chuck?
No, seriously, I think that men
Oh.
have a limit. And when it comes to casual sex, I think that men have a limit, and once you reach that limit, you know you've reached that limit, and you just think that when you reach that limit, you want something more fulfilling than just a sexual interaction. I actually reached that moment during sex.
Wow.
Seriously,
You couldn't have waited till after.
I was literally thinking
Was it the right hand or the left hand?
Oh.
Bro, don't even go there, bro. No, I literally thought to myself, like, you have that moment where you say, what am I doing with my life? It's one of those moments.
Yeah, that's fair. That's like that empty feeling too. Chuck, to you, sir.
I seen Flo came back. Does he want a shot?
Oh, I
At
was
the
gonna
question?
make him wait. I said you next. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. No, what I found through my years of experience that the guys that were looking for a notch on the belt ended up empty on the inside. They were chasing the thing between the legs, and they wasn't finding fulfillment, and they couldn't understand how come they couldn't find a relationship, because their whole viewpoint was it's the cooch first, everything else after. And they ended up with an empty bag every time. They were the most miserablest people that I knew. That's just from personal experience.
All right, fair enough. Flo,
What is the question?
the
Right
one
there on the panel.
super chat.
If you wouldn't shit so much, you just seen it.
Did
And
you at
younger
what
you-
time feel bad for having encounters and change your ways and want a relationship?
I never saw. No, not really. I guess I didn't see the two activities as particularly separate. It's short-term goals and long-term goals, right? Every night you go out, like, of course, if you can get laid, you're gonna get laid. And then if it turns it, if she's cool and it turns into something more, then whatever. Then
All right.
I never looked for a relationship though. I never regretted anything.
Fair enough. And Ghosty, I think you had a response. You wanted to chime in on it.
Just quickly, I agree that only engaging in casual sex for most of your life or your life won't lead the majority of people to a fulfilling life. But I don't think that means that casual sex in general is inherently bad. Most people, even here, have talked about, I used to do casual sex, whatever, and then I got to a point, then I matured, I got into a relationship, moved on with my life, blah, blah, blah. So it's not like people in casual sex overall aren't able to move on and end up in healthy, happy relationships. Therefore, I don't see an overall detriment.
Okay, fair enough. Alexander asks, Angry Man, most guys aren't like you. The question is, have you ever been treated like a piece of meat? Just wondering if you speak from experience.
Well, number one, you're 100% right. I can't expect most guys to be like me. I'm fucking awesome. As far as the other part, of course, I've been treated like a piece of meat. You got to have meat to be treated like meat. You feel
I
me?
enjoyed it.
We got the beef. We got the beef over here. You feel me? So
Back to that commercial. Where's the beef? And Kazak says, another great stream. Thank you. And thank you, Kazak. What do you got, like 27, 26 more days? Trib says, wait, James, you're saying porn is overriding all of the learned behavior that predates it. Can we please stop conflating? James is currently backstage having to wait. But does anybody want to offer pushback on that?
Yeah, I will. I think I don't see why, if you were an alien, if Trib and I were aliens and we came to Earth and you saw, adult entertainment for the first time, why wouldn't you think that this is a form of education or something practical, something game theoretic, even teaching people about something? And so, is porn perfect? No, there's lots of problems with porn. I'm sure you can go find them, but that big bucket of lots of problems don't apply to every single piece of pornography or every person that works in the industry. So I think
put
James is
Kazak on
correct, too.
probation.
Yeah, he said
He dropped some
slurs.
things. Yeah.
He said some
TOS.
slurs, and that was his third time in a row that I had to tell him that he can't say
Kazak,
those
homie,
words.
I would never do that to you.
We had to
lying.
completely reset an entire show and lose all the views on it and everything because I had to delete everything after. It was the last Throwdown Thursday.
What happened?
You were here, or maybe you had already. You know what, Angry Man, you like fell off
I
that
left?
night. Yeah, because we had gone
Or
for
you
like
fell asleep.
9 or 10
Yeah,
hours.
because I was trying to. Because I remember. I wonder what happened to that show because I was trying to go back and look at the replay.
Yeah, it's on the video tab now because I had to cut like the last hour, 2 hours because the slur was said. But it's under the video tab now.
Okay.
Can you pull up
Yep.
Lady Katie's comment? I was wondering
Where?
the same thing. Educational. You seen some of those genres and some of that shit that goes on? Like,
Where?
They're not
I
educational.
don't know that anybody needs to learn how to do most of the shit.
Oh yeah.
I don't know, man. I don't know. I can
maybe.
tell some.
Hold on,
some,
Doug. Let
some
me
of
try
those,
this.
Some of
I'm
those
on your
fellas
side
and
with
ladies
this
are
one.
masters of their craft. I will tell you.
I'm
what.
on your side with this one. Yes, I agree. If aliens came to this planet and looked at our media and saw pornography, would probably look at it just like he said, in a game theory aspect of education. And is it not ultimately? It teaches you how not to do a million different things.
Don't. If you learn how to fuck from porn,
How
she's gonna be
not
really mad
trouble.
when you spit in her mouth.
Oh,
Yeah,
well, maybe.
you're in trouble.
Alexander
She's gonna
says
take this.
number of men who were misogynistic before porn existed, 160%. Number of men misogynistic today after porn existed, less than 100%. I'll let the numbers speak for themselves. Any thoughts? I'll start with you, Angry Man. 'Cause
No such thing as 160%.
He's right. That's
I'm trying
science.
to
That's
figure out
science
how do
right
you
there.
get 160%.
We
Yeah.
have
maybe it was
data.
it
We
could have
have
been a
data.
typo. It could have been a
Bipolar.
typo.
No, I think he's just doing a meme. I think he's just joking.
Yeah. All right. And then Trip
And-
says, "Oh yeah, go ahead."
And for the record about aliens, if aliens came down here and looked at that, they would stare at it the same way we stare at a freaking bug humping another bug. They would look at it for a while and then they would go on about their business, bro.
Bugs aren't intelligent, sir, and they don't set up databases of entire freaking internet search histories. Of
And,
freaking
and to an alien that can travel here, that can bend space to come here,
I
you're just
understand.
as dumb as a freaking insect, bro.
I think
Okay,
they
I
would,
feel that
they
way
would
about
think,
God, but
yeah, they would probably think we are primitive in a
Very
lot of
primitive.
ways. Yeah. Trib says, seen my mom, auntie, female cousin, past partners versus the sleuths on screen. I don't know which of the two engagements I should pick to shape my future behavior. Fair
Guess what?
enough.
I got news for you.
What?
The two groups are not separate.
Oh, yeah, your mama's a slut, your grandmama's a slut, your great grandma was
your
a
mama
slut.
a hoe.
How are you going to set yourself up like that?
No, I think that's actually a really good point, but I think you're using it the wrong way. They are no different, but you should probably just not treat people you see on a screen as like not the same as your mom and your aunt.
Unless
Correct.
they're there.
And consider what got them there, instead of just being
Unless
like,
they're putting a 2-liter in their pussy, and then that's what they're there for.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Alexander.
That
Alex-
chick, she's cool.
Alexander says, Angry Man, it's called selective bias. If you polled people who go to Alcoholics Anonymous about whether they've had a negative experience with drinking and driving, you get a skewed result. And I believe
that's what cross-referencing is for.
Well, I believe the studies have popped up, and it shows that it's like an incel narrative about the 80-20 rule. Somebody dropped it in the back chat. But again, I don't even know if it's a bad thing. I feel like if you want to be selected, then make yourself be selectable, right?
But the thing is that that's why I asked Jab, and he gave the right answer. The 80-20 rule didn't originate with dating. Like the 80-20 premise, it's a thing that pops up in numerous things we do. It's almost like the damn Fibonacci sequence. It just shows up over and over again. And it happened to show up in dating, like whether you like it or not, guys.
Is misandry or what's it called? When
Hypergamy.
women hypergamy, right? How is that different from men pursuing hotter chicks? Isn't it mate selection across the board?
Yeah, and not every guy ends up with the superest, hottest chick, right? Even though that's
Well, I mean, I
what
wasn't
they're attracted to, right?
I'm not resisting it. I'm just curious about it.
Oh no,
I'm
I'm
not
arguing.
getting tomato out of bed for eating crackers, especially if I'm the cracker.
That's how you know that your spouse loves you or whoever loves you if they let you eat crackers in your bed. That's my ultimate test of time.
That's accurate. Absolutely accurate. 100%.
Yeah. I looked at my kids once when they were like sick and they're, snuggled up in my bed eating crackers and drinking Sprite with a bellyache. And I'm like, this is proof that I love you. You're eating crackers in my bed. Alexander says, my peeps, you do realize that in an app where the first thing you see is about someone is how they look and what they are driving generally. And yes, I do agree with the driving thing because most dudes post a picture with either a fish or a car. Women.
Yeah, I was going to say, or how big of a fish they can catch.
Yeah, it's a big meme to post a fishing picture as your profile picture.
So are you into fish dudes or car dudes?
Oh, I'm not a big car fan. Like I've been in enough nights. It's not.
I posted a turtle and I have an El Camino. It's just not going to work for us. So
The turtle would get me more than the car.
So how you win the argument is if you post a picture in a convertible holding up the fish.
That's right.
Is that how you win?
You can get it, especially a white trash Facebook. That'll get it.
Oh yeah. To finish up, women tend to select better looking with money. Would anybody disagree with that?
I would disagree.
I think on the apps, yeah, which is what the point he's making is when you can only see certain things about a person. And this is my response to your thing, Sarah. You're going to select for those things. So I think the 80-20 rule as a concept wouldn't be bad. The issue is what is the criteria for the 80-20? If the 80-20 rule was as like red pill people think it is, and it's just rich and attractive, I think it would be very bad because I think that's how you end up with women who aren't selecting for people who are going to be good partners or be supportive, and then they end up miserable in their relationships. But if they're selecting for their personal 80-20, where it's like the top 20% at all the things they value, it would be a perfectly awesome thing. And that's probably true. The issue is there's so much variance in what women want that you can't really nail down what that 80-20 is on two metrics,
I think it's the opposite, Jeff.
Hold on. Even at that, Tinder was meant to only select based on appearance. It's either yes or no, hot or not, right? And I think that because it's built that way, we're going to perceive dating that way. And I'll hand it back over to you, Angry Man. But if you have in-group relationships, if you have friends and guy friends like friends of friends, right, and you're hanging out with groups, you're more likely to start dating someone in your group or your social network based on personality and likability and the looks and the money, the car, whatever. That's kind of like pushed to the side because you have time to get to know them on a different context. And Angry Man, I'll hand it over to you.
Yeah, so to Jab, unlike most guys that use the talking point in the red pill, I'm not basing it just on the guy's looks and the guy's money, because there are guys that don't have any money and they get plenty of women. So in the real world application of it, you tend to see a certain type of guy that is just naturally attractive to women, and women pursue that guy more often than the guy who's not that.
So I don't agree, Angry Man. And the reason I say that, so let me just get at you with this though, because if I can almost guarantee you, if you are a 30-year-old with $1 million, you are probably 10 times more fucked up in the head than you believe you are. And I believe that the sort of severity of the way money fucks a person up becomes more apparent when you're intimate with someone, becomes more apparent when you sort of share yourself, your intuitions, your fears, your beliefs with people that you normally don't share. And it's actually pretty fucked up. It's even more fucked up if you're a 30-year-old male with money, you're attractive, everything's going well, and you don't have anything that you care about except those things. That is
Okay,
goofy.
so
That's a goofy.
you just opened up a whole nother can of worms. You having $30 million is not what made you fucked up. You were already fucked up.
Yep.
The money just gives you the ability to do more fucked up shit.
Yep.
I agree with 100%.
No, but okay, but if you have if your view of going to the grocery store is like, well, I'm gonna go spend $700 on food for the next 2 weeks, right? That's a weird thing to do.
I do that every 2 weeks.
Makes
and
no
I'm not
sense.
rich.
No, it depends on how big your family is, Duck. If you have a family, right? If you've got a wife and children and you're taking care of them, $700 don't go as far as you might think.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't even.
Not
at all.
And
I'm a vegan.
Weeble, who is up on screen, says to Angry Man, huh? I didn't hear you, Weeble.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, wait. So
Oh,
is
no, I was
Angry
just
Man
responding to him.
is Angry Man bragging about sleeping with more women? Why hate men that don't get it?
And okay, so that whole statement is crazy. I don't even know how to dissect that because number one, I wasn't bragging about sleeping with more women, present tense or future tense. I'm a married guy, number one. She asked a question about casual sex, and I was talking about when I was younger and how I reached my limit as a young man. Now, did I get my share when I was young? Absolutely. But I'm married now, so that came to a stop. As far as hating on men that don't get it, I don't hate on men that don't get it. I actually feel bad for guys that are not able to date and mate and be able to interact with women. So no, I'm not hating on guys that don't get it, but you shouldn't let that rule your world. You shouldn't let that rule your life just because you're not getting as much as you would like to get.
And one thing I pushed back on Angry Man earlier,
When I
he was talking.
made that comment, hold on. When I made that comment, it was probably 20 minutes ago or so, 30 minutes ago. And yeah, so when I made that comment, it was about when you and I can't remember his name over there in the Steelers hat. You guys
Jeb.
were talking and you almost made fun of him for not getting enough. I don't know if it was you
Yeah, I was
or
trolling
I'm
him.
pretty sure it was you.
Yeah, I was trolling
Yeah,
him.
but
'cause he was
even
pissing me
trolling,
off.
and even in trolling in a sense of a debate, people take that kind of seriously.
Oh, when
you know,
you were
not getting
calling,
it,
saying
like
he
if he
wasn't a
looked
Chad and
When I
he
was saying
wasn't
he
gonna
wasn't a
get
Chad,
it.
yeah.
I would take that
Well,
as a
that's
troll
part of
too. I mean, we all laughed at it.
It's kind of
Okay, but he's a dude. He's a big boy. He can take care of himself. He's
No, I
okay.
think what she was saying is you're demonstrating a value that you value that in some way.
I'm not defending him.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, I'm
let me
not defending
interrupt.
him. I'm just
Let me let me
you
interrupt
can't
for
brag
just 1
about
minute
getting
for
stuff
logistics
and then not
purposes. If you don't
somebody
mind,
else
hold on
getting
just a second, Weevil. Chat, you have 2 minutes. You just need 2 more to complete the goal, and we can continue the show and can keep on rocking, or else it's going to charge you a lot more to keep going, and you have a lot less time. So 2 more on the goal to finish it, and we will keep on pushing on. Weevil, I apologize. Back to you.
No, you're fine. No, because like this whole stance is like it started out as casual sex, right? And how it's harming us. So you stating that, you know, even in your past, I know you're married, even in your past, you had a bunch of casual sex, casual relationships, whatnot, and then you want to make fun of somebody that's not being a Chad. So how is that making your argument in the end of it not harming society or it harming society?
Because I was wrong when I did that. When I was engaging in casual sex, I was wrong for doing that. But just like everybody else, I was brought up in this society that has normalized that and made that cool and a thing to do. Now, as far as Jeb, yeah, in the moment when we had to heat it back and forth, I told him he wasn't a Chad. But I noticed that you didn't notice when he said that he found his partner and got married and they've been together since college. I said, congratulations. You didn't notice that part, did you?
No, we did. It's still just a display, I think, of kind of
No.
like the toxic side of that mindset, though.
No,
that
yeah,
is-
like you said, even if I did-
Here's,
Let me-
let me
It's
put,
the
let me
display of
throw
how
in
you
here.
look
Let me throw in here. I don't think he meant it in a derogatory way. I think most men, and this is coming from a female who grew up with brothers. Men do the locker room talk. They talk shit to each other. They push each other around. They like all the time. I don't think Angry Man meant it in a way that, and I don't think Jeb even took it that way either. Right? Men
Yeah,
do this. They
If
interact.
that hurt him,
We-
he deserves to be hurt.
No, but I do agree with what they're saying though, because
I'm glad I didn't
What I'm
tell
talking
the.
about
I'm
when
glad I didn't tell
real
the
quick.
other joke that I was going to tell. I was
Yeah.
getting ready to say that Powder Dusty was currently inside of a box. Like I was waiting for a way to, line up a coochie joke, but I was trying to figure out where I could. I'm glad I didn't.
That would have hurt my fucking
You
feelings.
still can. Nobody cares. Look, nobody's
Yeah.
saying. We know the people that are on this panel, right? Like when I bring up the toxicity of the mindset of that ideology, I'm talking to like there's an entire group of men out there who really are fucking like hard on themselves, believe they're going to be alone for the rest of their lives, and are flat out miserable because of this thought process that goes on, right? And the
What
locker
thought
room
process?
the whole 80-20 thing and like not being a Chad and you're not getting this and that, it's
And
Well,
I
then
do
they need to
shows.
try-
And I do shows on
look at
that.
Angry Cat. Sorry, Angry Casper. Look at Angry Casper.
And I do shows on that topic, and I talk to those particular guys if they're watching, and explain to them how it's not the end all be all to have a bunch of sex, So it's not like I was trying to pick
No,
on
no, no.
Jeb. I didn't think that he was an incel.
No, just because you display it doesn't mean that. Like, I don't think you meant that personally. I know you were trolling. I know you guys were bouncing off each other, right?
Mhm.
But what I'm saying is, it still
Well,
does.
yeah, it was my comments that started it all. So, and
That
honestly,
is something that does actually.
I wasn't trying to
legitimate
defend Jeb.
other places with other people, right?
Yeah,
I think that if
Oh,
a guy
the
is
potential risk, I think I'm grasping the potential risk that if there's a man who is watching this who doesn't know your content, Angry Man, who doesn't understand the how men, punch
No.
each other back and forth. I think the idea is that would they perceive that as, oh my God, he's shaming him for not being a Chad and not getting ass? Like
they don't know
you
angry
what I
men,
mean?
they're fucking losers and they deserve to be offended.
I'm not even
Oh,
talking
man.
about Angry Man himself doing it. I'm
Mm.
saying there are other men out there who do it legitimately.
Yeah.
Even though we all
I'm
know
not sure what
everybody
the
on
point
this panel
is.
Yeah, I'm not. It's tone policing at its finest. I'm not.
At its
Weedle, I
finest.
see what you were saying, Beth. I see your explanation, but I don't think we need to spend any more time on it because I don't think it's necessarily
Makes you
relevant.
want to bully more.
Well,
Alexander says because
Do it.
amazing looking cookies are possibly undercooked and could get you sick. The well done ones are guaranteed to survive longer and keep you from overeating. Alexander, I disavow. The warm gooey cookies are the best. I don't care if they're undercooked, and I'll eat that cookie dough straight out the bowl before it's cooked. So eat that. I'll eat that.
Just so you know, you better get them cookies before Rob gets there because he's going to eat them all.
Holy shit.
Andrew
Hey,
Wilson is
is
gonna
he-
get you guys. He's
Isn't
gonna
he
fucking
flying
get 'em.
out? No, he's got to fly out to Alaska to get the cookies. I've
Oh,
got them warm
fuck
and baked all
Andrew.
on my own.
Oh, excellent, excellent.
Striking
They're
it rich
safe.
says,
Even in
Coach
Alaska.
just did tonight. Did you see that debate?
Oh, it was not pretty. Striking It Rich says, if we're arguing about the 80-20 rule and hypergamy, then this debate is pretty much over. Ghosty and leftists always seem to argue like destiny. Well, that's ad hom at its finest. But let's focus on the 80-20
Well, what does that
rule.
even
and
mean?
Yeah, I'm not a leftist. I actually, in terms of the prompt, I was on Tali and Fatty's side, but I just think it does. I think it's silly to say that it damages women, but it doesn't damage men. When in all of the language throughout the whole debate, there were just live demonstrations of how it damages men happening in the conversation. And I think that's what the ladies were getting to just now, which is that in the way men talk, they demonstrate exactly how some of these known facts that aren't based in reality are damaging young men, and I think casual sex causes those.
Is
that there's so hyper-focused on that market?
There's a certain degree of destruction that is needed for a society so that a rebuilding can happen.
No, Rick, stop, please.
Oh, okay, stop. Okay, I got you. You go ahead, dude.
I'm begging, brother, please.
I want to push back against
You're a guy, Clay.
Go ahead,
Sasquatch. Here's the funny thing. I wanted to point something out.
Clay,
Because
he said
studies-
please.
I know, but studies aren't even
God
being
damn,
studied.
that's rude.
I don't know about you,
He's
but I'm
gay,
looking
Flo.
at society
I know.
that you are trying to attribute this detriment to. What society is this that you're trying to attribute it to?
The
I would
Aztecs.
assume it's America.
Sasquatch?
I would assume it's America. And so that's why I went to the
in there.
NIH. I went to the NIH, right? And the NIH says that
Push
it's
in there,
about 3.1 young adults that actually engage in
3.1.
it's 3.1 sex partners. It's 3.1 sex partners.
How do you get point one?
Let him fucking talk. Shut up. Go ahead, Clay.
3.1 sex partners. I have to get in here because I've been waiting in the back for a long time.
Oh, well, here you go. Get on in there. Get on in there, Clay.
3.1 sex partners for young
Is it
adults
in yet?
aged 18 to 29, right? And so that's the casual sex definition that you're looking for. NIH says
Where does it say it in the scripture?
society, right? You're looking for societal standard. Well, okay, go to NIH, right? National Institute of
Yeah,
Health.
what's the point you're making
We're
based on the
looking
number?
for
I think is what
an
we're curious.
actual data point. It would be helpful to go to
Are you
that.
telling us how to
It's
research?
very low. It's very low under that 9 standard that you guys were talking about, right? So even though we live in a very liberal nation, people are not engaging in a high amount of casual sex.
Yeah,
I am.
I think I get what you're saying, and I kind of agree to a point. It does actually seem like young people right now are pulling back on a lot of vices. They're not drinking as much. They're not doing as much casual sex, and I think that's a good thing in a lot of cases. But I think the problematic part is unironically the losers thing. The problematic part is that it's not that they're all drinking a couple fewer drinks or they're all having sex with a couple fewer people. It's that some of them are having a ton of casual sex and drinking like crazy to excess, so much so that it's getting other people to do none of that. And so there's still this sort of kind of plague going on of people ruining their lives with excess vices when they're young. It's just there are also people who are so scared to engage with any of it because they don't have a lot of healthy examples of people who are able to do it in moderation. In terms of alcohol, with casual sex, obviously there's argument as to what is moderation with casual sex. Would it be better if you just made sex less casual in general? I get it. Alcohol is an easier black and white to refer to, is why I brought that up.
My question is for you, sir. You have an issue with the data set of Tinder. Do you think that the average woman functions differently from the average woman of Tinder?
Yeah.
You do?
I think phones are literally and mobile apps are engineered to manipulate the way
I'm
that
not
you
asking
interact
about
with
phones.
them
Stop.
to be more
Please stop.
transactional. You asked me a question. Don't tell me to stop when I answer it.
I'm asking about the women, not the phones. I understand that social media changes things and stuff. I'm more curious about the women that are different from the women on Tinder.
Yes, the same woman can be different in real life than on Tinder. Yeah, it's not a different set of women. It's the same woman acting different.
That's great.
See, but the only problem with that logic is that then we can get into the debate over which one is the authentic person. Because I personally believe that social media didn't I don't think that social media changed people as much as it showed us who we really are.
Oh,
That's
I
my
disagree.
opinion.
I think most people highly concentrate the aspects of themselves they think will be attractive to other people on social media. And that is why Tinder is such a bad data set to use, because not only are the women behaving in a way they wouldn't online, but the men are being represented in a way they could never sell in person. So I think
I get
it's
that.
doubly
I get that side of it.
invalid.
I get that side of it. That's not the side that I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is I think that when people are on the internet, because of the level of anonymity, it makes them more comfortable doing and saying things that they wouldn't normally do in person.
That's the social part. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
the social
You get what I'm
media
saying?
part.
Yeah, and I get that the argument is like if it's the way they behave in like in a frictionless environment, then that might be the more authentic way. I just disagree with it because I think that the friction is a natural part of life. And so stripping away the friction is actually creating the artificial atmosphere. It's not creating an atmosphere where people are truer to themselves.
You do realize that's a which came first, the chicken or the egg type argument. Like we could go back and forth forever about that one.
I mean, kinda, yeah. But like you could argue that, but I think where it shows is I feel like a lot of people say I became who I was when, and they explain a time where they went through something difficult. And I think that's kind of, they say I realized what I truly felt or what I truly valued when this tough thing happened. That's evidence to me that most people see friction as a way to become more authentic, not as a way to become less.
Well,
authentic.
they can depending on the type of person you're dealing with.
Sure, yeah.
Right. Depending on their character. But then at the same time, when you're on, like when we're online, we're on panels or whatever, right? And you have somebody jump in the chat room and they say something that is very prickish. Like you're like, oh, you're a prick. Like, because if you feel that way and you literally wrote it in a chat room, that's obviously who you are, right?
I think maybe I think I get what you're saying. I don't know if them saying that it's like that reflects their personal views more than what they say in real life. I think it's more the fact that they would do that says something about who they are in real life behind the computer. Not necessarily that they believe the thing they're saying, but that they're willing to just throw it out there and hurt people. I think that's something about them as a person that you will see out in real life.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm referring to. That's what I'm referring to.
I don't think it's a more real version than the real life version. I think it's just demonstrating something different.
But it's one of those things that's revealing your character.
Sure, yeah.
I
don't think so at all.
You said what?
It's the repressed aspect of yourself, your shadow self, if you know Jungian psychology.
Yeah.
We all have parts of ourselves that we don't like and we repress or try to deny, but they're there. And so, and they tend to escape online. And these, like, that's what I think that a lot of the panelverse, especially if you go to the beef sector, but like the panelverse entirely, like this shit is gestalt therapy for a lot of people. And they come here.
Let me ask you this
ways, and they express emotions that they can't do in their real life. Go ahead.
Right.
Let me ask you this, Dusty. Now, would you agree that if a person is online and that is the repressed part of them and they lash out, isn't that also the same part of you that lashes out in a relationship when you start having problems and you get frustrated?
Probably. Yeah.
No.
I mean, like, maybe I don't know if
assumptions, but it's possible. I mean,
there's a lot of assumptions, but it sounds like it from that.
Earlier, Angry Man, I want to make sure I understood you earlier. You said that the women need to close their legs in order to alleviate some of this problem. Is that what you said? Basically.
I said
women in essence sounds like it.
No,
all right, say it again.
That's not what I said specifically.
Say it again, then, please.
Women need to close their. No, what I said is we should bring back shaming. I said if we get back to a place where women take more pride in being chaste and not being promiscuous. You feel me?
Then the truth could be said about men. Men need to learn how to keep their pistol in their holster.
True.
Well, here's the thing.
Would you not agree?
Here's the thing about that. If you try to regulate men's sexual behavior, you can do that. Cool. But men don't grant access to sex. Women do. So a man can't pull his gun out of his holster. A man can't enter a club that he's not allowed to enter. Because if he does, we know what that is.
Are you sure?
Yeah, but
He also
but
can't
some
enter a club that he doesn't try to
responsi-
enter himself.
The
Yeah.
responsibility falls on the man also, not to be just a
one-
animal
no one
out there
said it.
trying to hump
Right.
everything.
Let me
No one
interrupt
said it doesn't.
everyone.
As
Uncle
Verona
Fatty
says.
has paid to allow Mr. Asvarun of 5 casual minutes uninterrupted to give his perspective. Here's mine. Sex equals anger management equals try it more often and you won't be so angry, man. All right, Asvarun, say what you need to say, sir. Oh, you're muted, Asvarun. You got to hit the little button.
That's probably why I
thank
haven't
you.
really did it.
Thank you, Sarah, because my phone's battery was running out. It's very low. So I'll just say my closing statements and I'll move out, Sarah.
Okay.
I've prepared some notes for this. So it's a bit complicated. That's why I prepared some notes. The casual sex, actually, regarding this, the historian John Glubb or John Glubb Pasha, he has made it specific that casual sex or an addiction to when the society of an empire, it gets too addicted to sex. It's one of the reasons for its downfall. I will just explain how this happens, because you need an Ayurvedic perspective for this. Ayurveda is an Indian medical system. How actually sex ruins the body in excess. I'll just explain that, and after that I'll leave, Sarah. Is that okay? It's just
Yeah.
okay. Thank you, Sarah.
Thank you, Asvarun.
That's an intelligent man right there.
Can I explain, Sarah? Or
Yeah, go for it. It's all you.
Run reads. You have
Yeah.
the minutes, dude.
You have,
Take your
you have
minutes.
5 minutes. Take your time.
Yeah, thank you, Uncle Fatty. In Ayurveda, the 7 dhatus, tissues, are interconnected in a sequential relationship where each tissue is nourished by the one preceding it, starting with rasa, plasma, and ending with shukra, the reproductive tissue, the semen. This process is fueled by digestive fire or the jataragni, and each dhatu has its own metabolic fire, datavagni, which is crucial for its formation and the nourishment of the next tissue in the chain. The proper balance of dhatus is essential for overall health, and an imbalance in one negatively affects the entire system. The sequential nourishment of dhatus. Food. When food is consumed, it first nourishes the rasa plasma. After digestion, the nutrients are transformed into ahara rasa, nutritional essence which nourishes the rasa dhatu. From rasa to rakta dhatu, the blood. Nourished rasa is propelled through the body and its datavagni converts it into rakta dhatu or blood. Rakta to mamsa dhatu or muscle. Rakta dhatu nourishes the mamsa dhatu or the muscles. Mamsa meda fat. Muscle tissue is transformed into meda dhatu. Meda asti bone. Fat tissue provides the basis for bone tissue transformation. Asti, majja or bone marrow, nerve. The bones are nourished by the majja dhatu which is found within them. Majja or the marrow, shukra, reproductive tissue. Finally, the nerve tissue of the majja nourishes the reproductive tissue or the semen. Key principles of the relationship. Interdependence. Each dhatu depends on the previous one for nourishment. A problem at any stage such as poor digestion or a weak datavagni can cause a cascade of issues throughout the remaining dhatus. Datavagni, tissue-specific metabolic fire. The health of each dhatu depends on its own metabolic fire, which is responsible for transforming its substance into the next dhatu. Dhatumala, tissue byproducts. During this process of nourishment and transformation, waste products called dhatumala are also produced. Upadhatus or subtissues. Each dhatu also produces dependent subtissues. Upadhatus, for example, the mamsa dhatu forms tendons and the asti dhatu forms teeth. Ojas or vigor. The final product of this process is the creation of ojas, which represents the body's vigor, vitality, and emotional stability. So that's a brief thing on how the tissues are formed. Now I'll show how sex destroys the ojas if not controlled and if indulged in abundance. For creation, you must use the semen in a different way than the way you use it for procreation. Semen is that substance in the male body which has the ability to create. Only procreation is possible if it is expelled from the body. Ejaculation during the sex act. If it is retained within the body, stored instead of being wasted, then real creation becomes possible through ojas. Ojas is the source of the body's metabolic energy, the jataragni. Loss of semen means loss of ojas and thus loss of digestive power. Ayurveda cautions that all diseases result from disturbed digestion, which explains why Ayurveda always also cautions that the wise man should preserve his semen. It is in Ayurveda that ojas is derived from semen, but it is said in Ayurveda that ojas is derived from semen, but this is not quite so. Ojas exists in association with the head and the nervous system. In fact, the aura or halo, which you can see around a person's head, is composed of his or her ojas. When I say that loss of semen causes loss of ojas, you must remember that the sex is all in the mind. Before the penis surges into erection, there must be a mental command for it to do so. When thoughts of sex fill the mind, the kama agni or the fire of lust becomes inflamed. Heat is anathema to ojas. The kama agni causes a disturbance in the ojas, which alters the brain chemistry and directs the endocrine glands to begin to secrete. The effect is first felt on the prostate in men and the Bartholin's glands in women. Whenever oozing from these glands occur, you can be sure that ojas is being dissipated. During celibacy, the ojas goes on and on harmonizing itself. That's it, Sarah. Thank you for allowing me to say my final words.
Yeah, absolutely.
Tantrism is amazing.
Asron.
Wow.
Thank you so much, Asron. We appreciate you. They don't appreciate you the way we do.
I do appreciate him because I know what he was reading. I've read it.
Are you making your exit, Asron?
Yeah.
All
Thank
right.
you, Sarah.
Have
Bye,
a
everyone.
wonderful rest of your day. And
Yeah.
while
Good
he's
night, afternoon,
exiting,
mate.
Kazak came in with the big to make the goal. You guys did it. Thank you so kindly. Kazak came in the big 20 to hit the goal. Alexander said, "Do it. Get in one more." Yes, because Alexander wanted to make sure he had his time on the panel, which he is now here. King's Speech came in with a 10 to completion as well. Thank you so kindly, gentlemen. Alexander says, you put people behind a pane of glass and give them an excuse and they'll behave like monsters. Ask anyone with road rage. That's fair. When you are separated from the other person, you don't see them as one. Do you want to elaborate further, Alexander?
Yeah, it was in regards to the idea that the way you behave behind, like, in a chat room or whatever, is more real than the you show other people when you're around them. It's the you that you don't really care. It's a facet of you. It's not more true than any other part of you, I guess. Is
it a portrayal, really? Like a character, a presentation?
Oftentimes, I mean, yeah, we kind of tend to jump around with how we present ourselves to people depending on how we want to be seen or what we think they expect from us. But when nobody's really looking at you, I don't know if anyone played video games back with Halo or Halo 2 when we were online.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, those were some of the most intense
very heady days indeed.
Yeah, no, I think honestly, and this is something that goes back, and you can see it all throughout literature, and I'll use more modern examples to kind of bridge gaps, but like Star Wars and Harry Potter, they both have these things like dark magic and the dark side of the Force. They don't say that's the real you being channeled into the Force or into magic. They say that's the hate. That's all your anger and your hate being channeled into this thing that you're putting out into the world to get it out of you. And I think the reason why it's portrayed that way is to assert the idea this is not this person. This is kind of what Duck was saying earlier. This is what this person has been forced to repress coming out. It's a highly concentrated compartmentalization of a part of who they are that if they were able to channel in a more healthy way, wouldn't be who they are. And that's why a lot of people come out of prison and they have to do community service and they meet with their victims or they work with other gang members or whatever. And they
Do you
become
feel the same way about
more
people
wholesome
who come out of school, like high school, where there's a lot of repression of sexual identity and stuff?
Oh, 100%. Yeah, but I wouldn't say that
Yes?
sexual
Okay.
identity is the same thing as like dark
Oh.
magic, but it's a highly concentrated compartmentalized aspect of them in that sexuality. That's why they go to college and have a lot of sex, is because that's what they have to repress.
I hate
And
to
if I
hate
can-
to be a stickler, but
Mhm.
I gotta speak up. I really didn't like the analogy that there is no dark side of the Force. Jeb, you should know better. There's only the Force.
Oh, true, yeah.
And
There
before
is.
you dive into that, anybody watching over on Dusty's side, for safety purposes, I'm going to go ahead and shut him down. If you want to continue the conversation, come on over here. We're at the Gauntlet, and that is at the Gauntlet Debate. But I love you guys. Thanks for hanging out and watching Dusty and supporting him so well. We love you.
So Fatty tucked his tail and ran when he saw me coming. I don't know why. He's scared of me.
No,
I was
he
gonna
took
ask
his
him.
son and ran a long time
He
before
left
you got
ages
here.
ago.
Long
Yeah,
time
he
ago.
was
I must have
gone.
been back in the live stream. I was going to ask Fatty, like, if he's so against casual sex, then why is he like pro polygamy? I don't know.
Well, that's because your definition of
You could argue
casual sex is different from the definition
No.
that's utilized for this.
There's no definition in which polygamy is casual sex. Sorry.
Wait.
Yeah. Right. No, you're correct.
Well, it's not
I'm saying
okay.
It's different. I'm saying that the prompt casual that was used was different from both my definition and everyone else's.
That's
hey man,
true.
the only
That was
casual
a-
sex I ever had is when I had a Tinder still. That's like the ultimate,
Actually, that
casual
was
app
brought
right
up.
there. Yeah, dude, like, oh man. Like I was telling my chat, I'm like, no matter how far right you lean, if you go on to Instagram or Tinder, I always call it the wrong thing. If you go on to Tinder and you tell these girls, yeah, I don't give a fuck about politics, like you'll have like 15 leftist chicks hitting you back, being like, oh yeah, I'll come on over. I'll, yeah, have a little bit of something.
And then you sub them up and they become Republicans. It's amazing.
Oh my God.
Yeah, that's only if you don't use a condom.
Right?
Yeah, like
Ghost-
I told my chat. Oh, go ahead.
Ghosty, what are you thinking? You got quiet. I feel like you kind of got pushed around today, and I want to make sure you.
No, I'm good. I don't even know what we're talking about right now. So
I
I'm
don't
just
know
chilling.
either.
Nobody does. Nobody
I have a
does.
question for Chuck. I got a question for Chuck.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
So, Chuck, if you have, let's say that you have a municipality or area where you have a lot of strip clubs, and you don't want people going to the strip clubs, do you try to pass some sort of law or something so that you can shut down the strip clubs, or do you just shame the people that go to the strip clubs?
I don't think you really be able to shame them, to be honest with you. If they want in that strip club, they're going to figure out a way to get in, whether it's the front door or the back door.
Ooh.
The only, oh my God. The only way you're going to, yeah, you'd have to close them.
So
would be the only way.
That's the point that's the point I was making earlier.
Gotcha.
The point I was making earlier is if you can cultivate the culture to have women value their chastity more, it's going to be a lot more difficult for men to engage in casual sex.
But you're taking the onus off of men. I think it's a shared responsibility.
Yeah.
I'm not taking the onus off of men because society always puts the onus on men. I don't have to hold men accountable because society's gonna hold men accountable regardless.
You are taking the onus off of men because you're placing it onto like a government organization to enforce it. You're saying legalize these things and let the government handle it.
He's saying shame it, not illegal.
Well, I mean, at the end of the day, it's not gonna. Well, if we're being totally honest, it's not gonna happen. At the end of the day, women are going to continue doing what they're doing. Many of you are going to continue encouraging it, and pretty soon, probably around 2096, this entire Western society is going to collapse. We're going to start the process over again. We're going to have the strict rules around sex, and we'll build another society to its peak. And once it gets to the peak, we'll start doing the Jezebel shit again, and then it'll crash again.
Yeah.
I think it's going to be a lot sooner than 96.
You guys are given two options, right? There are more than two options. I'm always looking outside of the box. You reward good behavior.
Well, the thing is, good behavior is already rewarded.
Well, I would expect you to say that there's more than two options because you have that freaking Superman symbol from that new Superman movie on your head that I find deplorable, my friend. So, we're going to have a conversation about that. I'm not going to.
You got another option here, though. The hat is covering up the bald spot. See?
Also,
Bro, I
that's
don't have
true.
any.
There's
Bigger
more
men.
than one option.
I'm not
I don't
concerned
have
about
any.
whether he's
Was
got a
typically
ball spot or
shamed.
You
not.
want, hey, look, Chuck,
Sort of
since you're
improvement.
so desperate to see what I look like without a hat on, just go to my Instagram. I advertise it all the time, bro. Like,
I don't do Instagram.
oh,
Here's-
so
hold
you-
on.
Yeah.
Hold on. Let me say a couple of things. One, there's a couple things that were wrong in there. One, I don't know who here is super encouraging women to get into that stuff. I certainly am not. I just think, again, men also have a co-equal responsibility. Two, prohibition doesn't really work. While you
Right.
can temporarily reduce the consumption of the thing you're targeting, what eventually prohibition did give rise to was one, a crazy culture of violent crime in the United States that
A
was
mob.
worse than the issues that the alcohol caused. And two, it created the sort of modern cocktail revolution once it was finally rescinded and got people to drink way more alcohol right afterward. And three, this idea of self-governance that's missing here, which is when we're trying to self-govern, the reason why we have to have the attitude that men have an equal responsibility is because when I, as an individual man, am looking at what can I do in next steps in order to mitigate how this affects me, I have to take my responsibility first. And as someone mentioned before, just not go in the club, regardless of whether they'll let me in. You should encourage guys to not go into every club that'll let them in. And if
Okay,
you
but-
truly have if you truly have the thought that men are leaders and women follow, then when men start to make decisions of I'm not going to enter every club that lets me in, they'll probably follow suit and say, "Ooh, well, I want a man that doesn't enter every club that lets him in," and they'll start selecting for men with better values.
Okay, so here's the thing. So number one, y'all won't let me dream. That's number one. I'm dreaming of a better world. You feel me? I realize you can't put the rabbit back in the hat. I understand that. However, this entire idea that you guys have that, well, the men need to do X, Y, Z. The men do not live in a bubble. The men live in the same society that encourages women to behave in a certain way. So those men behave in that same certain way.
But women behave in that way because there's a demand from men for it. They're not doing it for lesbians. They're doing it for straight men.
You don't put the rabbit back in the
nevertheless-
hat. You put the
nevertheless.
carrot in the hat and hope that the rabbit goes back to the carrot.
But if they're in a
This
strip
is the
club,
point
they're in
of
it for the money.
encouragement,
Yeah.
as in rewarding good behavior. So, like, married men, married women go together to get-togethers with other married men and women. This is a reward of good behavior.
Is this a pineapple party?
But this already happens, right? I think what we just need to do is we need to shine a light on the fact we need to stop pretending that good behavior isn't already rewarded. Like, this is the thing, is like, we'll come in saying all these things are good and all these things are valuable, and then the moment we have an argument about it, we won't stand on that value at all. We won't say, yeah, no, it's actually better to have a fulfilling family than to be rich.
Okay, but the problem,
Let
the
me
problem
do
is what I
a quick
alluded
mic
to
check
earlier.
for Alexander. Oh, you got
Whoa.
it? Okay, back to you, Angry Man.
Okay, the problem is what I alluded to earlier. It's not the fact that we don't recognize that certain things are good. The problem is what I said to Powder Dusty earlier about instant gratification versus delayed gratification. The good things that we're talking about are delayed gratification, and most of what people are engaging in today is instant gratification.
But if you try to attack
is the bad things.
if you try to attack the supply side by going after the women, then you never instill the value of delayed gratification to men because they're not the ones in control actually delaying their gratification.
Go
Who's
ahead,
not in control of
Sasquatch.
delaying the gratification?
The degree of
Hold
allowance.
The guy
Delay-
should
Hold on,
delay his
Sasquatch
own.
Hold on.
had his hand raised. Be polite.
Delayed gratification builds character.
Yeah.
It doesn't really do a whole lot else in your real life. It builds character. It allows you to make decisions slightly better based on the fact that you're willing to put off your gratification long enough to get the result you want.
Absolutely, but you're saying that the only way that a person can delay their
Don't repeat
gratification.
my statement, sir.
No, I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about Jeb. You're saying that the only way that you can delay gratification is to discipline yourself not to use the microwave. And what
Yeah.
I'm saying is you can't use the microwave if it ain't there.
Yeah,
That's
but then
the
you are
problem.
not. But then you're not instilling that value of delayed gratification. So I want you to let me dream for a second,
No,
of a
actually,
world
I
where
am.
we
Actually, I
control
am
where we
because actually, I am. According to Skinner, I'm actually delaying gratification, and that process is being learned through conditioning.
No, hold on. When we talk about teaching someone delayed gratification, we don't say put a fruit snack in front of them and then take it away. We say put a fruit snack in front of them and make sure they know that 2 fruit snacks are going to come if they wait, and then make them wait while the fruit snack is still in front of them. You don't
Or you
take it away
deny them
because
the
then
fruit
they
snack.
never learn. They
Or you
never
deny
learn
them
how
the
to
fruit
do it.
snack.
Hold on. Can I bring up?
Yeah,
two
go ahead,
points?
Alexander.
All right. So first of all, what is you can't try and take away the meal when you leave snacks everywhere. Okay. First, porn is too available. That is the most instant gratification you can possibly have. Right? It's literally on any screen you touch. It's on any computer you go to. It's in any room you want it to be in. Right? You don't have to go to a club. You don't have to hunt for a woman. You don't have to do anything else except type in a website. So until you get rid of that, talking about delayed gratification and taking women out from in front of men isn't going to work. Secondly, who did most of the shaming? It was men. Oh, Cactus.
No, I think
I
he
agree.
is just excited.
Oh, yeah, you were doing.
Did you
Yeah,
say cactus?
It was me.
Sorry.
I took yes.
Yeah. Yeah. The people who did most of the shaming was men, right? So if
My question.
men want women to be shamed, the only people who are going to do it are going to be other men. And if the Chads, quote unquote, are the people who get the most women, then we're kind of asking women to not have sex while also putting out for the Chad.
So basically, this is the same argument that basically women are children and we can't put any type of autonomy or any type of agency on them to actually do something that would benefit the society.
No,
so they're
it's
just
not.
mindless.
Not
So
at
they're
all.
just
That's not what I said.
so they're just mindless Jezebels running around here, and you can't hold them to a standard, basically.
No, but I'm saying that your prescription.
Why is every single
Your
time
Hold on. Let him
to a
respond.
standard,
Let him
why is it every-
respond. Go ahead,
It's the same
Alexander.
routine.
That's
Every
kind of what
time
you're
someone
saying about
tries to hold
men.
women to a standard, the buck always gets passed over to the damn men.
Stop.
Shared
Hold
buck.
on. Hold on.
Shared
Hold
buck.
on.
Behavior.
Everybody shut the fuck up. Go ahead, Alexander. I know you want to respond to that.
The behavior, the person you want to change their behavior is women, but women don't have an incentive to do that, right? So you want them to force themselves to do something, but you want men to continue trying to pressure them into doing the opposite.
They
That's
do
the
have an
problem.
incentive to do that.
No, they don't. What's the
They
incentive?
actually do.
What's the incentive?
So men are worthless?
No, that's not what I said.
Well, I think essentially women can have their cake and eat it too.
Yeah.
And the reason why is because we have the babies, right? So essentially, I could hypothetically, God, I'm waiting for the clip on this one. I could go around and fuck whoever I want, and I
I'm
could
in.
still, and I could still end up getting married to any, generally most men, right? I could still end up getting married, and I could still have babies. I could still have the home, and I could still have the dream, and I could still have all those things. Whereas men, you don't have that option. It's harder for you to access all the fucking around and the wife and babies to go with it. With a woman, I could go to a bar right now if I so chose, and I could pick probably at least 10 men who, if I just said come home with me, they would follow.
Yep.
Right.
Yep.
So whereas for you don't have that option. So I could have my cake and eat it too. I could fuck around all I want and still end up with a husband by the end of the year if I
So
want.
then basically the argument is because women have the upper hand to be debaucherous, we just have to accept the fact that they're going to be debaucherous.
No,
Women
what
don't
he's
have the
saying-
upper hand.
What he's saying is we don't have any incentive to stop, right? It's really like, it's like, well, if you could have it all your way without any consequence, there's no consequence to it. There's no downfall. There's no, I mean, yeah, people say, well, people don't wife up hoes or whatever. That's
the entire
bullshit.
point. That's the entire point of my position of the casual sex argument. There is a downfall. The problem is women are too nearsighted to see it.
Well, men are too. right? Because
No.
they
Well, hold on,
actually
hold
do
on.
it in life.
Hold on,
when you
hold
get
on.
But
married.
are hold on,
Who
hold on,
wants
hold
the who wants the
on.
status quo to
But
change?
are women still getting married? Are men still having relationships with them? Are they still having babies? Are they still able to get a divorce and move on and find somebody else? Like there's no incentive for me not to get away with everything I want.
Yeah.
Do you see what I'm saying?
There's no immediate you're talking about the downfall. There's no immediate downfall. The downfall is further down the road.
Yeah, so
That's what I'm
Angry
saying.
Man, I want to tell you something
if
that
there
my
is one at
father
all.
told me a long time ago. He said, "My mother and your mother are both mothers." Do you understand what that means?
Yep.
I don't know what the hell you just said.
Angry Man, do you understand what that means?
What is that? Give me
Yeah,
Play that
break it down
again.
for me. Break it down for me.
That means both of our mothers opened their legs, and now we are here.
Yeah, no shit.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm
Right.
trying
You
to figure out
understand what
where
that
you're going
means?
with this. I'm trying to figure
Oh,
out where
my
you're
moms
going.
are
Yeah.
sluts. Holy shit.
You're
One day.
Oh.
Your mama's a hoe,
God
your
damn.
grandmama's a hoe, your great grandma's a hoe.
Grandma was
They're
a
all
hoe.
hoes.
Yes.
Look,
Yeah, but
Wait,
here's
did
the
he-
reality. The
Thank you.
reality is
follow-
when
That's
my
the
mother.
reality, bro.
Well, here's the reality. Here's the reality, Clay, and this is the part you left out. When my mother opened her legs and got pregnant and had me, she was a married woman,
And she got fucked.
and she was a
Oh,
married
stop
woman.
that.
Whoa.
I don't have a
Stop
problem
Yes.
with sex. You're not getting it. You're trying to
seems
now
like
you're
you
trying to do the
do.
same
Having
thing.
sex
Hold
doesn't
on,
make
now
any
you're
sense.
trying to do the same thing to me that y'all were doing to Fatty earlier. You're trying to make it seem
Okay,
like I'm
okay,
against sex.
let me cool it down. I apologize. I don't mean it as an insult. My point is this: that it takes two to tango, and if we put all of the blame on one side, then we forget that there is a partner in that dance.
Yeah, it
Look.
takes two. It always takes two to tango until it's time to pay the child support.
That's right.
Y'all are fucking hilarious. It always takes two to tango until it's time to pay the child support. It always takes two to tango until it's time to decide whether or not the baby dies. Like, kill all of that noise. Y'all can try that goofy shit with someone else. At the end of the day, women walk around like children with no damn agency, and y'all make excuses for them because you're a bunch of simps.
Okay. It's not about excuses. It's about.
It is an excuse.
No, stop. Okay.
It is
want
absolutely
something-
an excuse.
Hold on. You see a bad future, and you want something to change. The person you want to make the change are women. But the thing is, women have no reason to make the change.
No,
at least
the
in
reason.
immediate-
No. Let me clarify my position, okay?
Mhm.
Because when I'm sitting here saying, "Oh, I'm a dreamer," all that, I'm being facetious. I know this shit is doomed. I know it is. The problem is, women do need to change. They should be the ones to change. However, they're not going to change. And the reason why they're not going to change is because of bullshit like this right here. This is where men are failing at leadership. It's not from the aspect that you're talking about where, oh, they need to be more disciplined and they need to do this and they need to do that. No, it's because there are too many men that make excuses for women when they make poor choices. Our entire society has gotten to the point where we socially accept women making poor choices that affects the entire community.
That's fair to that's fair to an extent, but the prescription you keep giving is you want women to do something different. And my
That
point
they
is,
don't want to do, right?
Well, it's not that they don't want to do. There's no reason for them to do it.
Which means they don't want to do it. There actually is a reason for them to do it.
Why?
The betterment of the damn society. There absolutely is a reason. There absolutely is a reason for them to do it. It's the very same reason that men do certain things, because they know it needs to be done, not just because they feel like doing something else.
But here's the thing: if they knew and believed that to be the case, they would do something. but most women don't know or
No,
don't believe
if we
that's the
had a
case.
society, that wasn't so lax on their behavior, we didn't just get here today. This has been a slow burn. This has gotten here in recent times, where we overlook the general decency of women, and we pretend as if they're children who are always going to engage in certain things, and we have to make concessions for them all the time.
Well, no, that's the whole point, right? You keep saying society, but half of society is men, right? Men are the only ones.
Including them too. I'm including some of them too.
Men are the only ones who care how many bodies a woman might have. We're the only ones who might care about it, so we're the only ones who can actually give them a reason to care as well. Because if we don't care, they have no reason to care either.
Oh, no, actually they do. They do. They have a reason to care because it's their body. You remember when they say it's their body, their choice?
Yeah.
So basically what you're telling me is that they have bodily autonomy, but they shouldn't make better decisions based on their bodily autonomy?
I'm not. You're saying better decisions, but there's no way to prove to everyone that that's the better decision.
It is a way to prove that that's the better decision.
Why? How do you prove that?
How do you prove that? You look at the results of what happens when they go down that route.
Okay.
How many women in this country, do you realize that I can't speak to the entire country, but I can speak to the Black demographic. Do you realize that in the Black community, there are more women with STIs than men? Did you know that?
Yeah, that would make sense.
So you have women that are engaging in promiscuous casual sex, and as a result, many of them are being infected with STIs.
Yeah, but that's all future thing. Humans are terrible at worrying about the future. If it doesn't affect us almost immediately, if it's not an immediate thing we have to worry about, we don't worry about it.
Okay, look, here's the thing.
I understand what you're saying.
I get that, but we're not. That actually, what you just said actually proves my point, because that mentality is a very childish, immature mentality. It's not a mature mentality. The mature mentality is to the mature mentality, regardless, humans. You said humans don't look to the future. That's not true. There are many humans that are mature that look to the future. I have a life insurance policy because I look to the future. I go on regular visits to the doctor because I look to the future. So no, it's not a matter of human beings being irresponsible. It's a matter of certain human beings being irresponsible. And in this day and age, women have been given a blank check and carte blanche to be extremely irresponsible, and it is affecting our society. And as much as you want to put the onus on men and try to say, well, men need to be better, we've had 30 plus to 40 plus, 60 years of men need to be better. At what point are we going to say, you know what, women need to be better? When?
Well, they do, but okay, look. The people you're dealing with are not people in their 40s and 50s, right? They're not people who've lived long enough that they're worried about the end of their lives. They're thinking ahead. You're talking about people who are 16 to 26 years old for the most part. Those people they think they're invincible.
Yeah, and you know why?
The future thing. So but that's men and women in that age range. It's not just
and you know why the men and women in that age range are not planning for the future and not being more responsible, because they were raised by an irresponsible woman that had them kids probably young or probably out of wedlock. This goes back to what I said. The mother has always been the first teacher. So if you never take the time to say, okay, you know what? We got to do something about women behaving the way they're behaving. Women are infecting the next generation of children.
Okay.
Creating more of a problem.
If the mothers are failing to teach, then where are the fathers?
I just went through that.
I understand. I know what you're saying, It shouldn't
if
fall.
you take a man and a woman, right, and they get into a relationship, and you have a society where women cannot be held accountable, right, at all, in no way, shape, or form. If the man in that relationship sees a problem in the relationship, as the leader of the household, the father of the household, can he put his foot down and say, you know what, we're not doing XYZ, we're doing this? Can he do that in today's environment?
Yeah.
No, he can't. He absolutely can't.
Depends
And
on
the
the
reason
house.
why he can't,
Depends on your household, I guess. But
no, well, the reason why he can't is because if the woman decides that she doesn't agree with that, he has absolutely no ability to pull rank. He can't even raise the tone of his voice. If he raises the tone of his voice, she gets on the phone and calls the police. The police come and lock him up. We don't live in a society anymore where a man has reverence in his household the way he used to, partially because we have told women that they don't. We have told women that they don't have to listen to men. We have told women that men are not necessarily the best leaders. We've told women that they can lead themselves. We've told women that they don't need to listen to men. So once we've done that to the society, how can a man exist and cohabitate with a woman who's not willing to listen to him or listen to his guidance? So if we have a society where women have been empowered to have agency and make their own choices, then we have to say something about the choices they make, because they are not children and they're not the little woman anymore, where if something went wrong, it was because the husband didn't lead her in the right direction. No, in this day and age, when these women are making these choices, they are not making these choices at the behest of their father. They're not making these choices at the behest of their husband. They're making these choices of their own accord. So they should be held accountable for those choices.
yeah, I agree. You make the choice, you should be held accountable for it. And yes,
That's
you're
all I'm
right.
saying.
There was a very, very unfortunately long period of time where women had all the freedom, all the rights, and none of the responsibility at all, where it was always assumed to be the man's fault, where they always got custody, where all these things happened. That started to turn around. But it's not.
It's
starting to.
Yeah, it's starting to turn around. But the only reason it's starting to turn around is because there has been a portion of men in our society that got tired of being blamed for everything and said, you know what? Nah, man, y'all gotta hold some of this. Y'all gotta hold some of this. It's not all our fault. And I just noticed whenever I get on panels, a lot of times we'll be talking about something that women should be held accountable for, and it always gets passed over to the men all the time.
Okay. I think I see our disconnect. I agree with you. That is typically what happens. It's just a question of who wants the change to begin with and why. Men want the change because we want women to be as accountable for their actions as we are, because most often we're the ones who get blamed for the actions other people take, right? If we're the ones who want that change, we have to be the ones to rise up and make it.
Well,
the solution isn't taking away everything women have.
Here's the thing.
Forcing societies shift into something more neutral. And honestly, the big reason that's happening right now is because the newer generations of kids who are just entering college, they're becoming more religious, they're becoming more conservative, right? We're seeing a huge backlash from the left-wing ownership over everything, right?
Yeah.
And this is just the pendulum swinging back the other way. And it's going to.
But the only problem is, one could make the argument: is it too late? You understand? So here's my thing, right? And I agree with you. That is absolutely happening right now. But the thing about it is, I'm not with the new age stuff. Like I'm really pointing out this thing because, one, I'm more of a traditional guy. I have no problem with the blame being put on me in my household, right?
Same.
But I'm in a traditional relationship. Like my wife doesn't try to usurp me and try to overrule me at every single corner. But when we look at the general society, we cannot talk about women being empowered and simultaneously treat them the way we did back in the day. We can't do both. We can't say, oh, well, women are empowered and they make their own choices and they make their own decisions, and then turn around and act like we're in the 1950s when something goes wrong and say, well, it's your fault it went wrong because you're the leader and the men lead and we should have told them better. And no, you can't do both. You got to pick a struggle.
But it's up to the man to earn that position. You just don't give it to him because he's a man, because there's a lot of stupid men out there. You have to
Absolutely.
earn it.
Absolutely. But if she's with a guy that's a stupid guy, she shouldn't be with him in the first place.
Mr. North says if a reason that porn should be banned is that it gives men unrealistic expectations of women, should vibrators be banned for giving women unrealistic expectations of men?
Women don't
Real
expect
question.
that from men, trust me. Just kidding.
No, of course not. If you want to show me what's acceptable in society and what's not, just show me the thing that men enjoy. That's unacceptable. The thing that women enjoy is not only acceptable, it's
Oh,
celebrated.
boo-hoo. Yeah, that's exactly what I said. Poor
And
men.
see that right there? Notice how she just dehumanized me.
Well,
Oh my God.
I
It's
think
you specifically, not
I
men.
think essentially, though, Angry Man would be the more politically correct example. Would be that men, you are stronger than us. You're better at us than everything. You do awesome. You're great. You can fend for yourselves. You don't get picked on for being weak. Like well, I guess I'll take that one back. But you're automatically by default you start up here above us, okay, in terms of what you can do in society. You're allowed to rough and tumble, you're allowed to be gross, you're allowed to do whatever, you're allowed to pick your nose, you're not scrutinized for having pimples on your face, you're not scrutinized for having
we are.
wearing certain things or this or that, and God forbid, I mean, and I'll even say it this way, like just as an example, an anecdotal example. If people come into my chat and they don't like what I have to say, I'm a slut, I'm a whore, I'm a feminist, I'm a this, I'm a that, I'm old, I'm ugly, right? Like,
yeah,
and
it's
these
all
are-
insults.
It's all insults, right? If
Personal
you
About
if
her
you-
sex, about her gender.
it's all
Exactly.
about me just being Angry Man. If you said the same exact thing of whatever I said, you'd be cool, you'd be a man, you'd be this, right? So we already see this like weird shift and balance, right? So when women can take an advantage of one thing just to get above it, it's like, I'm gonna do it, right?
Well, no,
I'ma do it.
actually, if we're being totally honest, when you like she just said, she said all of the attacks is about your gender, right?
Mhm.
Okay, well, guess what? When I'm on a panel and people disagree with me, maybe not on this panel, but numerous panels I've been on, when people disagree with me, I'm a Mexican. Every attack is about my race.
Yeah, that's
Well,
true.
if anything, man,
Or
like,
my-
if I
or
was
my-
gonna,
You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
I get that. I totally get that. But the thing that we never want to recognize is like, okay, yeah, men, when women look at it from your perspective, it's like, oh, men have all these advantages. But those advantages aren't always advantages. A prime example is what she just did a second ago. Now, it didn't hurt my feelings, but when she said, oh, boo-hoo men or whatever, right? Women have the tendency to dehumanize men, even if they're doing it in jest, because we're supposed to be the strong ones that can take everything. You know,
That's right.
it's like Superman and Lois Lane, right? even though Superman is fast enough to dodge the bullet, he'll stand there and let the bullet hit his damn chest.
I'm sorry, are you saying you haven't dehumanized women ever, or you don't see women getting dehumanized on panels all the time?
Oh,
I was gonna
dehumanize women
say
every
that
day.
that's exactly the point, is that they don't even like. I could be a total virgin and they would still attack me for say I'm a whore. Like it's just automated, right?
Because they
Yeah.
they hurt
Or
you.
I'm dumb because I'm a woman. I'm not dumb just because maybe I'd never had been educated enough or something to that degree. I could go around and fuck whoever I want.
Well,
But also, I want to point
here's
out.
Here's the thing. We look. Here's the thing. There have been numerous times I've been on panels with women. They get upset with me. You know, I'm sassy. I'm gay. I'm broke. You know, I'm old. You're
Lovely Lawrence
overweight. Like,
Fishburne.
we go through the same thing. Maybe not as bad, but it's similar.
Okay,
Well, no,
but this all started.
hold
Hold on, really quick. This all
ahead.
started with us saying yes, men and women need to do better, and you were saying no, women need to do better. It's not on the men. So nobody here
Correct.
is saying that women don't also need to do better. But I think their point was like, well, if you're not having sex with women, women aren't going to be able to have sex. So like it does come down to both parties. Like, and if men don't want to be having casual sex, it really does come down to personal responsibility for everybody, both parties.
Well, and the other
Correct.
thing that you kept that we that your sort of argument hinges on is this idea that women are not already shamed for these things. The reason why those are the first insults that they give women is because they know there is societal power behind those insults, and that is generally how you devalue a woman in front of the public, is by
And women
implying that
devalue
she's a
and
whore
talk down about
and
each
is
other
not
all
a
the time.
traditional woman.
Societal power.
It 100%
because
is. It's the same reason why they call him
because
gay
of
and Mexican, is because they think people will dislike him
No.
because they
of-
think he's gay
because
and
of
Mexican.
history.
Because it's the
Okay,
thing that
but
will
here's the
trigger
thing.
you the
Here's the thing.
most.
Those insults come up because of historical context. However, what I'm speaking to is the overcorrection because of those insults. The overcorrection, like because women are we're shamed about sexuality. Now we have slut walks. It's the overcorrection of it that
Yeah.
I'm speaking to.
But that's
Overcorrection's
another
dangerous.
that's actually another thing where the 80-20 rule comes out, and it actually shows in the data is this overcorrection of sexual liberation is like 20% of society, if that. And 80% of society still holds a lot of deep-rooted stigma against women having a lot of sex, and against women doing sex work, and against women talking out of their place in the home. It's more 50-50 with like traditional gender roles, but I think that's okay because it's also not very many men who are willing to perform their traditional gender role, or we can argue are even empowered to in the first place. But what I'm trying to get at is women are currently, by most of society, still shamed for doing these things, and you're rightfully showing it's not working. So maybe if men focus on what men can do to change things, and women focus on what women can do to change things, instead of both sides waiting for the other one to act first, we won't look like
Yeah.
Congress where nothing ever gets done.
Work together.
Look,
Well, I'm not saying that men
not
shouldn't. I'm not saying that men should be sitting around doing nothing. Like
Sure.
my position on traditionalism is like whenever I'm having conversations with men, I believe men should carry the traditional role. Men should be men, and they should work and take care of certain things and do what they're supposed to do. So I'm not arguing from the position of men being in the modern age and sitting on the couch playing PlayStation while we're expecting the women to be traditional. That's not my position. My position is I'm coming from the position of a man that's going to operate the way men have always operated in being productive, doing the things that you need to do. So why would I sit back and watch? Why would I be a guy who operates like I'm in the 1950s, but I'm looking at women, or the woman that I'm with is going to operate like she's in 2025 as far as just, well, I'm not going to do any of the things that I should.
Sure, but you're describing an individual negotiation where
Yeah,
I'm going to be
it's
this
a-
and you're going to be that. But you're
it's a
talking to everybody.
preference. It's
Yeah.
it's a preference. Essentially, and I've tried to make this argument before, but I'm just a stupid woman and I'm told to shut up. So whatever. But
Shut up, Sarah.
when people say, well, I think it was James and I got into this argument before, but it was well, men don't want women who sleep around. They don't want to marry women who sleep around. They want to marry virgins. And I said, that's a preference. That's a preference. That's not a moral stance. That's not
It's also kinda badly thought
societal,
out.
the prescription or anything like that. It's just that's just the same as women want maybe want to date a 6-foot man. That is her preference. And why are we getting mad at that? Why are we getting mad at men who want to marry virgins? Why are we getting mad at women who want to be with men who make 6 figures a year? We can't get mad at people's preferences, especially if that's what they want, right?
Okay,
and that's what they'll wait for. That's what they'll go for. That's what attracts them, whatever the case may be.
And I get that. And for the record, Sarah, I don't think you're dumb. The reality is whenever I'm in these discussions, what I tend to see is we want to attack the whoremongers, but we're cool with whores existing. We're cool with we're promoting the whoredom. That's my thing. It's like, how can you tell the fat kids not to go get the free cheesecake, but there's a cheesecake factory on the corner of every neighborhood giving away free cheesecake?
I don't think anyone is not anyone here is necessarily promoting sex work as this great thing. I think even Ghosty who isn't going to condemn it the way that I would, is probably just going to say, maybe address where the need to do that comes from, and maybe be better to women in other workplaces and give them better avenues in other areas so they don't feel the need to resort to that stuff. And then you'll have very few women who still feel the need to do so. I don't think she's either promoting it or condemning it. I'm even condemning it, but I think as men, the first words that come out of our mouths need to be to our primary audience, which is other men. And they need to focus on controlling what they can control, which is their engagement with the things that we don't want them to engage in, not yelling at women and telling them to stop, because it's not going to do anything.
Okay, but that's my point right there. You just did it just now. You said, well, when it comes to these women that engage in sex work, we should give them a better alternative, correct?
No, I think that's what Ghosty would say.
Oh, okay, well, that's what Ghosty's saying. Okay, fair enough. However, when it comes to the guys that we talk about that need to have more dick discipline, what is the alternative we're giving them? Because she just took away the alternative, which was porn.
Casual sex would be my argument.
Yeah,
but
I
I'm
mean,
pro
yeah.
casual sex.
Oh,
So
Lord.
that's kind
I'm
of
the one
against her.
taking away the.
That makes you a hoe.
Can I
then.
ask though?
Yeah.
Let me read a couple super chats, and then I have a thought process for you. Mr. North getting really dirty says, how many men have 12 inches they can vibrate at 8 different speeds for 6 hours at a time? And this was in reference to the vibrator concept. And he also says, your body, your choice, your responsibility. I think that is true 110%. Mr. Angry Man and Mr. Clay one-on-one. I'm going to do this in just a minute, but I want to get one thought out first, and then I'll switch it over. And Kazak says, Trippy smells like an undercooked corn dog with bologna and cotton candy.
Whoa.
I'm his daddy. Lawrence Fishburne, I heard that.
I did. I said that Angry Man looks like Lawrence Fishburne. He looks like he could play Lawrence Fishburne in a documentary about Lawrence Fishburne making What's Love Got to Do with It.
And then Kazak says, Ghosty looks like she has even more to say. And I will hand it back over. I do want to kick one thought out, and then I'm going to do Clay and Angry Man, and then we're going to come back, and Ghosty, you're going to have a full amount of time to just say whatever you want. So here's my thought. We all are agreeable that women are resourceful. Yes. We are survivalists by way of we utilize resources. Number one, we can be compliant to men who we find to be a threat, because we know that if we're compliant, typically the threat will kind of dissipate, or so on and so forth. But we're also resourceful with men or people or whatever we need to do, because we're not men, right? We're not strong. We can't survive just by plow our way through. We're not stronger than you. There's very few men that I could actually kick. Well, actually, there's a lot of men who I could kick. But generally, most women's need to survive is dependent upon men. Are we all agreeable to that?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Let me propose a thought. Utilizing sex as a tool is a survival way for women. It's a resource, whether it's in prostitution, OnlyFans, or just merely getting fed dinner on a night or whatever. And if she feels like I have to put out to get it, every time I go over to his house and I put out, he orders Chinese. I need food. I will put out. Or I can't afford to go out and buy drinks and have a night out. So therefore, I'm going to find the guy that I just give him sex and he takes care of everything else.
Hint,
we have
real
sugar.
quick, you can do that and not get laid and still get free drinks, just so you know. But
Yep, that's a fact.
Ladies, the more you hold out, the more stuff you actually get. But most don't understand that. Okay, that's why we have sugar daddies and sugar babies. That's why we have OnlyFans. That's why we have prostitution. That's why we have porn. That's why we have all of those things. So if men, my thought process here, if we remove the need for women to have to survive on their own, then in turn would, like, and by way of men protecting women, taking care of them, ensuring they're safe, so on and so forth, would we then in turn flip that on its nose and get rid of their need to survive on their own by utilizing their assets?
Yeah, I think that's the thing.
Possible. It's
Sorry, go
possible.
ahead.
The level of promiscuity that exists currently is just remnants of that need to survive and how it was done before.
Yeah.
It's definitely a likely possibility for sure.
The only way to get rid of it is to get rid of their sexual organs, and that's just
No.
and they're no longer women.
Not true.
No. But see, in a past time, women were always taken care of by men. Whether if their husband died, it would be maybe their brother-in-law or their uncle or their grandfather or there would be some other man who would come and they were obligated by society to take care of that woman. Okay, prostitution only existed back in the day for women who did not have husbands. They didn't have men to take care of them. They were typically like they didn't have a means to survive, so that was the only way they used.
Right.
Now we're seeing this weird shift where women are now independent. Well, we're in that space. However, we don't realize, and I'm pro taking care of women. I'm pro shutting down the porn and the prostitution, right, and all of those things. And I'm pro abstinence, and I'm pro get married young, make babies with your husband, and grow old together. I'm pro all of that. But what I see is women reacting to a survivalist position that they've been placed in, maybe not by men, right? Maybe we've kind of got pushed into that due to feminism. I'm agreeable to that. But we need you to be our fucking hero. We need the white knights. We need the saviors. We need to be protected. It would have originally been our fathers. We still lived at home until we were married off into our husbands. It went from one man's protection to another. We never did this live single thing. We did, but we didn't, right? If anything, we lived with roommates and it was very specific. We went to secretary school and then we became little people that did this, but we still were trying to get married. So is that the cure, that men just need to protect us, even if it's from ourselves, but remove us from that survival mode so that we don't feel the need to utilize our assets to survive?
Yeah, that was actually the other side of the argument. I see what you're saying. So the protector part is the part that the men play, and if you remove all of those things that women have as far as power goes, the issue is going to come up that there are still men out there who do awful things and there's a need there for protecting those who are weaker, which is in general women. So there's still a need there.
Are we really going to sit here and act like women did not opt out of all of that?
Oh my
I
God.
think here's what I think. I think we were propagandized. Okay. I can attest to the 1990s Nikes, anything you can do, I can do better. And that was women doing better than men. I remember the fucking commercial. It was like late 90s, early 2000. I remember the commercial. We've been trained to send your daughters to college. We've got Title IX. We want them to go to school. We want to separate them and send them off on their own, right? We've been taught that I don't need no man. right? We've
Road
been
to
taught
hell.
this. And now and Anger Man, I'm not blaming men for that by any means. I don't think that they necessarily had a play in this. I think that societally we fed feminism in to a degree where it taught women like, oh, don't let the men protect you. Don't depend on them. Don't do all of these things. Just go be your own boss, right? We were taught these things. And so you can't be mad at us for not understanding that it's not a good way of thinking, right? We don't know any better.
I would
right?
still argue.
Okay, sorry.
I would still argue that the majority of women who you could say that because of the push of feminism that women have been more pushed to be more independent and not rely on men, etc., etc. I don't necessarily think that's a bad thing, but you could say that oh my god, I totally just lost my train of. What was the last thing you said, Sarah? Hold on, I totally lost my train of thought.
We got pushed away. It's not necessarily men's fault, but we were taught that. That's all we grew up. That's all we understood.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. I remember. So I think still, even though with that like brainwashing, if you want to call it, even with that upbringing, the majority of women still want relationships. They can say all they want, like, oh, I don't need a man, blah, 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 blah. The overwhelming majority of women, even when they're just, like, especially if they're, like, in high school and stuff, their entire life is about dating and wanting a boyfriend and wanting a relationship. So, I mean, we can say all these things and whatever, but I do think, to the core, that really hasn't changed women's minds, like, overall about relationships and stuff. We might just get married later, but I don't even think necessarily that's a bad thing either, but that's my feminist position.
Well, what was the saying? The road to hell is paved with good intentions.
Okay, so are we supposed to have that one-on-one with Angry Man and Clay?
I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna let Clay, I'm gonna let Angry Man give his thoughts, and then I'll throw Clay into it, because I'm sure Clay's gonna have a lot of pushback on whatever Angry Man's about to spit out. Go ahead.
So this analogy is not going to be liked, but I got to use it because it's the best analogy. So you have teenagers in your house, and you buy all of the food, you pay all of the bills, and the teenagers have it made. They just don't realize they have it made because they haven't went out into the real world yet. So their friends tell them, well, you're about to be 18. You're grown now. You shouldn't have to listen to your parents. You shouldn't have to have a curfew. You shouldn't have to worry about what they're telling you to do. And so then they go out on their own and they see how tough it is. They see how messed up it is. And then they're like, man, I had it made better when I was at home. The only difference is now they want to come back home and they want to get all of the benefits, but they don't think they should have to listen to what you have to tell them.
I mean, I think it's not the same population. I think the women who have taken full advantage of the empowerment and are working, the vast majority just marry somebody who makes around the same money as them, is a little bit taller, and that they like. That's the thing, is like this reality just isn't happening. Like if that analogy was the one we're going with, it would be like your kid thinking he's got it all figured out, and then he goes and he fucking figures it out, because women are doing really well right now in most metrics of success. So what we're saying is give them a reason to come a little bit back from the overcorrection by maybe dudes do level a little bit and get better at the communication side of things and at taking care of our own shit before we start yelling at them for theirs.
If they're doing well by every metric, then why the hell are they complaining about men not being providers?
Some of them are. It's not the same groups. It's not the same groups. The women who are doing well, that comprise the majority, are not looking for providers. They're settling down with men who make around what they make.
No, but he's saying the promiscuous ones are.
Sure, and that's fine. Then just they're the minority and just don't marry the promiscuous ones.
If what
It's just not most women you're talking about.
If what you're saying is true, if what you're saying is true, the vast majority of the freaking endless amount of relationship conversations on the internet would not be what they are.
Yeah, they would, because the internet is not a proper representation of the public. It's called the vocal minority. It's literally the 80-20 rule. One of the most common ways the 80-20 rule is stated is the 20% loudest fucks on the internet.
The Fibonacci sequence, goddammit.
Completely obscure the 80% of real people. It's the reason why politics look different online than in real life.
Y'all with this, the internet is fake bullshit.
It's
like,
not that
y'all
it's
are
fake.
literally walking
to
us
be
off
fair-
a
biased.
fucking cliff, bro.
Yeah.
You're
To be
walking
fair,
us off a
though-
cliff because every time we identify a problem, here you come to say it's not a problem.
It's not that it's not a problem. It's not as big of a problem because guys like you are still finding wives that are great. Guys like me are still finding wives that are great. Guys who
I
are
found a
seeking out
wife
those women
because
will find
I found a wife because I went back in time and got my wife. I didn't get one from today. I didn't get one from this.
You
current
actually did though, because you can't time travel. So that's like the most stupidest thing you've ever said.
Damn, you busted that bubble.
No, actually,
I don't think most
actually-
stupidest is
actually,
proper
no,
English.
it was
but-
a
Let's
joke.
do.
Excuse
Let's let
me.
Clay have some
All right,
fun.
I'm gonna head out, but thank you guys.
was a
Appreciate
joke.
it.
Yeah.
to
Do you want to give any
indicate-
final thoughts, Jeb, before you go?
I mean, no, I think I've said everything. That I
Oh, well,
thought, but
thanks
thank you.
for-
Also, yeah, final thought. Keep supporting Raging Tomato. Fucking Rob L, Andrew L. That's some bullshit. They were pissy
Yep.
because she made a joke, and those are the tough men that they want to have in leadership positions over.
Yeah.
people.
They
Not
just
like
wanted
the
to
angry
say-
man
Shit
who
on
respects.
men more, bro.
Oh, true.
Shit on men more.
No. I
It's not
literally
like
was
you're
saying
one.
you're good. I'm
It's
making
not
fun
like
of
you're one.
them. No,
The
I'm
funny
making
thing
fun
about
of
it is
them.
women don't do this. Women
Angry
don't
man.
sit on
Yes, they
panels
do.
and talk shit endlessly about
Yes,
women.
they do.
Are you
You're
serious?
arguing with
bro.
a woman on a panel hosted by a woman with another
Jesus
woman on
Christ,
it. What do you
man!
mean?
Like, damn, dude. Did any
Angry
of you
man.
men take pride in being men?
I-
You
I-
realize
yes.
you're a guy, right?
I was making fun of
God
Andrew
damn it,
and
Jeb.
Rob. I was saying those are the men that the Crucible wants in leadership positions. Not that men shouldn't be in leadership positions. I was making fun of those two because they're baby back bitches who tried to go after the bag. I don't have to be nice to every man to support men. I don't have solidarity for crybaby bitches who go after Sarah's bag because she made a joke.
Oh
about
my
Rob.
God, bro! Jesus Christ! Even
But that's my final
Sarah's
thought.
handling that better than you, bro. Like, come on, man.
Yeah, I know. I'm a
All
part
right.
of it. But I love you all. It's been good. Thank you.
All right, yeah.
Thanks, Jeb. Appreciate
God
you.
damn, he triggered you. Holy shit.
Dudes
Well,
hate other dudes, man. It's crazy.
No, I
No.
think
But doesn't he
he's
kind of sound like
referring-
Kermit or Jordan Peterson?
No, I think he was referred to the idea that that the mere idea that we're talking about men being in leadership roles and men being the stronger ones, but then like two grown men got upset because I laughed at them, right? And I think that he's just utilizing that as an example. Is that's
Yeah.
what we don't want? Versus Angry Man, you've sat here and I mean even Ghosty kind of poked at you, and you were able to have the conversation. You didn't take it personal, and that makes a big difference. I think that's all he was saying.
Oh, he took it personal when she said "boo hoo, man."
Well, it's personal against them, but it doesn't,
Well, let's get this one over with. I know Kazak's been waiting. I do apologize, Kazak, but the conversation was flowing. I didn't want to interrupt. But Angry Man and Clay, I'm going to leave the floor to you. Clay, feel free. Angry Man, you're going to have some fun.
Sure. Yeah, I want to give you as much room as possible to run. But I do want to talk to you a little bit about this idea of casual sex and what society means. So I mentioned earlier, like if we're going to talk about society, we're going to probably talk about America, right? So, or the United States, at least, anyway, right? That would be
Western
the. Well, I don't really like to get like into the minutia of the other Western nations because they're doing some weird stuff, some of them, and they really don't share our values, especially when
Okay.
it comes to the First Amendment.
Okay.
You see the 1A, you know? I'm
Okay,
1A all the way.
Okay, so we'll stick to America.
Yeah. So religion specifically, you know, people have the right to believe what they want to believe. Now, there are certain aspects of belief that we don't allow, like sacrifice, right? We don't allow sacrifice, and you can believe that you can do that all day long, but as soon as you do the act of sacrifice, you're going to jail.
We do allow it.
Well, talking about sacrificing little animals or what?
Talking about sacrificing babies. We do allow it.
No.
Planned
I don't
Parenthood.
want to be hyperbolic. I don't want to be hyperbolic.
That
That's something
is
completely-
sacrifice, bro.
So there are states in this nation that allow that,
Mhm.
and in fact, with Planned Parenthood, it's encouraged. But then there's also now, because of overturning Roe versus Wade, that there are states that don't allow it. So
yeah, but
I
from the
don't want
70s, from the
I don't
70s up
look,
until recently, it was federal.
you and me are going to agree when it comes to most things principle, okay, ethics, values, right? I'm gonna probably guess that you have Christian type values, even if you're not a Christian. I don't want to get into what each other believes, our religion itself, but when it comes to the law, it's a different thing. So we live in a very liberal nation. So as a with Christian values, right, there's a lot of things that we would chastise the members of the congregation for, but then when it comes to the law, we allow a lot of things, right? Is that accurate in that statement?
I'm still stuck on you separating the laws from Christianity, because most of the basis of our laws are based on Judeo-Christian beliefs.
Most of them, correct.
Yeah,
Right. So the
most of them.
principles are there, the ethics, or whatever you want to call it, the morality. I've heard it called all sorts of different things. It's very subjective according to which congregation you go to. I mean, there's congregations that don't even vote. Will be full conscientious objector, right? Won't go to the military, right? So there's a bunch of different values when it comes to that value system. But when it comes to the law, right? So things like conscription, right? So in the medieval times, conscription was a core value of those Christian nations, whereas in this nation, we actually allow for conscientious objection. So it's quite the opposite, right? So this is a very liberal nation. And so the age of consent is 18. Now, if we went by Christian values, it would be a much higher age, probably into the mid-20s.
Okay.
I would guess. If you go into more strict nations than even that, Christian, valued nations, you go into other nations that have even stricter value systems. When we're talking about the United States and what we allow here, it's because of the base of the First Amendment. People do not believe the same things. So when it comes to casual sex, we're talking about something that either we can encourage people either through shaming, which I don't have a problem with entirely, but I prefer reward, or we can vote for it to be made illegal. But I don't believe that putting people in chains and cages is a great solution to that. That is not my place.
Okay, but the thing is, regardless of what individuals believe in America, given the fact that it is a melting pot of culture, there are still certain things that we all adhere to because there's some sort of consensus or some sort of social contract that we understand that it is good for the society. Would you agree?
Yeah, the underlying or unwritten rules of society.
So,
yeah.
One of the underlying unwritten rules that has been a part of our society all the way up until recently is that while casual sex existed, it was never something that was to be proud of or to promote or to make the norm. That wasn't the norm. People were shamed for having out of wedlock births. Men were drugged to, you had shotgun weddings where the father would go grab the guy and make him marry his daughter because he got her pregnant. So there was always this underlying sort of mentality that we had to protect the family structure. And in my opinion, right now, we've just tossed that away by and large. And I don't care what Jeb says, he can try to use anecdotal evidence and say, well, there's a lot of us that have families, but if we look at the society today, that's not what's promoted. And that's what the problem is, in my opinion. It's the casual sex. It's the being irresponsible. It's a call back to that era of free love with the hippies and all of that, which in my opinion gave rise to a lot of sexually transmitted diseases. That's just my opinion.
Probably not wrong on that one. So this is where I would push back. So I actually don't believe it's being pushed quite so prevalent as, you know, worth. I mean, it's worth saying something to encourage the behavior to not happen, regardless of whether it's actually happening or not. But I don't believe it's so prevalent that we need to go on like a crusade for it. In fact, like, so the numbers that I gave you were from the National Institute of Health. And so I actually was being generous with the 3 to 5 partners. It's actually 3.1 is the average. But you only get into like 4 point something average or median, whatever it is, when you're talking about people actually who use drugs. We're talking about a median, so I know that there's higher numbers than that, but like with people who don't use drugs, it's like 2 to 3 casual sex partners according to the National Institute of Health. So while yes, it is 100% worth encouraging people to continue to have healthy relationships, find one partner, it's definitely beneficial in so many ways. But I just don't believe, and I can't see the data correlating to it being a prevalent thing in our society. I don't believe it's ruining our society. I believe that the allowance is necessary because of the fact that there are people who don't believe what we believe.
So let me ask you this question then. Do you believe that our current society has evolved in a way where it's different than every other civilization that came before us, that we sort of mimic, to the degree that we're not going to have the same outcome that they had due to this same phenomenon?
I actually do. So when you look back towards the founding documents, more specifically, the idea of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness in the Declaration of Independence, liberty. Okay, liberty is a concept in the law that would be a legal concept, that a certain allowance is there, but within a legal framework. So it can't go outside of the legal framework according to the social doctrine. And if it does, then that's breaking the law. So my rights, and this is where the concept of rights come in, is my rights stop where yours begin. And so it's a no harm type of principle, but we call it liberty here. And so like the men going off the ship, that they would be granted liberty. And so they could go on shore. And when they're on shore, as long as they're not breaking the law, according to the legal doctrine, then they're allowed to do what they want. And their principles are whatever their principles are, because they're American. The American society has this core value within it of liberty. Yeah, I would say
I get that. I get that. But at the same time, I can make the argument that even in our modern society, where we're here in America, we have the Declaration of Independence, we have the Bill of Rights, we have the Constitution, we have all of these different things that we can boast that no other society really has something that is structured that way. And I agree with the genius of it. I've talked about it numerous times. However, I could argue that the way our society is structured is very similar, strikingly similar to the Roman Empire. Would you agree?
100%. We are a republic. Yes.
Okay. So one of the biggest problems with the Roman Empire is you started to see, at the height of it, you started to see this sort of deviation from certain principles and certain things. One of which was the rules around sex and casual sex and all of this.
and you start to see this decline. You even see things similar to playing around with gender roles and all of those different things. The very thing that we're experiencing right now.
Certainly homosexuality.
Exactly. So my thing is, I'm just a believer that those who forget the past or don't learn from it are doomed to repeat it. So
Yeah.
I'm looking at these things, I'm looking at these indicators, and I'm like, yo, this is looking strikingly similar to past civilizations. And it wasn't just the Roman Empire, it was the Babylonians, it was the Sumerians,
Greeks.
all of them, the Greeks, all of them had this same pattern happen. So the only way that you and I keep forgetting her name, the only way that you guys would be right that this is not declining, because we may just be the frog sitting in the pot of water.
We are, undoubtedly we are.
And we don't realize
100%.
that it's about to start boiling, right? We're just sitting in here and we're in the middle of it. So the only way that you guys would be right, and the jury's still out on that, is if some kind of way we have done something slightly different that would have us avoid that. But Occam's razor, bro. Like I
had a
just
good
can't see it.
time.
This is where I actually have to go to. Unfortunately, the Crucible cult, they have it right.
You're not gonna
They're stupid.
No, I heard Crucible cold.
Force doctrine, right?
Everybody
Wow.
Okay, force doctrine is the law, okay? But
disavow.
the part they're
I'm
missing is the peace part. So we can still apply the law peacefully, but when it comes to the law, you still need a sword, right? So how do you implement the removal of that piece of the American culture that is very liberal? Well, only through force. However, there is this other portion. There is this other portion, which is the peace part.
Just say
I
it.
believe
Throw
it's
the
very.
dude down the well. Say
Hold on,
it with your
hold on.
chest.
I believe. Hold on. I believe that there is a better way to do this, and that is through reward. So
Yes.
even
Holocaust.
guilting someone or shaming someone is a punishment. But if
Yes.
you reward them, if you bring a carrot and put it into the hat, the rabbit may very well jump in the hat.
Well, how do you reward we'll use the strip club analogy that Angry Man came up. What's the reward system for that?
So if men don't go to the strip club, they are more likely to be chosen by a virgin.
Well, let's back it up though, and then let me read some super chats. But if he isn't pining over a girl with a thong up her ass, he's probably out there actually dating women, right?
This
If
is
I'm
true.
if I'm distracted by pseudo fantasy land named Candy, I'm not going to be out there dating real woman, because why? Candy's doing just fine and getting me, at least feeling. She makes me
There's-
feel
wait a
good.
second.
Listens to me.
Definitely
Wait a
some truth
second.
to what she's saying.
Sarah, are you trying to say that Candy isn't a real woman?
That's not a real thing.
Candy is candy, but sex won't rot your teeth.
Her relationship is purely transactional in the club and only in the club. There is nothing else outside of that. She's not going to marry. Well, I'll take it back. There are a few, right? But overall, like her time spent with him is only for that incentive. Like I said, it's survival. It's resourceful. She's going to tell him anything he wants to hear for those 5 hours he's sitting in the club spending money on her,
Yeah, but
right? Because
Have
she's
any of
getting
y'all
money.
ever worked at a strip club
But
besides
you know
me?
what?
I might as well work
Here's the
that and
thing,
drove
like,
every
I mean, if
girl
she's
home.
smart, she will.
Here's the thing, and I know some people are going to disagree with me about this, but I think there used to be a veil that separated Candy from the regular type woman.
Betty Sue.
Yeah, and I don't think that veil exists anymore. I think the shroud has fallen, and now like all of the interactions that people are having in the dating world today are transactional. In fact, I said one time
National intercourse has been monetized since a very long time, sir.
I knew that argument
that's
was
not
going
what
to
I'm
come up.
talking about.
Perhaps it's always been
That's not what I'm talking
transactional.
It is the
That's not what I'm
oldest
talking about.
profession.
What I'm
But
talking
if-
about,
oh,
there's
go ahead,
always
finish it.
been. Go ahead.
No, you go,
ahead.
angry man.
Yeah,
Oh, I was
did
just
you
going
want
to
to
say,
finish? Go ahead.
no, there's always been, first of all, there's always been women trading their presence for resources. That's
Right.
been there, right? That's not what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is there used to be a time where there was a courting process to the dating scene where I see a
And
girl.
money gets you out of that courting process. Wouldn't you agree that if a man doesn't want to have to deal with that game and that courting process, you can pay your way out of it?
Who was that?
No.
Yes,
So
you,
men-
Yeah,
men
yes, you can
shouldn't-
do that, but that implicates some other things.
Yeah,
That's
she's
not-
a skank.
that's
After
not
if
the-
that's
Hey,
the case.
everybody has a price, even dudes. Let me
That's
tell
not
you.
the direction. That's not the direction I was going.
$20 is $20.
20
I
bucks
think-
is 20 bucks.
Right.
Go ahead, angry man. Finish your thoughts.
So there used to be. This goes back to what I was saying earlier about delayed gratification versus instant gratification.
Right.
If you were out in the dating world, because I might be a dinosaur, but I actually went through the real dating process when I was young, where you see somebody that you like, it has absolutely nothing to do with money in either direction. The two of you spend time together and you start to like each other. And yeah, you may take her on a date, you may do something nice for her, but it wasn't a prerequisite.
And it certainly
And
isn't as direct as what we're talking about. It's what the lady was just talking about.
It's a visage. Yeah.
You said what?
It's not as direct as the lady was saying. You pay money to get out of it. It's the exact
Well, it's not
opposite.
a-
It's
Listen, if you pay for box, you're a degenerate, godless loser.
All right,
Good
let me
deal.
let me let me
Demons, and you need
do.
an exorcism.
Let me go back to the super chats because we are still. I've been kind of moving slow on them, but I have been appreciating the conversation more. So please forgive me, chat. They are here. I do acknowledge that they're here. Ghosty, Kazak has paid for your moment. Anything you want to say? Everyone is going to be respectful and shut the fuck up because this moment has been purchased and sponsored by Kazak. Thank you.
Purchase.
I don't even
He bought your right to speak.
fucking know, honestly.
he bypassed the courtship procedure.
What are we even talking about?
Whatever you
Anything
like.
you want to say?
Guys,
Anything.
Girl.
Say
women
your piece.
date, men have sex, women have sex, people have babies, and then life goes on.
What the hell is in
How
that
is
vape?
that going?
What is in that vape?
Well,
was something we didn't know.
That was
That's my
deep shit.
That was
Like,
beautiful.
I don't know what the fuck we're even talking about at this point right now. Like,
It sounds like sex and
Do
reproduction.
you sell
right
box for coins? For shekels?
Well, what do you think about Ghosty? What do you think about prostitution, OnlyFans, porn, so on and so forth, in terms
Demonic,
of women utilizing their assets to as a survival piece to make money so that they don't need no man, right? What are your thoughts there in that aspect?
well, yeah, like you said, the majority of sex workers do it because they have to. Now we
No,
do,
they don't.
We
They do it because they're lazy as hell.
Hold on. I apologize. I'm pretty sure I asked everyone to be quiet. Thank you.
Sorry,
It's
I'm
Ghosty's purchased moment. Go ahead.
The
Ghosty.
majority of sex workers do it because they have to. Now there is this new phenomenon about online sex work. I guess if you want to call OnlyFans sex work and stuff, sure, that's fine. But they're not putting themselves in as much of a compromising, dangerous situation. It's easy money, so that's kind of more why we see that. But for
So they don't have a choice.
for the majority, what?
Sorry.
Go ahead, Ghosty.
The majority of women who do sex work are either drug addicts, or they have children that they don't have jobs for to be able to pay for. They do it because they have to. So
You kind of contradicted yourself 4 times in less than 30 seconds.
Hold on.
yeah,
but it's her
no,
time.
I
to
said
do.
that I'm differentiating online sex workers from like prostitution. So yeah, sure, we do see some girls starting to do sex work just for money and not because they need it. But like I said, they're not in as much of a dangerous or compromising position as actual prostitution.
It's also
And even then, it's a very small percentage of women who do this anyway. So would I recommend it to people? No. Some people do it in a totally safe, happy, fulfilling way, and they actually love their jobs, and I have no problem with that either.
Do you
I
have
think that's
is it
fair.
immoral to you? Just the online sex work. Is that immoral?
I know a lot of drug dealers that like their job.
Yeah, I don't know if I would call it immoral. No.
I'm sure Pablo Escobar loved this job
so.
too.
Do we differentiate between?
Oh, he definitely loved his job.
prostitution and
Yeah.
things you
Go
do
ahead,
on
Alex.
camera? Because it seems like the law does.
Right.
Oh, differentiating between in-person selling of the hoo-ha versus on a camera screen.
Well, I mean,
yeah, so-
it's still like there's still a person.
They're
there,
both
right?
possessed by demons.
Woo! Get them, Josie.
I'm just saying. It seems like if you do it on camera, it's legal. If
No,
you
and
don't,
if you
it's not.
enable it, you're just as demonic and you're a piece of shit.
You said hoo-ha. That's what Al Pacino said, right?
Haha, hoo-ha. Ghosty, what are your thoughts to the difference
Hoo-ha.
between actual physical prostitution versus doing it behind a screen?
That's exactly why one version is legal and one isn't. Like I said, one is much more dangerous than the other. One has much more real life consequences than the other. So that's why one is legal and one isn't. I think that makes sense.
I
Now,
thought it was
what
because
about-
Prostitution still? Just the
thought it was-
OnlyFans? Do you consider that prostitution as
That's just a
well?
loophole.
No, I don't. I think
Okay.
prostitution is one person paying another person for an in-person sexual experience. That's how I personally view it.
And why is it
Now,
illegal,
what
Ghosty?
Well, let me ask you this. What about women going on dates with men, getting a free meal, flowers, gifts, whatever, and putting out at the end of the night? Could that still be comparable to prostitution in aspects?
No, it's a non-taxable donation.
To you, Ghosty.
It's
To you,
just
Ghosty.
people. It's kind of just how society has set up. I think the major problem with relationships in general, and it's not just today, they have always been transactional. They have always been, what can you do for me? What can I do for you? And I think that is the root cause of just all relationships in general. So if, today today more women are more likely to split a bill or be understanding if a guy can't take her out to super crazy places or even go out at all, like go on dates that involve money at all. So I think that's becoming less of a thing. This has all just been like formed by society. I don't know why, but yeah, I don't call that prostitution. That was just formalities that society set.
Oh,
To be fair-
Oh my
to
goodness.
be fair, when we say prostitution, we're not talking about paying for a chance at sex. We're saying paying for sex, right? So
Very good.
Well, what about, let me
Unless it's
ask you
gu-
this.
unless
What
it's
about men
guaranteed.
who get upset at women after they've taken them out on a couple dates and expect sex at the end of maybe that third or second or first date?
That guy's fucked up in the
Sucks
head.
to suck.
It's not,
my question though is he demanding that based on prostitution
Etiquette.
etiquette guidelines
No.
or the basic standards? Because
No,
it's not written in the social dating contract. Like
That's taxation without
you
representation.
can expect that all you want.
Look,
$5 in the slot machine. Do you expect to hit the jackpot? You might not. It is
I
what
play
it
that
is.
motherfucker
Yeah.
3 nights.
even if your odds are pretty good, the only person you
Expectations.
can blame for failure is yourself. So
right,
You
but
decided
making
to
that
play the game.
expectation, doesn't that fall into the lines of it almost prostitute? Are men
yeah,
expecting
he's asking
women
her
to
to
act
be a
like
prostitute.
right?
Sure.
Okay.
Does that go ahead.
Ghosty, oh yeah, go ahead, Joe. Go ahead.
No. I was going to make an observation. I want to keep it with her.
Well, Well, yeah, that's okay. Give her one more, and then we'll let her.
Get me out of here.
All right, one more then. One more. You said physical prostitution, and if physical, is it prostitution if I'm paying just to see you naked physically in front of you? Is it still prostitution, or do I have to actually touch you?
In person, I'd say yeah. That probably counts as prostitution. If you're
But not
getting off-
online. You
Strip
don't
clubs?
see it as online. You
So hold
can't
on,
see
strip
it.
clubs?
Well,
Strip clubs
that would
are-
be strip clubs, though.
Do you consider that
And those are
prostitution? Strip
legal.
clubs? Ghosty?
Oh no, I don't.
Okay.
You
so it would-
obviously have never been
yeah.
to the champagne room.
I think
You
there's
know
a
how hard it is to
different.
get like a stripper license for as like an establishment versus like you know you could just own like an adult website is absolutely freaking ridiculous. That would actually change your mind.
It looks like the legal thing is a barrier for some, or a definition of some for prostitution.
It's-
Some of
it's a
these observations
blurry
were
line.
straight along the line of what's legal. A couple people took that stance.
Well, I like the idea of having a red light district because I go back to the point that I made earlier with Angry Man is we need an allowance. We need like
You
there's
need an allowance, you mean?
yeah, the country because it's a massive country and there's people who don't believe the same
If you
things.
don't get laid, just say so.
Huh?
It's okay.
No, I don't have any problems. I don't even look. I don't even live in Nevada. I don't even live in Nevada. I just
Your
go like
location
that.
was at the
Because-
Bunny
hold on,
Ranch
hold on,
not long ago. I heard.
Hold on. Go
Because
ahead, Clay. Finish your thought.
There are people who do enjoy themselves in these fashions, right? So we need to carve out a small piece for them so that they can go there and they don't instill these values in my neighborhood.
Talking about P. Diddy?
Well, no.
Like they can actually George Carlin had a great idea. You know, you just carve out one state and you put all of the degenerates into that one state, all the people who, the red rummers.
I would be
that
agreeable
sounds
to that.
scary.
All of them.
Basically
No,
Kensington.
because eventually
They'll,
it
they'll tear
spreads.
each other apart. Let them
It's
do it.
answered. No.
Just
it's-
find God.
We already have that. It's called California.
Yeah, they're trying
God.
to.
That's
When
what you
people
need.
there
And
get
Nevada.
fed up with some of the things that they
Between
don't
the two
like,
of
they're going
them.
to come to other states and try and push it there too.
Well, yeah, the
Yeah.
West Coast,
Yeah,
right? And
They're going to try and
Successful.
remake all the things they hate in
it's
every
not
other
so
state they go to.
prevalent on the East Coast, particularly the South. So if you want to live in the Bible Belt, there's a place for you.
What if
You
I
need
just
God,
want to live
sir.
among the whores
No,
and
but we
not
already
the
kind of.
murderers?
Oh, sorry, Joe.
What if I just want to live in a whore state, but not the crazy drug addict?
Then you're going to
murdering
hell
state?
regardless.
Do I get a place carved out for me, or do I have to go to that state with all the
No.
crazy fucks?
Like we
Most
don't.
likely
going
you're
to
gonna
hell
end
with
up
the
with all the
crazy
crazies.
fucks.
If we think something is bad enough to make it legal, we don't carve out exceptions for it. It'd be like asking, should we provide like elderly people who need to kill someone can put down like you don't
Do we don't carve out exceptions? Because I travel and smoke a lot of weed,
Cuomo's live stream or
and
some
Oh,
shit?
you
when I travel
definitely
state to
going to
state,
jail.
sometimes it's legal, sometimes it's not.
We do carve out a section. It's called prison.
Oh goodness.
Oh,
Zombie.
sure,
Yeah,
she's
that's not a
dry.
bad idea though.
That's actually
Because
fair.
they have everything all in one house. Zombie
do.
says threats don't dissipate through compliance; they exacerbate with time. Unfortunately, the fucked up men really don't change. The more
I love
you
it.
use assets, the more objectification sick individuals think it's warranted.
I don't know about the last part. I don't
can,
understand.
I can be. This had to do with me saying that women, when like we're survivalists, okay, and we're resourceful. So if a man appears
Sarah?
threatening, yeah, what's up?
My Cinderella pumpkin is about
You're gonna
to
turn into a
explode. I gotta
pumpkin?
go.
Do you want to
Wait,
give
wait.
it? You want to?
We want to see that. We want to cam up. We want to see the Cinderella.
Oh, no, you don't.
Do you want to?
We don't want to see that.
Josie, would you like to give final thoughts to the panel before you go?
Y'all need to find God in your life. Go to church or something. I'll pray for you. Otherwise, y'all fucking demonic and y'all going to hell unless you change your ways. Have
Go
a
ahead,
blessed
girl.
evening, chat.
Good
I
night,
wish I
Josie.
saw her. I wish I
That's
was
so
here and saw her all
incentivizing
fucking
for me to
night.
find God.
God can't be found. He's invisible.
Oh goodness. All right. So the context behind this, and this is what problems when we have delays. But I said that women typically, because we're survivalists, when men appear threatening to us, we typically will become more compliant in hopes that if I'm compliant, he won't hurt me. That also goes by way of women are resourceful because
And
we
use
have
their
to be,
assets.
and we use our assets in
Makes
other
sense.
ways. So Zombie is responding to the threats don't dissipate through compliance, they exacerbate with time. I can agree with that, but somewhat, right?
He's
So
right on that first part. What's the rest of it?
yeah, I can agree with it, but somewhat. I think sometimes women utilize that
Asset
intuition piece to
can
avoid,
get you out of that situation
If
in the
if you're
moment. Using that asset can get you out of that threat for the
which
moment. So in
which
those
leads to
chances, it's a
compliance.
good thing.
It's compliance. Like if a creepy big giant man comes up and says, "Hey, sugar tits," right? I want to go ick, right? I want to be like, "Ooh."
Right.
But
Right.
I'm probably, because he's a really big guy and I'm alone walking down the street by myself, I'm probably going to be like, thanks.
Right.
I'm
Okay.
going to be more compliant and nice because I'm too afraid to be like, "Fuck you, bitch," you right? So
With a gun.
the second
Yep.
part is, unfortunately, the fucked up men really don't change. I agree with that. You're either a shitty person or
Yeah.
you're not. And that goes for women too. The more you use assets, the more objectification sick individuals think it's warranted. I can
Yep.
understand that, but again, I put this in the premise that women are in survival mode when they go in and do prostitution, OnlyFans, porn, whatever the type of
Mhm.
things, because they feel, Ghosty said it earlier, they feel that they have nothing else, they need to do it. Oh, I'm gonna be making millions off of this, and then I don't need no man, right? So
Those
there's
are two totally
You're
different
not
things. You're
you're not
aware of
thinking about
that,
the
right?
future when
I
you're trying to
have
survive
nothing
the
else,
present.
and I want to do it to make $1 million. Are two totally different things. But I
right.
think you understand that.
But they more than likely don't have the opportunity to make millions on any other resources.
Or just enough money fast enough to get
Fast,
by.
it's
Right.
considered fast cash.
Like
Even
me
though,
selling dope. Yeah.
even though statistically
Yes,
speaking,
like
we all
selling
know
drugs.
OnlyFans don't, the ones who get on and they just don't make it big, they don't actually make a whole lot of money. We've
I've heard that.
shown those statistics, right?
So
That's fine, fun, and fair, but it's the mere idea that they could, and
Yes.
not knowing anything else. I could go work at McDonald's and hope that my 60 hours a week gets me somewhere, or I could show my butthole on this camera
I have a
and
shot
and
at
have a
$1
shot
million.
at fast cash, right?
So what I'm taking from this is that all of the impoverished teenagers that were locked up for selling drugs should have never been locked up.
Yes, I take the same thing.
Oh,
from
I
what we
just
just talked
disagree.
about.
I mean, it obviously depends on each individual case, but I have a lot of forgiveness for many drug dealers.
Damn.
What
If it was
about
up to me, you drop them on
I
the
think
spot.
some kids get wrapped into it because of their family and because they're trying to make money as quick as possible. Again, I'm not saying it's right, but this is just fast money that people
I want to
go
ask you
to. And
directly: are you saying it's wrong to sell drugs?
probably depends on what kind of drugs.
Oh.
What about, let's go with
What
the
are you
most
on right now?
dangerous? Let's go about the most dangerous ones: alcohol and cigarettes, the ones who kill the most people. Is it immoral to sell those?
Immoral?
Was that not my original
Probably.
question?
I
What
don't
should we
know.
do with those people who do sell those drugs?
Well, cigarettes
I
don't
feel like-
impair your judgment.
They're not illegal, but it's
Yes, they
probably
do.
a bad thing to sell them, right?
Yeah, I guess.
Given the harm
Cigarettes
they
impair
do.
your judgment 100%.
You're right. We should give them away for
How?
free, baby.
How do they impair your judgment?
You ever heard of a nicotine fit?
I don't
Or a
know of anyone
nicotine
who.
attack? Nicotine attack?
I mean,
Yeah.
if you're
I
But it
smoked
doesn't
weed
impair your
here.
judgment.
if
I
you're
smoke-
suffering
yeah,
from withdrawals,
literally
Don't you want
will
to
make
kick
you
the dog
fade.
if you can't get your
Hold on.
cigarettes? Won't you
if
kick
you're
the
suffering
dog?
from
I
withdrawals,
just slapped the old lady,
Same
sent her
thing.
to the store.
Great.
Go ahead, guy.
I
I
love
was
you, bro.
trying to talk.
I tell you what, if you ever ask somebody for a cigarette and they hand you the pack and you pass it around to everybody until it's empty, watch how quickly their judgment gets impaired.
You're no longer friends for sure.
You turn their pack into a party pack, and their judgment's gonna change real quick.
Yeah, they love you.
Mr. North said, so even women's naivety is men's fault. Women really can't be held accountable to anything. And I did refer to this in the chat, I think, Mr. North, because what I was saying was our lack of strength, our lack of all these things, but our inclination to be survivalist and resourceful. I specifically said it's not men's fault. I think we were propagandized. I truly believe that. And I think that we were fed a bunch of bullshit, and we noticed women were not going from their father's home to their husband's anymore. They were going from their father's home to college to I'm free to
Apartment with
a
their
job. Yeah, and all of these other things. And not to say women can't, right? I think there are some women who were very who have succeeded, and they're not 304s running around and all yada yada yada. They're successful. They got married. They had babies, so on and so forth. A lot of women that met their husband in college, things, so whatever. But I don't think it's men's fault that women, I wouldn't even say we're naive. I think that we were
It's path
brought
of
up.
least resistance.
Well,
No, I think we were brought up to believe that we were supposed to do these things. Don't depend on a man because he'll fail you.
Right.
He can leave you. And actually, I witnessed this with my own mother and my father. When they got divorced, my mom had always been a stay-at-home mom. She did little part-time rinky-dink jobs here and there, but
Right.
she was a full-time mom. She was there for everything. We had home-cooked meals every night. She was tried and true 1950s Betty Crocker with all of it. Okay. But when they divorced after like 20 years of marriage, she faltered. Financially, it was very difficult. She didn't
I
have
bet.
like a whole lot of job experience. She didn't have a career.
Right.
She didn't have anything to lean back on. And I'm sure my father kind of takes some, because he's the one that filed, right? He just didn't want to do this anymore, XYZ. So I'm sure he takes some blame, but here she's still, it's been about 20 years now, and she still never recovered from that in terms of career wise.
Right.
She still maintained being single. My dad remarried, all of these things. So like now I'm not mad at anybody, right? Let me make this clear, but my stepmom will now reap the benefits of being married to my father. If he passes away, she will inherit whatever he's got.
Unless he
retirement,
dumps her
yada, yada, yada.
next.
Right. But like she didn't do she didn't do the child rearing. She didn't take care, she didn't stay at home taking care of his children, right? And she in fact actually has a career. She's a hairstylist. She does work for a living. She's got her own money. She's got her own bag. All of those things. Whereas my mom just was kind of left behind.
I
And
hear you're
one
talking.
of
I'm
the
not
things-
sure where you're going yet, but I
Well,
hear
one of the
everything you're
things
saying.
my dad specifically told me, like he shamed my mom for not having that to pick up on when they
Oh my
divorced.
goodness.
So
That's
one of
just
the things
cruel.
my dad told me was make sure you can be independent before you depend on a man. So this was drilled into my
I
brain.
dig
Like,
it.
you will go to college. You will be able to have your own money. You will take care of
Which
yourself.
is
You will
right,
do all
Sarah.
these things.
Which is right.
But
Which is right. The Betty's fit.
his
The
wife,
Betty's leave
but
your
hold on,
mom's
but hold
house to
on.
your. Let me ask the whole
But
question.
well,
Leave
hold
your
on.
mom's. Oh, okay.
Let me throw a thought out
Finish.
there.
Okay.
My mom gave up all of that in order to be, because my dad was in the military. He was always gone. He was never home. We wouldn't have been a household. We wouldn't have had like a solid childhood growing up and very foundational routines and structures if it weren't for my mother
Go
being
ahead.
there.
She's answering my
She
question. Go
gave
ahead.
up that ability to have career because she wanted to do things. She 100%, but she loved being a mom. She loved making us dinner. She loved
Very
being
good.
there when we showed up. That was her, and 110% hands down. That's my mom's biggest, most favorite thing in the world was I got to be your mom. And
Yep.
I don't think she's in the chat tonight, but she'll hold to that every fucking second. But
And
she
you will too,
she
right? I
gave
get.
up that ability to take care of herself financially and do the career and all those other things in order to just be our mom, knowing that that would have been a potential consequence at the end of it.
My
So
question
what
to
I
you
mean?
was,
My mom
which
went
one
through
do you
something very
think is the
similar.
proper route to go? I think you answered. I think you're saying if I had to make a decision, the mom shit is more virtuous. I think you're saying.
I would say so, absolutely. But women have been put in this position because of what the 90s and early 2000s, we saw all these divorces happening. So people my age watching this happen, watching families split up and mothers being poor and working shithole jobs because they were all just moms before that. And we're like, I ain't fucking doing that. No. I'm gonna make sure I'm gonna take care of myself, all right? So that he can't do that to me, so that I
Yeah.
can't be in that position. And again, I'm not blaming men. I'm just saying this is what my age group saw growing up.
Yeah.
Well,
And
yeah.
all of us women were like, no, I'm gonna go to college. I'm gonna do what I'm supposed to do. I'm gonna take care of holy shit. Because if I'm just a mom and he leaves me, then I'm just now again, there's no
Then you don't have
Guess,
options.
wrong with that. But
and
Now
guess,
you're a very poor
and guess
mom with kids
what?
that depend on her.
Guess what? We were talking earlier about guys. We were talking earlier. I think Chuck might have brought up. Somebody might have brought it up about men doing what we're supposed to do. There's a
Yep.
portion of us guys that are Gen Xers that saw our fathers and uncles work to take care of women, and their situation was kind of different than that situation where the woman divorced them, took everything, and it ruined them and destroyed them, and they weren't able to like see their kids the way they wanted to. In fact, one of my uncle's friends, he was like a truck driver, owner operator, actually trained my uncle. He his wife divorced him. He never recovered from it, to the point where he went crazy.
Yeah.
It was literally like one of those guys that walked up and down the street
Talking to himself.
talking to himself. And eventually he gets into he went to someone's house, and there was some confusion, and the police came, and they didn't realize he had a mental issue,
Mental problem.
and he ended up losing his life. So like there's like guys like us that see that, and so
That's my
it doesn't
entire
shock
neighborhood.
me. Like it does, but so the same way you're like, okay, I have to get an education, I have to be able to take care of myself. There are guys that are like, I'm not doing that marriage thing so that I can be ruined, and you know what I'm saying? Like there are guys that think that way, and that's why we end up with this conundrum we have today.
But wouldn't women getting educations and being able to take care of themselves kind of help this problem you're talking about too? So women aren't as reliant on men and aren't as needing and
would.
wanting to steal a man's money if
absolutely
she can make her
would.
own.
It absolutely would, if the way divorce court was structured was if a woman is able to take care of herself sufficiently, she can't also take all of his money and shit. So
Well,
it
it is
would
structured
if
that
they weren't
way.
able to weaponize that.
It is structured that way, actually. For instance, alimony, I think it's only California that's like really, really weird. But overall, alimony, even I would have, like my lawyer said, hey, look, if you want to get alimony, we can try for it, but it is very hard to get it because you are working, you have a job, so on and so forth, right?
Mhm.
So it would have only been a small supplemental time
Until
frame
you get back on your feet.
until you're back. So
Yeah.
and a lot of but I had already been working because I think I'd already been working solidly overall for like maybe 3 years since because I was a stay-at-home mom for my son until he was like 4 or something. So I had already been back up on my feet. I had already been working. I had already been pulling in income, right? And now my money was play money for our family. His was the bread and butter. So, but in terms of alimony, people can't just get alimony, especially if they're already working. Now, if the mother is a stay-at-home mom and she says, okay, well, I'm going to have to get a job now, obviously. And maybe the kids are like, I don't know, 7, 8 or up, whatever, to where they go to school, so on and so forth. Then the judge will say, you're going to have to figure something out, but I can help supplement with alimony until, especially if you've been out of the workforce for let's say a decade. That's a long time to not have a resume builder. That's a long time to not be working. That's a long time to be out of the industry. So
It's eternity.
Which state was that?
That's most states.
Yeah, most
California
states
is weird.
hard to get
California,
alimony.
yeah, California is very weird, but the states have all turned alimony into it's supplemental only until she gets like they're actually requiring women to go get a job now, unless the husband is
Agrees
like no,
otherwise.
yeah, if he says no, that's the mother of my child, I'm taking care of her. She doesn't, I'm going to give her X amount, whatever. That's fine too. But most of the courts will say alimony is now only supplemental until she can get back up off her feet. So let's say she's been out of working for 10 years because she's been a stay-at-home mother for all of that time. That's fine and dandy. The judge will say, okay, it would take you approximately a year and a half to, get back on your feet, to get a job reasonably within an income that you would have left the workforce on. So I'm going to allow alimony for X amount of months, whatever the case. And, they could even tier it too, so on and so they could do all sorts of different things, but it's only supplemental now. She can't just run away with the house, the car, the kids, the dog, the this, the that anymore. It's the most courts recognize a 50-50 split with everything, or liquidating everything. That's why they sell the houses, split the funds. Even for kids scheduling, they start at the default is 50-50. You have to give the judge a good reason to weigh any other direction. If one parent moves away, obviously that will be a reason for them to say, well, that's not reasonable to split the week. So most things start at 50-50 to avoid those situations like what you're talking about, Angry Man, and to avoid one party just draining the other. The bigger problem is people just being agreeable to the details, and most of them waste all their money on judges and court systems and lawyers just to fight over one
You're
stupid
way
fucking
too
thing.
knowledgeable about this shit. It's almost sad that a person has to know all of
Listen,
these things.
okay, remember, my bachelor's is jurisprudence. That's all pre-law. My master's is legal and
Okay.
ethical studies. This is like my bread and butter. This is everything that I went to
All
school
right.
for. So many case laws,
All
and
right.
not only that, but my own understanding of the court system by going through it. Let me
Okay.
read a couple of super chats, and then I'll let you guys respond. A zombie says, I'm still a big supporter of you, and I'm not planning on stopping, but you have to admit that you did not just poke fun a little bit more context. No, I straight up critiqued Rob. And his poor behavior on Trippy's panel, and then I laughed at the guys going over and goofing around with them. There's nothing wrong with that, and I will take full ownership of every fucking word I said, and I still think Rob's a bitch.
The video
And
today
they
was
say
great,
there's
Sarah. Fucking great video you
They
put out
say you
today.
sent them over a whole bunch of them, and it was only 2 guys
I
that
never
went
sent
over there and
anyone.
found
I
them.
never sent
I know.
anyone. I told
Nobody
Flo that I
did.
think you should go over and talk to him about the Trippy thing, and that's all I said. But anyways,
Right.
we'll move on.
Hold on, wait, can I gotta drop off. Is that okay? Can I do that now?
Sure.
No.
Yeah.
I'm-
Go ahead.
No, you
My
were
head
paid
is killing
for
me,
it.
and I'm so tired. I don't even really have a closing statement. Just want to say goodbye to everybody, and thank you again, Sarah, for having me
It's
on.
nice having you.
Thank
Thanks,
you,
Ghosty.
Ghosty. It was good to have you back for another one.
Yeah, me too. I'll be back soon.
Nice
All right.
hair, Ghosty.
Good night.
Peace.
And
Goodbye.
Kazak